Chapter 851 Hell, Devil May Cry. However, at the same time, Feng Yaodao, carrying a steel knife on his back, walked step by step towards the music department teaching building. Stop! In front of him, dozens of Kiss bodyguards rushed up anxiously, trying to stop him. These bodyguards are all next to Kushwangxia, who are personal bodyguards stationed in the school 24 hours a day. At this time, these bodyguards stand up for the first time and try to protect the safety under Kushwang and delay time for the second lady. When, seeing the front, these bodyguards rushed up, a trace of cold contempt flashed in Feng Yaodao's eyes. His body flickered, turned into a rapid shadow. Puff, a punch, blast. The bodyguard in front had no time to react. Puff. Feng Yaodao's entire head was bombarded by Feng Yaodao. Directly, blood splattered ahead. The remaining group of bodyguards had no time to react. Feng Yaodao's body flashed up, double fists, turned into horror. Puff, puff. Wherever the fist fought, there was a splash of blood. The bodies of those Kiss bodyguards, like bubbles, were directly and severely shattered by a few punches by him. The blood was everywhere, and it was miserable. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bodyguards all died. Bloody wreckage all over the floor. With a steel knife on his back, he stepped on the corpse on the ground step by step. During the whole process, he didn't use a knife. This group of ants is not worthy of his knife. He, step by step, walked up the stairs of the music department and the teaching building. At this time, the entire teaching building has been sealed off. Everything. Just like catching turtles in the buzz. Under that autumn frost, he was destined to be unable to escape. Today, Feng Yaodao shot himself. Certainly, to take that cheap girl into captivity and complete the task. However, at the same time, the entire music department building is already in chaos. All the students were locked in the building. The students tried to rush out, but were directly shocked back by the brutal group of security guards. This group of bodyguards from the Go family in black suits, holding a machete, blocked all corridor entrances. Under the deterrence, all the students were frightened. A large group of college students, trembling in horror, backed toward the corridor, and could only hide in one music classroom. However, it was in the corridor where countless people escaped. However, there is a beautiful figure that is like a cut, with cold eyes, step by step toward the flow of people, retrograde. All the students fled to the back of the corridor trying to avoid the brutal group of murderers with knives. Only, this beautiful shadow, step by step, walks against the flow of people. She, in a denim jacket, dressed very plainly. But under the shawl of that long black hair, she couldn't hide her exquisite face. She is Yuan Li. Yuan Li's eyes were calm, and he walked towards the front of the corridor step by step. She slowly stretched out her hand, gently tied the long hair of the shawl, and tied it with a rubber band. Then, he took a deep breath and walked towards the stairs. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, the Ku Group building is downstairs. It is an on-earth. Chen Zonging, with leather shoes on his feet, walked in the endless crowd like a gentleman. Every move, every style, has an elegant arc. However, between raising hands and feet, blood spattered and slaughtered, a sharp blade emerged from the toe of his leather shoes. Wherever the leather shoes passed, there was blood. In the front, there are constantly the body of the thugs, cut in half by the blade. Pieces of minced meat and corpses were scattered all over the floor. This is, on Earth. At the scene, there was a lot of darkness, thousands of people. Surging murderous intent, constantly besieged. However, at the same time, just when he was walking in the endless sea of people, killing constantly in the blood. Tingling bell. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Suddenly, Chen Zonging blasted his legs while smoking cigarettes, took out the phone leisurely and took a look. Caller ID, under autumn frost. He stared for a moment, and answered the phone suspiciously. Uncle ... help me ... someone is chasing me ... encircling the entire music classroom ... please ... help me. As soon as the phone was connected, The anxiety and panic under Kush Wang came. Cry for help. Hearing these words, Chen Zhongying still remained unchanged. Wander and kill in the endless sea of people. With a cigarette in his mouth, he slowly said to the other end of the phone, I have something to do. I have no time to save you. After speaking, he wants to hang up the phone. On the other side of the phone, Kush Wang heard this sentence, and the whole person was frightened and panicked, still with a trace of anger. What is it for you? What is more important than saving your own woman? I'm so dangerous. This man is indifferent? This made Kush Wang very uncomfortable. Is it true that in his eyes, he really has no status and is so unimportant? I'm killing someone. Chen Zong held the phone and faintly uttered 2 words. Then, regardless of the crying, 2 making troubles and 3 jumping off the building under the mid-autumn frost on the phone. He hung up the phone. He retracted the phone and let out a puff of smoke slowly. He looked around at the sea of people. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. An arc flashed across the corner of his mouth. Since it is to adjust the tiger away from the mountain, so it has to be. To pay some price, just leave all these bait. Don't go back. The arc of Chen Zhonggong's mouth became deeper and deeper, with a terrifying and strange murderous intent. Zheng. In the next second, the sharp military dagger appeared in his right hand. The dagger's blade is like cold, and murderous is like brilliance. Cars are like flowing water and horses are like dragons. Gods see avoiding ghosts and cry. Devil may cry. But, at the same time, in front, a group of thugs, already holding machetes, surged up. Chen Zhonggong's eyes lighted, and he condensed slightly. Devil may cry, strike out. Puff. Yin Mang, passing through the void, turned into an afterimage of lightning. Directly, broke the throat and trachea of a killer in front of him. Scarlet liquid, constantly splashing and spraying. Puff. Around the group of thugs who rushed up, before they could react, they were wiped directly over their necks by the terrifying Devil May Cry dagger, and died on the spot. A corpse fell to the ground. Chen Zong held Devil May Cry. His figure stepped forward step by step. At the same time, the front. The crowded black crowd is coming again. Chen Zhongying, a bloodthirsty arc flashed across the corner of his mouth. In the next second, Devil May Cry strikes. The hideous dagger rushed through the air! There was an explosion, tearing the air! Countless air waves, along the barbs of the Devil May Cry dagger, passed quickly! Actually, it was simulated. For a while, the sound of like the crying of 10,000 ghosts and the roar of resentful spirits. The entire sea of people, everyone. In an instant, their bodies trembled suddenly. Everyone felt that their souls trembled! The black pressure crushed a sea of people. Everyone was shocked by the roar of this terrifying ghost! This! What's the sound? It is like crying but not crying, like snarling but not roaring. Just like the sound of hell. However, those thugs. Have yet to counteract in the future. A flash of silver light turned into lightning, and quickly penetrated their bodies. There are a lot of people in the hospital these days. As many as the monthly tickets you gave me. Chapter 852. Be my slave. This! What's the sound? It is like crying but not crying, like snarling but not roaring. Just like the sound of hell. However, those thugs. Have yet to counteract in the future. A flash of silver light turned into lightning, and quickly penetrated their bodies. Puff puff. Yin Mang passed by frantically! Chen Zhongying's body, like a ghost. Wherever they went, the bodies of those thugs were frozen in place, because they were horrified to find out, my body can't move. All the brain nerves, the whole body, are out of control. Then, their heads split terribly and sharply, spreading suddenly, like a scarlet spider web. Panic spreads along their necks, chests, bodies, limbs, constantly cracking! This! Exclamation mark. It was Devil May Cry that struck by and caused the scary cut wound! Exclamation mark. Every blood port in the spider web is the scar that Devil May Cry cuts and penetrates. Because the speed of Devil May Cry is too fast. Too fast. It was almost too late for everyone to react. The body has been shredded. At this time, they are still standing. Just because the wound hasn't collapsed yet. The speed is fast, and it has been killed. The enemy's body has not yet shown a dead state. Only a few seconds later, the group of killers who were fixed on the spot discovered in horror that their bodies were constantly cracking! Exclamation mark. Then, a series of terrifying and hideous wounds madly emerged. Puff! Blood splashing out! Exclamation mark. The group of killers, the picture in front of them, began to separate. Their bodies, like Tetris blocks, fell to the ground piece by piece. With my own eyes, I watched my body's minced meat fall to the ground. This is simply an unprecedented cruel torture. This is unearth! Exclamation mark. Those thugs, as if ... like the most vulnerable paper men in the world. Directly by Yin Mang. He chopped them into terrifying pieces of meat! Exclamation mark. This is simply. Their bodies collapsed and shattered almost instantly. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, smoking cigarettes, step by step, stepping on their remains, walked towards the dark group of people ahead. The sea of people is endless. His killing intent is just nowhere to be released. However, at this time, Q's building, a few hundred meters high, all the colleagues looked horrified and stunned. Lying pale in front of the floor-hurtling windows, looking at the scene below in horror. That! Exclamation mark. Below, Mr. Chen, Group Security Director. Only one person can fight thousands of people alone? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Really? Is it a human power? Exclamation mark. Upstairs in the building, everyone present could only feel that their bodies were trembling and frightened. Can't believe it. 1. This scene is simply even more shocking and unbelievable than Hollywood action movies! Exclamation mark. The figure of the crowd fighting alone is almost ... like a Superman. The movements are elegant, and every movement is not like killing, rather, finishing the art. Q's building, top floor, office. President Ku Yiren, with a pale face, looked at the figure fighting blood alone under the floor-hurtling windows. At this moment, her emotions have never been more complicated and inexplicable. The eyes are already filled with mist. Dread. Unparalleled martial arts strategy. Alone retreat. 84,000 magic soldiers put on the clothes of forbearance and shame to cover the mist and rain of ignorance. The compassion sail is hung to facilitate the wind. Support the flatboat of Prajna and swim in the sea of suffering. Both the mountain and the moon are white. Feel the sea breeze is clear. Catch the dead beings. Return to the basket of nirvana. Such interest means life. This, what kind of man is this? Exclamation mark. That man, for her. Fight thousands of killers alone. Save her again and again. The scenes, at this time, converge together. Ku Yiren's mood collapsed. She knelt before the French windowsill, tears overflowing uncontrollably. Chen Zong, you must live. If so, can survive today's calamity. I would. However, at this time, Shanghai and Shanghai are on the other side of the city compound. Vice President Yu Quanping is sitting in the second office. He just lay on the massage chair, holding an apple tablet in his hand. His eyes were deep, slowly, staring at the scene of slaughter on the computer screen. The scene where he was putting in front of him is exactly the scene of Chen Zong slaughtering and killing at the gate of the Ku clan. He used a high-altitude drone to cast all the killing scenes below on the Apple tablet. At this time, Yu Quanping was looking through the computer screen with deep eyes, staring at the killing scene on the screen of the item. One person can fight thousands of people alone. Although, I have already heard ... this Chen Zong is a man of toughness. But, when I saw it with my own eyes, such a terrifying scene of fighting. Yu Quanping's eyes still frowned solemnly. This, sure enough, It was a terrifying warrior. In ancient times, a famous general in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, one of the heroes of the late Han Dynasty, Lu Bu. The power of one person fights 10,000 people alone. The 3 British battles united, and they couldn't be taken down. He killed Dong Zhuo, defeated Jiang Yan, and defeated Yuan Shu, which put Cao Cao at a disadvantage in several battles. This Lu Bu is an unprecedented warrior. However, today, thousands of years later, in this Jiangnan Huai, another such a terrifying warrior appeared. Shenzong! With one person's power, fight 1,000 people alone without defeat. This is it's shocking. This level of terrorist combat power has completely surpassed ordinary people. How much training has he received? Can you have such a terrifying means of killing? Yu Quanping looked at the picture on the computer screen, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. Such a terrifying warrior. If it is not necessary, it must be not an enemy. Because it is an enemy of this kind of character. That will be a deadly battle. Kuo, it's really an enemy. Then, there is only one way to deal with it. Kill it at all costs. Kill the most threatening person first. The plan, can proceed smoothly. Yu Quanping's eyes condensed. In his heart, there was already severance. This Chen Zonging cannot stay. This piece of Jiangnan cannot keep him. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Fuxing University music teaching building. On the roof, hiding under the roof of Kushuang, he kept calling for help. But at this time, the scene was in crisis. She gave. There was no way to escape. The entire building of yours has been sealed off. The black crowd below. How can she escape? This is basically a steady catch of turtles. However, just when she was anxious, below the music department building, Feng Yaodao, carrying a steel knife on his back, was walking slowly towards the stairs of the teaching building step by step. His complexion was cold and deep. The whole body is restrained, but it gives people an unprecedented feeling of horror. His leather shoes, every step he stepped on the ground, left a deep depression on the steps of the stairs. At each step, the cement-stepped ground was cracked. This horror is simply. Every step he takes carries the power of terror, full of strength, continuous flow. However, just as he step by step walking towards the front of the stairs, suddenly, above, at the turn of the corridor, a beautiful figure of a woman in denim clothes slowly walked out from the side. Stopped at the top of the corridor stairs. This moment, Feng Yaodao, his eyes lifted slightly. His eyes are like swords, deep, staring at the girl in denim clothes above the steps of several tens of meters. However, Yuan Li above the corridor also using those beautiful pupils, staring at Feng Yaodao below. The eyes of the two are like swords, and murderous intent is raging. In an instant, the temperature of the entire corridor dropped suddenly. Feng Yaodao stared at Yuan Li for a long time, and suddenly laughed, smiled deeply and inexplicably. It turns out that it was you. His voice was hoarse, with a surging coldness with murderous intent. These days, he has been wondering, who is the and hidden in the school, secretly protecting Kushuang's powerful master. However, at this moment, Feng Yaodao finally saw the real person. He can almost confirm that the woman in front of him is there. The master who protects Kushuang, whether it was the look in her eyes, or the cold murderous aura that was released from her whole body, or made Feng Yaodao feel a bit of the feeling of meeting the same kind. This girl is not simple. Killed. In his eyes, there is an immature, but not underestimated, terrifying aura. But, I didn't expect to be so young. It turned out that it was the one in front of me. But a mere 20-year-old little girl. Feng Yaodao smiled deeply, with murderous intent in his smile. I don't want to do it. You, whoever brought you, leave. I can leave it alone. Yuan Li's voice was cold and indifferent, staring at Feng Yaodao below the stairs. His voice was magnetic, and he spoke slowly. Feng Yao Dao couldn't help laughing after hearing this girl's words. He laughed sarcastically and couldn't believe it. He has been rampant in the arena for decades, and has never seen a little girl who dared to stand in front of him, threatening him like this. What has become of this world? However, behind Feng Yao Dao, the black thugs laughed sarcastically. They are all real thugs who have experienced the wind. How many lives have been hacked to death? How many people have been killed? Over the years, they secretly how many dark things have they done for Chairman Goksinga Lai? They are the killers of the Go family. In this city, there have never been people who dare not kill them. Hey little girl. The old man has been rampant in the arena for decades. This is the first time I saw you, such a yellow-haired girl, who dare to stand in front of me and talk like this. Feng Yao Dao's voice was extremely hoarse, with a touch of depth. Today, my old Feng, also give you a chance. You, obediently let go, disarm and surrender, and become my slave. I can give you a way to live. Feng Yao Dao smiled hideously and ironically. He Feng has a knife, how can he be afraid of a little bit of a little girl with yellow hair? Hear Feng Yao Dao's words. A cold murderous intent flashed through Yuanli's delicate and beautiful pupils. Zheng. A sharp black dagger slowly emerged from her right hand. The hospital still looks like this. Don't worry, I'm just a minor illness and can't die. It's just that I don't have time to update. Chapter 853. At the top of the stairs, the dance of blood. Hear Feng Yao Dao's words. A cold murderous intent flashed through Yuanli's delicate and beautiful pupils. Zheng. A sharp black dagger slowly emerged from her right hand. The sharp black dagger exudes a terrible chill in the air. With a hideous appearance, a terrible barb appeared. Weapons. Against scales. This is her answer. When, see this scene. Feng Yao Dao's complexion slowly congealed. Interesting. This yellow-haired girl, really isn't she afraid of death? Feng Yao Dao stared at Yuan Li with indifferent eyes. Then, he to the thugs who reached out, slowly gave an order. Kill. Following this, Feng Yao Dao issued this order. Behind the stairs, a large group of thugs, looking fierce and ferocious, directly towards the stairs in front, rushing fiercely! Exclamation mark. A crowd of black people, hundreds of people, an endless crowd of people, stepping on the corridor, almost the whole corridor is shaking! Exclamation mark. A machete with a cold light and fierce light, slashing towards Yuan Li. Crazily. And, just here instantly. Yuan Li, Hansen. The jade arm of her right hand gently lifted. Reverse scales. Strike out. Puff. The thug rushing in the front, just about to lift the knife and chop. That black inverted scale dagger directly penetrated his tracheal neck. Puff. The blood spattered out. Almost instantly, blood and water surged. Dang. The knife in the hand of the thug fell directly to the ground. He was holding his neck, his body trembling, frightened. The pupils are full of disbelief. The blood stained his entire chest. Even the wounds covered by his hands have been stained red by the mad splashes of blood. The blood spattered like a fountain. In this world, any wounds wounded by Nikin will have no possibility of stopping the bleeding. On the inverse scale dagger, the purpose of the dozens of terrifying blood troughs is to make the enemy's wounds crazily crack and continue to spill blood. The body of the thug was trembling, and he fell straight down the stairs. The blood stained the stairs red. However, under the stairs, the Black Sea thugs pressed against the people, but did not shrink back. A crowd of people, crazy and turbulent. The impact surrounds and rises! Exclamation mark. Murderous, unprecedented! Exclamation mark. Yuan Li's eyes were calm. She just stood at the top of the stairs. There was no step back, and there was no move around. Her jade hand gently shot. Inverse scale, sweeping. Puff puff. Wei Himang passed. Blood was splashed! Exclamation mark. The group of machete thugs, ferocious rushed to Ali, ferociously rushed. But their bodies, before they got even a step closer to Yuan Li. They were directly penetrated by that terrifying black dagger. Groups of corpses of thugs, with blood splashing, fell straight toward the bottom of the stairway! Bar, bar, bar. A corpse kept rolling down the stairs. The scene is unprecedentedly miserable. The blood almost stained the entire corridor. Yuan Li, with beautiful eyes calm and indifferent, just stood there. The dagger in his hand danced wildly. Murderous intent is raging like cold. This is an unprecedented feast of killing. She just stood at the top of the stairs without taking a step back. Blood splashing in the corridors, just like a piece of on earth. At the top of the stairs, the dance of blood. One of the thugs looked grim, holding a machete, and slashing towards him frantically. However, what he saw was not even close to Yuan Li's body. A black light flashed by instantly. In an instant, his entire arm, with a machete Xilu, directly obliquely, planted to the ground. The thugs splashed blood and let out a miserable cry before rolling down the stairs. A group of people, another group of people, rushed towards the top of the stairs frantically and violently. Groups of people, were attacked and killed. The corpse rolled down the stairs. Gory blood splattered. The entire wall inside the stairs was stained red by Iip's hideous blood. On the ground, corpses are everywhere! Below the stairs, Feng Yaodao had a cold face, standing there like a stone sculpture. Under his feet, corpses kept rolling down. The corpse was red with gory blood. The ground under his feet was piled up into a sea of corpses and blood. He raised his eyes slightly, his eyes cold, and glanced at Yuan Li at the top of the stairs in front of him. In the eyes, there is unlimited murder. At the scene, there is still a constant crowd of people, frantically rushing forward. Attempt to break through Yuan Li's block. Yuan Li, standing at the entrance of the corridor, with a pretty face like cold, with the power of one person, he can stand alone in a sea of hundreds of people. Finally, a machete slashed violently and directly pierced her blockade. Toward her shoulder, slashed down fiercely. Yuan Li's body was slightly on one side, taking a step backward. However, that machete still slashed along her shoulder. Although it was only a bit short, it had hurt her. Puff! The machete pierced Yuan Li's left fragrant shoulder, 3 centimeters. The blood instantly stained Yuan Li's entire left shoulder. The other party, the number is still too much after all. She is overwhelmed. Wounded. Yuan Li's pretty face was cold, she slammed, and her left hand firmly grasped the machete on the shoulder, and twisted it hard. Kang dang! The machete was directly shattered into pieces. Yuan Li's right hand took advantage of the situation. Directly stab out. Puff! The thug's head was cut open directly like a watermelon. Scarlet liquid splash dyed her hands red. However, Yuan Li at this time did not shrink at all. There was a glimmer of murderous intent in her beautiful pupils. That is the desire to kill. For the first time, she had an unprecedented desire for killing. Kill. In her eyes, it is art. Every killing is an interpretation of art. In the face, downstairs, the sea of people that continues to bombard. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. In the next second, her delicate body flashed, directly, towards the bottom of the stairs, rushing down. Kill, go further. Influx into the crowd, kill the quartet. Puff puff ... As she rushed into the crowd of stairs, almost instantly, she was surrounded by countless black people! But at this time, she killed even more. Under the inverse scales dancing, blood is splashing, like a piece of on earth! Puff puff puff. There were constantly thugs, and her body was broken by her inverse scale dagger. Gory blood splattered. The corpses rolled to the ground one by one. This is a dance of killing at the top of the stairs. Every movement, every angle and process of killing. Stabbing the knife into the enemy's trachea, his heart. Feeling the splash of blood, the sound of the moment the skin was cut. Countless kinds gather together. Her adrenaline is soaring. At this time, She enjoys it very much. This kind of killing process. This is not just killing people. Even more, the sublimation of art is carried out. The slaughter feast. Only the endless blades swept across, accompanied by the sound of blood spattering. And, in the crowded black staircase, that beautiful figure swept and danced. She seemed to be not killing at all, rather, dancing lightly. Every action is gorgeous and unparalleled, but the trick is fatal. Chen Zhongying said. She has a strong talent. In fact, Chen Zhongying was wrong. Her talent is not very strong, rather, it is so strong that it is perverted. Strong talent for perverted killing. Almost, as long as she blinks her eyes. She can, and she can take Chen Zhong's movements, all killing skills, knife skills, in her heart, and turn them into her own use. This kind of talent is nothing short of perverted. Never forget. At this time, Yuan Li used all those terrible killing methods. To the corridor entrance at this moment. For the first time, facing hundreds of people, one person fights hundreds of people alone. This is her second murder battle. This is her, for the first time fighting hundreds of people alone. She didn't flinch or fear at all. Instead, with a touch of unprecedented excitement, the corpse rolled down. The sound of blood splattering. The group of thugs, even at all, had no time to howl and struggle. As soon as they approached Yuan Li, they were swept by the sword light. Their bodies were torn apart and blood was splashed. The killing continues to spread. At last, 10 minutes later, only Yuan Li was left, standing alone in the middle of the stairs. However, at her feet, down the whole long narrow staircase, it's already a piece of blood. Massacre. The corpses were everywhere, just like on Earth. I'm in the hospital these days, so there are few updates. Let's be discharged today. If you can, wait for more. Chapter 854 Sword Name, Ping. 10 minutes later, only Yuan Li was left, standing alone in the middle of the stairs. However, at her feet, down the whole long narrow staircase, it's already a piece of blood. Slaughter. The corpses were everywhere, just like on Earth. She, holding the scales in her hand, just like that, stood calmly at the stairway. On the tip of Nilin's dagger, there was still dripping blood. That is, the blood of the enemy. At this time, her left shoulder was also injured. But she did not have the slightest mood swing. That's it. Standing calmly at the top of the stairs, the beautiful eyes are deep, against Feng Yaodao below. Under the stairs, Feng Yaodao stood there, his whole person like a stone sculpture. At his feet, a pile of corpses piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of thugs were all dead. Just like that, he died on the stairs, at his feet. He looked up with cold eyes like cold, looked up like a sharp sword, cold, staring at Yuan Li on the dozens of steps. Little girl, I didn't expect. Your skill is beyond my expectations. Feng Yaodao's voice was calm, and he took a deep sip of his cigar, said hoarsely slowly. The killing speed is very fast. Feng Yaodao murmured in a hoarse voice. Yuan Li's eyes were calm, staring at Feng Yaodao below. I can kill you quickly. Her voice was serious and magnetic, slowly saying every word. Hearing this sentence, Feng Yaodao smiled, sarcastically. Kill me? You are wounded. How do you plan to kill me? Feng Yaodao stared at the wound on her shoulder with cold and ironic eyes. The knife has cut 3 centimeters into your shoulder. Although your aorta has not hurt, it has moved your muscles and bones. How do you hurt me? Feng Yaodao, with a deep complexion, looked at her mockingly. Hundreds of trumpeters who killed me, you have no way to survive today. Surrender obediently and become my slave. I can consider and give you a way to survive. Feng Yaodao said in a grim voice, slowly. Over the years, he has been rampant in the arena and received countless female slaves. Those female slave dogs who were abused to death by him, there are not thousands, there are hundreds. Women, under his feet, are just a tool for venting desires. Zheng. The one who answered Feng Yaodao was the sharp sweeping sound of Nilin. The air is shaking. In an instant, Feng Yaodao's pupils shrank. The body suddenly dodged sideways. Puff. Nilin flew directly from his side cheek. In an instant, He cut the skin of his cheek. Nilin whirled lightly in midair, and then flew back to Yuan's hands. Feng Yaodao looked cold. He slowly stretched out his hand and stroked the wound on his cheek. Scarlet, stained on his hands. A hole was directly cut into his cheek. When, seeing this scene, Feng Yaodao's expression was completely cold. Murderous Xungyong surging. At this moment, he did not hide anymore. The murderous intent of the whole body, madness surging out, endless. Decades of horrible murderous intent is as majestic as the sea. The whole piece of air was suppressed, and it was cold! He has been famous for decades. Killing crazy. Thousands of lives have died under his hands over the years! Now, this yellow-haired stinky girl. Dare to provoke him? Still dare to put on his cheek? This is simply an unprecedented provocation! Feng Yaodao, completely, hideously murderous. He is angry. Yellow girl, you wanna die? Feng Yaodao made a ferocious voice, and slowly stretched his right hand behind him, grasping the hilt of the Bing long knife behind him. Then, he held a long knife. Inch by inch, slowly pull out the sheath. The long and narrow Tang knife slowly was pulled out of the scabbard. This knife is called Ping. Accompany him to kill Jiangnan. 30 years ago in Shanghai, when he was 20 years old and young, he made his first murder. At that time, he opened up this slaughter life of the hero. He is the right-hand man behind the Go family. Yes, Go Xinglei's sharpest knife. Over the years, he helped the Go family continue to kill and expand their commercial territory. Naxi too. In those years, trying to confront the Go family, almost all of the enemy's forces were all killed by him. Nothing falls. His whole life was almost spent in killing. Keep killing. Constantly expanding power. Let the Go family stand at the top of this city today. He Feng has a knife, and he is indispensable. And he, decades of killing career, also created him, terrible sword skills. Zheng. At this time, following Feng Yaodao's Tang knife, he was drawn out of the scabbard. In front of the stairs, the whole piece of air seemed to cool down suddenly! He slowly stroked the sharp long knife in his hand, muttering to himself. Peace sword, full length. 3 feet, heavy, 50 katis, forged by titanium alloy manganese steel. This knife has been with me for more than 20 years. I don't know how much blood I have drunk. Then, he suddenly raised his eyes. His eyes were as cold, straight, staring at Yuan Li above the stairs. You, since choose, die by my peace sword. Then I fulfill you. Suddenly, his body suddenly flashed. The body quickly passed through the air. Like a residual rainbow, he slashed towards Yuan Li above the stairs! Murderous, turbulent 6! His foot stepped on the bottom. The floor of the stairs, the whole piece of staircase, cracked and shattered in an instant. After that, his body was like lightning, and he moved towards Yuan Li in front of the steps, counterattacking 6! The long knife was flat, swept across an arc, and stabled down towards Yuan Li's neck quickly! At this moment, Yuan Li's delicate body condensed slightly. Whoosh! She suddenly turned sideways and dodged quickly. Zheng 6. The sharp long knife slammed along the side of Yuan Li's neck, quickly passing! Almost, only a few tenths of a millimeter, can pierce her neck. But she still avoided it. Ping long sword pierced the air with one blow. Feng Yaodao's complexion suddenly condensed. He drew his knife quickly, headed towards Yuan Li, and blasted again! Murderous! Yuan Li's body condensed, and quickly retreated! Exclamation mark. Two figures. That's it. In the narrow between the corridors full of corpses, there was an unprecedented killing battle. Swish swish. Feng Yaodao's sword technique is as fast as lightning! Exclamation mark. He has killed countless lives. No one knows better than him the importance of fast knife skills. His sword eye was almost deadly, and he furiously attacked Yuan Li's body! Exclamation mark. No mercy! Exclamation mark. He wants this woman to die. Yuan Li Zhao body keeps evading her steps, in the narrow staircase, constantly dodge and dodge. At this time, her left shoulder was already injured. The operation is slightly inconvenient. However, Feng Yaodao's knife skills seemed to have seen all of this, and he kept attacking Yuan Li's left-hand body, frantically! Exclamation mark. Attack the enemy's weakness. This Feng Yaodao has extremely rich experience in killing, so how about, don't you know this? Exclamation mark. And Yuan Li, today. This is her second killing. Her movements are a bit clumsy. It seems that some are slow to respond. Faced with Feng Yaodao's fierce attack, her reaction was still a little slower after all. A new killer who just learned to kill, and an old killer who has been in the killer world for more than 30 years. This is simply an unfair battle. Under the constant bombardment of the long sword, Yuan Li just waited for constant resistance. Backward. Finally, Feng Yaodao seized an opportunity! Exclamation mark. The Ping long sword slammed towards Yuan Li fiercely. In an emergency, Yuan Li used a scaled dagger to block. When Ping long knife hit the dagger in Yuan Li's hand fiercely, a burst of sparks burst out. But the next scene caused Feng Yaodao's pupils to shrink violently. He was horrified to discover, the moment his own long sword collided with Yuan Li's dagger, my own titanium alloy manganese steel tang knife actually cracked a small hole! Exclamation mark. Then, Kang Dang! Scream, knife off! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Feng Yaodao's complexion suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. With one blow, his titanium alloy tang knife was directly split! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. His pupils shrank violently. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. How is it possible to toss grandma! Exclamation mark. Own titanium alloy tang knife, forged with super high manganese steel! Exclamation mark. How could it be ... cut by a blow! Exclamation mark. He stared at Yuan Li in disbelief. That inconspicuous dark dagger! Exclamation mark. What kind of weapon is that dagger! Exclamation mark. I was discharged from the hospital. Ask for monthly ticket 6! Exclamation mark. Chapter 855 Killing, Enlightenment. Feng Yaodao's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at the broken knife in his hand in shock. Almost instantly, he pulled back his thoughts directly. The shock was suppressed. As a qualified professional old killer, he knew when to be shocked and when to adjust his thoughts. At this moment, it is obviously not him, the time to be shocked. He suddenly raised the broken knife in his hand and rushed towards Yuan Li. Attack again. This time, Feng Yaodao's long knife split Yuan Li's dagger, trying to bypass her dagger, and kill her here. Yuan Li's pretty face and her beautiful eyes condensed, and her body stepped back, suddenly avoided the sharp long knife. Then, she retracted the black inverted scale dagger in her hand from her sleeve. Slowly, raised the jade fist. This is, to fight with Feng Yaodao with bare hands! Exclamation mark. When, seeing this scene, Feng Yaodao's pupils suddenly condensed. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Fight with yourself with bare hands! Exclamation mark. Is this humiliating yourself! Exclamation mark. Battle against the enemy. The enemy suddenly withdrew its weapons, greeted with bare hands. This is not humiliation. What is it? Feng Yaodao's face, murderous raging. Smelly lady, you are looking for death. Feng Yaodao's body suddenly flashed up, straddling dozens of steps, holding a broken knife. frantically surging and slashing down towards the principal below. 6! Trying to split this damned woman who humiliated him in half. Feng Yaodao has crossed the rivers and lakes for decades, and he has never encountered such a provocation. This is simply a shameful shame before his lifetime! Moreover, this provocateur, his mother, is still a yellow-haired girl. Feng Yaodao's body exploded, and he slashed towards Yuan Li in the air. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. At this moment, she had reached the calculation almost in an instant. Ahead, Feng Yaodao's killing intent came from the slashing. The blade has accumulated power, 5 tons. Wind noise, 3 Hz. Blade speed, 500 kmh. At supersonic speed, there is still half the distance. The whole school thought Yuan Li was just a vase, just an art student who could play and sing. But she didn't know that her talent in physics was several times higher than her musical cell. Few people know that her minor courses, biochemical mathematics, physics have reached the stage of master's degree. But at this moment, her brain, in an instant calculated quickly. In almost an instant, the speed, strength, and angle trajectory of the knife in front of me were calculated. Just a few tenths of a second, Yuan Li's delicate body moved lightly, which, the broken knife slashed down along the side of her body, almost only a centimeter away. Boom! Feng Yaodao slashed, and the entire concrete stair floor below his feet was severely split into a terrifying crack. Countless gravel and dust burst. Smelly lady. What to hide? Take out your knife and fight. Feng Yaodao's face was fierce, and his eyes were completely red at this time, and he roared. The long knife in his hand swung frantically, and he slaughtered Yuan Li. However, Yuan Li had a pretty face with coldness, and Zhao Chu gently backed away on the stairway to avoid it. Every step can easily avoid Feng Yaodao's attack. Your knife is very crisp, not my opponent. Yuan Li's voice was calm and magnetic, and said slowly. What she said was the truth. Feng Yaodao's knife is very rubbish. It's not her opponent's counter scale at all. In order to be fair, in order to obtain a real victory in this battle, Yuan Li chose to close the sword. Fight with your bare hands. This battle will be her facing a powerful enemy, a real battle. Also, for the first time, a battle with a powerful enemy of the same opponent. Therefore, she must allow herself to maintain absolute fairness. If, in life, for the first time in a battle with a powerful enemy, he borrowed the advantage of weapons, that will affect all her future battles. Her state of mind will be broken. So, in order to maintain that state, she must fight with her bare hands, and, by all means, defeat the opponent. However, Feng Yaodao, who was on the opposite side, looked even more fierce and angry after hearing the words of this stinky girl! He swept the long knife violently, and went to Yuan Li to kill frantically. Endless swordsmen, sweeping in the air, constantly whistling, blasting and waving! In the narrow staircase aisle, Feng Yaodao's knives, violently murderous, blasted towards Yuan Li continuously. Yuan Li's beautiful shadow kept moving backwards, evading backwards. At this moment, her steps seemed to be spiritual, able to accurately capture the opponent's knife trajectory. Then, she took advantage of the trend, stepped back and dodged. All Feng Yaodao's attacks were almost instantly seen by Yuan Li. She is not just fighting. In the process of evading, she actually saw Feng Yaodao's all the rules and habits all in her eyes. In an instant, Feng Yaodao's knife technique presented a three-dimensional concept map in her mind. This is simply, she is an absolute natural killer. Never forget. Almost, while avoiding the battle, she learned Feng Yaodao's knife skills. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. At this moment, she has been integrated into this realm. When, after understanding the enemy's sword technique, it is very thorough. She could fully anticipate the timing of each attack of Feng Yaodao's every move. Then, She slowly closed her eyes. That's right. She closed her eyes. Actually, it just closed, just relying on her understanding of Feng Yaodao's sword technique. She started to avoid the opponent's attack only by intuition. This is simply. Seeing this scene, Feng Yaodao's face was savage, completely furious and frantic. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. It's humiliation. Naked humiliation. Exclamation mark. Feng Yaodao has crossed the rivers and lakes for decades and has never suffered such humiliation. Exclamation mark. Being so humiliated by a little yellow-haired girl. This stinky girl not only withdrew the weapon, but at this time she actually closed her eyes and beat herself. Exclamation mark. Is this, when you are a waste? Exclamation mark. Angrily, Feng Yaodao was completely furious. Exclamation mark. The long knife swung frantically, and under the anger of the blade, even the movements were a bit messy. His knife was already broken. At this moment, under the messy and furious waving, there are even more flaws. Your knife skills are messed up. Yuan Li closed his beautiful eyes, his delicate body resembling a creature, avoiding with agility to the left and right. Every move and every style of Feng Yaodao can be avoided by her sensitively. At this moment, she didn't need to open her eyes, let alone look, because Feng Yaodao has all the attack methods, trajectories, and rhythm lines. It's all already. She has it firmly in her heart. What kind of horrible existence is this? Every attack by Feng Yaodao was in her anticipation. Feng Yaodao's every killing was already fully understood under her budget. 3 long thorn attacks. Then, chop left and right. In the end, the bottom plate attacked and swept across. This is Feng Yaodao's offensive rhythm. These rhythms were originally an absolute killing technique. However, at this moment, these rhythms were completely predicted by Yuan Li. This is not a battle killing at all. It's a self-enlightenment class for Yuan Li. She, for the first time, played against an old killer as fierce as Feng Yaodao. This stop will give her an inspiration for unprecedented killing and fighting. At this time, Feng Yaodao was completely frustrated and had red eyes. Exclamation mark. This, damn, it's a humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation! Exclamation mark. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Brothers! Exclamation mark. Thanks to the brothers who have been silently supporting me and giving me monthly tickets over the past few days! Exclamation mark. I need you guys! Exclamation mark. Chapter 856 Yuan Li. She, for the first time, played against an old killer as fierce as Feng Yaodao. This stop will give her an inspiration for unprecedented killing and fighting. At this time, Feng Yaodao was completely frustrated and had red eyes. Exclamation mark. This, damn, it's a humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation! Exclamation mark. Die me! Feng Yaodao looked fierce and furious, and rushed forward, with a long knife in his hand, madly stabling Yuan Li towards Yuan Li's neck. However, at the moment when the long knife was about to pierce Yuan Li's neck, Yuan Li, who was closing his eyes tightly, suddenly stretched out his hand, gently pinched the of his right hand. Zheng. The blade of the broken knife was directly caught in her hand by her. Break the knife, hang in the air, attack, be blocked. This is the first time that she has used her unarmed force to pick up an enemy's weapon. Moreover, it is still a weapon of a killer like Feng Yaodao. Feng Yaodao carried a terrible force with this knife. It's impossible for ordinary people to hold it with bare hands. But she, Yuan Li, did it. No, her physical power is far beyond ordinary. Rather, because of this sword, at the moment it strikes, it has already been accepted by Yuan Li. All the strength, trajectory, air humidity, air resistance, all were counted in her mind by her. Even if she closes her eyes at this time, she can accurately calculate the strength and attack direction of the opponent's knife by relying on the super high-speed calculation of the brain. Yuan Li, Using the two methods of Tai Chi, the technique of 2000 jins, gently stretched out his fingers, and easily resisted Feng Yaodao's fierce stab. However, the strength of this knife was completely resolved by Yuan Li, and the stairs under her feet cracked on the ground. The strength of this knife was penetrated and released under her feet. Yuan Li, just like that, gently clamped Feng Yaodao's bing broken knife. Murderous, as if imprisoned in an instant. At this moment, along her feet, within a radius of tens of meters, everything has become her domain. She, although her eyes are closed, however, her sense of hearing, smell, is constantly being expanded. She can clearly feel the abnormal changes in the surrounding air. When she closes her eyes, she can see more clearly than when she opens her eyes. Feng Yaodao looked fierce and furious. She was completely mad. Scarlet eyes were fierce and furious. He slammed back the broken knife, slammed back to accumulate energy, and went crazy again towards Yuan Li, killing, slashing away! Exclamation mark. This time, Yuan Li did not hide anymore. Rather, go ahead and fight back. She still didn't get the knife. Instead, with bare hands, stretched out two fingers, and lightly flicked the broken knife that struck. Glang! With a sound, Feng Yaodao's broken knife was directly flicked by Yuan Li's two fingers, and it was shaken away! Exclamation mark. Mr. Chen taught her, any weapon, when accumulating power and attacking at high speed, both are flawed. The weapon came straight, then his lateral stability would decrease. Therefore, as long as the side of the weapon is facing the weapon, the kinks in district high definition new district can be. However, if the opponent's weapon is swept and hacked, then the stability of the front will be reduced, and only a light touch against the front can directly dismantle the opponent's killing. Strength is relatively stable. You strengthened a certain point. It is bound to sacrifice another point. So, the killer, just grab this key. Then it can resolve any fierce killing. However, at this moment, Yuan Li is groping to master this realm. Feng Yaodao's broken knife was shaken away. His body trembled in horror and was forced to take 2 steps backwards. His complexion was blood-red, and he was about to swing his knife again, slashing. But right now, Yuan Li in front of the stairs suddenly started. Yuan Li's body flashed lightly, closed his eyes, and flashed directly towards Feng Yaodao. Her jade fingers turned into a fierce slaying, and they grasped Feng Yaodao's neck and trachea fiercely. As long as the strength is enough, attack the enemy's dead spot. You don't need weapons. A single sword can be deadly. Yuan Li's blow was as fast as lightning. Although she didn't have any weapons, her sharp and slender white jade fingers exploded with an unprecedented terrifying murderous intent. At this moment, Feng Yaodao's pupils suddenly condensed. Exclamation mark. An unprecedented sense of crisis rushed to my heart. Exclamation mark. He slammed the knife back. His body slammed backwards. Exclamation mark. But, at the same time, the front Yuan Li came from a terrifying attack. Feng Yaodao was anxious, and slammed his sword against his neck. When Yuan Li's jade fingers slammed the bing broken knife in front of Feng Yaodao's neck severely. Exclamation mark. Feng Yaodao couldn't handle such a terrifying force at all. Directly was shaken out by a huge force. His body slammed hard against a wall behind him. Puff. A mouthful of blood overflowed on the spot. Yuan Li closed his eyes, and the Zhao body teleported one step again, killing him. Feng Yaodao's complexion condensed, and his body suddenly rolled, avoiding. Boom. Yuan Li's jade palm slapped the wall fiercely, and the front wall was directly blasted with a cracked mark. She still closed her eyes, her delicate body flashed abruptly, and attacked again. At this moment, her body circumference, within a radius of tens of meters, has become her domain. Feng has a knife, only standing in her domain. Then all the killings will be controlled by her. Yuan Li. Yuan Li turned into lightning, constantly attacking Feng Yaodao. During the whole process, She did not open her eyes at all. Just close your eyes and go up blindly. Boo! Feng Yao Dao retreated, avoiding dodge, and was hit hard in the chest by Yuan Li's palm. In an instant, Yuan Li turned his palm into a finger. Knuckles, against his chest ribs, muscles, a vicious blow. Feng Yao Dao howled miserably. This blow completely shattered one of his ribs. The pain is terrible, making him completely angry and terrible. Feng Yao Dao slammed his knife and tried to chop Yuan Li. Yuan Li closed his eyes and lightly tapped his jade hand, facing Feng Yao Dao's wrist with a long sword. A hard blow. Kaka. Feng Yao Dao's hand holding the handle was hit by a terrifying force in an instant. He only felt that the entire wrist and bones seemed to be shattered. His hand holding the knife softened. Kang dang. As the knife fell directly to the ground, Feng Yao Dao's face was fierce and angry, but he still had time to react in the future. Yuan Li had already lifted the right leg of his jeans with a violent blow, lifted his leg and hit his knee. Puff. Yuan Li's knee slammed into Feng Yao Dao's abdomen. Feng Yao Dao's whole body was struck by lightning, and the entire abdominal internal organs ... as if they were about to be shattered. Exclamation mark. Bar. His body was directly knocked out and hit the wall once. Puff. Feng Yao Dao opened his mouth directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He has a hideous face, and his eyes are as blood red as never before. What the hell? It's just a shameful shame! Exclamation mark. He Feng has a knife, has been rampant in the world for decades, and has never suffered ... so humiliated. He was beaten so miserably by a 20-year-old yellow-haired girl with bare hands and closed eyes. Was he vomiting blood? Exclamation mark. Even the flat sword in his hand was shot down! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. If this were to be spread out, his status as Feng Yao Dao would be completely lost. Feng Yao Dao looked fierce and furious. He roared! Exclamation mark. You hate He doesn't believe in evil. He is dignified and has a sword, and he has been in the world for decades! Exclamation mark. Damn it, would you be defeated by a mere yellow girl? Exclamation mark. This is impossible. Never 6! Exclamation mark. Feng Yu drew a knife and violently attacked Yuan Li on the stairs! Exclamation mark. Die. He wanted to completely kill this girl! Exclamation mark. End this battle! Exclamation mark. And just when Feng Yao Dao swept through and stabbed Yuan Li with a long sword at Yuan Li in front of the stairs closed his eyes, and suddenly, the white shoes under her feet lightly stepped on that handle on the ground. The broken knife was too flat and was shaken by a force. Yuan Li gently squeezed his jade hand, holding the broken knife too flat. The body flashed up. At this moment, two knives, almost instantly, collided, and went away. In an instant of 0 milliseconds, the two knives collided fiercely! Exclamation mark. Kang dang! Exclamation mark. The long knife of Feng Yao Dao ... relentlessly, and the broken knife held by Yuan Li, hitting each other. The knife in Feng Yao Dao's hand was broken directly. His body didn't have time to react backward. Puff. Yuan Li's broken knife was flat, and it pierced ... and penetrated into his entire right arm. Exclamation mark. Feng Yao Dao let out a miserable cry! Exclamation mark. But his whole person has no time to react and avoid. Puff. His body was severely bombarded by a terrifying distance. Directly, fly out towards the rear. Puff. Feng Yao Dao's body was directly flattened by his broken knife, and he was ruthlessly nailed to the wall. The peace sword pierced his entire arm and back directly, staring at his body against the wall. His entire right lung of the oilcloth has been completely pierced by a severed knife. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Now the updated word count has increased, with 3,000 words per chapter. Chapter 857. Since it's here, why go again? Puff. Feng Yaodao's body was directly flattened by his broken knife, and he was ruthlessly nailed to the wall. The piece sword pierced his entire arm and back directly, staring at his body against the wall. His entire right lung of the oilcloth has been completely pierced by a severed knife. The blood, along his entire right chest, kept surging out! Exclamation mark. In an instant, his whole body was dyed red. Feng Yaodao, the whole person, just like that, was nailed to the wall of the stairs. His body was trembling slightly. The blood in his mouth kept overflowing. His pupils were wide, and the whole person was shocked, horrified. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Myself. Today. That's it. Planted? Question mark. Planted in the hands of a 20-something yellow hair little girl? Question mark. He lowered his head trembling and looked at the scarlet blood on his chest. And the broken knife that stuck in his chest and nailed himself to the wall. At this moment, his whole person trembled, couldn't believe it, trembled. This, how, me? He couldn't believe it at the last second before he died. I will lose. At this time, the entire right chest cavity has been completely penetrated, and the entire right lung has been completely penetrated by Yuan's attack. Completely penetrated the 4 active arteries in his lungs, and Feng Yaodao almost ... without any chance of surviving. Gory blood overflowed crazily, following his body, dripping continuously under the wall. 4 aortic vessels were breached. He has almost no possibility of surviving. It's because of too much blood to die. It was his only end. At this time, Yuan Li finally opened his eyes. She, step by step, slowly walked in front of Feng Yaodao. The pair of beautiful and clear pupils were slowly staring at Feng Yaodao, who was stuck in the wall. Thank you for this battle. Let me understand your sword intent. Yuan Li's voice was calm and magnetic, and said slowly, it's a pity. Your knife has too many flaws. You died by your own sword. Yuan Li's eyes were clear, staring at him, and said lightly, puff ... And, hearing these words, Feng Yaodao was furious with anger. He suddenly spit out another mouthful of blood. Even at the last second before death, he couldn't be peaceful. Being so humiliated by this mere 20-year-old yellow-haired girl. Learned your own knife skills, and said that your knife skills are full of flaws. What the fuck? This is simply, I cut off your 4 aortas and 3 nerve lines. You should have less than 3 seconds left. Can you have a last word? Yuan Li asked calmly, staring at him. You ... Puff. Feng Yaodao's voice trembled, and another mouthful of blood overflowed in his mouth. And against my Go family. Will die without ... buried. Feng Yaodao carried a hideous threat even at the last second before death. It's a pity that he can no longer call out the last word for body. He glared at him, completely ... deadly dead. This, dignified Yuan Xing Group, the general manager of the underground department. Under one person, over thousands of people, the superheroic manager. So, it's dead. Died. Inside this revival university. Died. A weak 20-year-old woman. Yuan Li's hands. Yuan Li just stood there calmly. Mehmet calmly and curiously looked at his corpse for a long time. Go family, she muttered with a magnetic voice. Then, a complex and profound flashed across the corner of her mouth. Anyone who dares to oppose Mr. Chen will die without burial. She stared at Feng Yaodao's body and murmured back. Then, she turned around and walked towards the top of the rooftop. She, step by step, walked to the top of the rooftop. But, at the same time, Kiss Group building, downstairs. At this time, it is already a massacre. A killing of thousands of people, versus the enemy Chen Zhonging, is surging enthusiasm. The whole scene is like a on Earth. the corpse mountain and the sea of blood swept turbulently. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. An angry ghost roared. Devil May Cry dagger, piercing the air quickly. Puff, puff, puff. All around, there was a sea of people crushed by the darkness, and it was impossible to resist. He fell directly to the ground, and the whole ground was stained with blood! Exclamation mark. This is basically a unilateral massacre! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhonging, holding a Devil May Cry dagger, slaughtered these thousands of thugs, blood spattering, killing in all directions. The black cloud pressed the city to destroy it, and the light of the armor opened to the golden scales of the sun. The sound of horns fills the sky with autumn colors, stuffed with Yanzai and night purple. Gold wears golden armor in all battles, and will not return it without breaking Lulan. At the scene, the entrance bureau of Kiss Group building. Thousands of people were almost more than half slaughtered. Thousands of corpses, everywhere, fell to the ground, bloody, and reddened a piece of the ground! Exclamation mark. Just like a piece of on earth. Finally, the remaining hundreds of thugs completely collapsed! Exclamation mark. A group of people, in a huge panic, turned around abruptly, collapsed crazily, trembling and fleeing! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Fundamentally, it was a massacre to give someone a head! Exclamation mark. This man in a suit is simply a demon! Exclamation mark. Hundreds of remaining thugs almost collapsed. A group of people howled miserably, turned around and fled. This scene is trembling. But, Chen Zhonging, how could they let them flee like this? Question mark. With his eyes calm, he slowly took out a cigarette and lit it with his blood-stained hands. Then, his eyes scanned the group of thugs who fled away. He, step by step, stepped on the blood slaughter of corpses all over the ground, and walked forward. Since I'm here, why go again? His voice, muttering to himself, flashed a bloodthirsty arc at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, swish! His body flashed up quickly towards the group of fleeing thugs in front, rushed towards. He, Chen Zhonging, wanted to kill. In this world, no one can escape! Exclamation mark. Puff! When his body, the moment he rushed into the crowd, the blood splattered, like a slice, on earth! Exclamation mark. Devil May Cry swept past. The corpses, in groups, swept across and fell to the ground! Exclamation mark. People flee miserably and struggle, but, basically, can't escape the sword of death. Codename, Death. The person he wants to kill. No one has ever escaped his sword. Puff ... And the two thugs ran away quickly, but it didn't take long for them to escape. A sharp knife pierced their necks directly. The blood spattered madly! Exclamation mark. The scene is unprecedentedly miserable and hideous. Why? Exclamation mark. Puff, puff, puff. The entire scene was swept by a terrifying killing! Exclamation mark. That group of thugs who tried to escape. There was no time to escape. It was too late to struggle for help. The blood was splashing, and the silver light swept under. Their bodies, one after another, fell to the ground. 10 seconds later, Chen Zong slowly retracted the dagger. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the dozens of thugs were all fixed in place, and all of them did not move at all. In the middle of the crowd, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he took a deep breath of the cigarette. Step by step, out of the thugs' crowd, a thug standing in place, he tried to hold a machete, and continued to chase Zhao Yun. However, he found that his entire body was completely out of control. He wanted to use his hands, and as a result, all of his arms suddenly showed tiny blood stains. Kang dang! The machete in his hand fell directly to the ground. Then, puff puff, a spatter of gory blood. The body of the thug was cut and disintegrated. In an instant, he turned into a pool of fragments. At the same time, in all directions the bodies of hundreds of thugs, altogether. A series of hideous bloodstains appeared. The bloodstains continued to spread. The group of thugs were horrified to find that their bodies, like Tetris, were falling piece by piece, and their bodies were disintegrating and splitting because Chen Zhongying's knife technique was too fast. Soon, the blade has pierced through their bodies, skins, and internal organs. But they still didn't feel any pain. The marksmanship was too fast, and when the wounds were too early to surface, he had ended the killing. Puff puff. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the hundreds of thugs collapsed in an instant, disintegrating to the ground. Scarlet stained the entire ground. Please, monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Thank you brothers who sent me monthly tickets these days! Exclamation mark. I love you all. Chapter 858 Number 1. Puff puff. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of those hundreds of thugs collapsed in an instant, disintegrating to the ground. Scarlet stained the entire ground. Chen Zong, standing among the corpses all over the floor. He slowly took out a cigarette. Ignite. Take a deep breath. Those hands. The moment when he held the cigarette, the whole cigarette was stained with scarlet blood. His eyes were calm, and he glanced at the corpses all over the floor. Then, he withdrew his gaze in disdain. Stepping on the corpses all over the ground, step by step, walking towards the Kus mansion. At this time, the entire group building was covered with corpses. Just now, none of the 2,400 killers present were pulled down. Chi was killed and beheaded. No one fled. 2,400 corpses all fell to the ground. Just like a piece of on earth. He stepped on the corpses all over the ground in this way, step by step, and walked to the door of the building. At this time, at the entrance of the building, the group of Kus bodyguards and security guards were also killed and injured countless. Chen Zong held a dangling gesture and glanced at them lightly. Then, to the security captain, Xi Ming said, count the number of people. 2,400. Are there any fewer? Chen Zong muttered with a cigarette in his mouth. Then, he turns you around and walks towards the Kus mansion. The attack just now completely interrupted his interest in reading. Really irritable. At this time, he continued to walk back into the building with a cigarette in his mouth, and took the elevator upstairs. Continue to go back to the office. Read novels, codename Shura went. But, at the same time, Shanghai City, the city compound. In the second office, Vice President Yu Quanping, with a shocking look on the front, looked at the scene in disbelief. That scene on the tablet! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. In the screen. Through the drone's live playback, Abel, clearly see the miserable scene on the scene. Downstairs of the Kus building group, that more than 2,000 people sent out. Chi was killed and clean! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Is it really him? Exclamation mark. Is it human? Exclamation mark. Yu Quanping's complexion was shocking like never before. I can't believe it. He has been engaged in decades of career in Shanghai and high business circles. I have also seen a lot of gangsters, guards and Zonghai bodyguards. However, no matter how powerful the group of bodyguards are, they are only mortals. At this moment, Chen Zongying of the Ku group. Is this still a human? Exclamation mark. One person kills ... thousands of people alone! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? If not, see it with your own eyes. Yu Quanping didn't believe it at all. In this world, there will be such a terrifying person. The root is not human, but the devil! Exclamation mark. Yu Quanping's color is unprecedentedly cold and complicated. He took a deep breath. Today, this matter must never be good. Originally, he thought this Chen Zongying was terrifying. At this time, he felt that this Chen Zong must never stay. This kind of horror, if so, stay in Jiangnan. It will be an unprecedented disaster. Yu Quanping's expression was stern. He suddenly picked up the red dedicated line phone on the desk. Suddenly, a call was made. Connect me. Shanghai City. Public Security Building. A few seconds later, The call was connected to the largest public security department in Shanghai and Shanghai XP Room building in Shanghai. Yu Quanping's face was stern, facing the phone, solemnly exhorted, "Immediately send me all the force." At the gate of the Ku Group, a huge murder case happened. Arrest a man named Chen Zongying. With that, Yu Quanping issued this order. Almost, in an instant, all the security forces in the entire Jiangnan city were surging! One by one, the superiors took orders and passed them down! An unprecedented large-scale action, a super-large arrest, is about to be carried out! At this moment, Yu Quanping had no other countermeasures. There is only one strategy. Start the patrol building, armed personnel. Forcibly, arrest that Chen Zongying. If that Chen Zong dared to resist, that is justified. Resisting illegality. That is to fight against the whole Jiangnan. When Ji is all the time, he has completely into a dead end. At that time, he could directly mobilize the Jiangnan Wu League. Go on, no difference, hunt down the whole city! There is no way for this Chen Zong to survive! Today, no matter what, he will spin this ire and completely eradicate! However, after Quanping gave an order, Shanghai City, inside another city building, top floor office. In the number 1 office, this Jiangnan, the biggest person, the president of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Che Zijian. At this moment, I was sitting in the office with deep eyes and a cigar in his mouth. On the computer at his desk, a pair of military chess is slowly playing. As a top-notch existence in this region of Jiangnan, on weekdays, besides office work, his only hobby is to play chess. In military chess, it seems that he can use his tactics to the extreme and Ling Lai to the full. More than 50 years old, as a character-level figure in the south of the Yangtze River, he almost never rodes in public. Loke to an unprecedented level. Except for some necessary news interviews, his name will never appear in Jiangnan. He is too Loke. To the Loke, the entire city did not expect his existence. His existence seems to be a decoration. All things large and small in Jiangnan, he superficially handed over to Vice President number 2 to be handled by Yu Quanping. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, it seems the second person, Yu Quanping, has more appearances. And the boss of Che Zijian hadn't shown up at all. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door outside the office. Boom boom boom. In front of the computer screen, Che Zijian, who was playing chess, slowly raised his head. "Coming." He spit out a word. The door of the office was pushed open. A male secretary in uniform, with a solemn expression, walked into the office quickly. As the biggest figure in Jiangnan, next to Che Zijian, almost never equipped with female personnel, the personal secretaries, assistants, and a series of duties are replaced by men. This avoids many unnecessary disputes. In order to be low and restrained, this Che Zijian has almost made life low and simple to the extreme. At this time, the male secretary looked solemn and respectful, walked into the office, bowed his body respectfully and saluted. "Chairman Che, Jiangnan, something went wrong." The male secretary Mian Seningzong, with a solemn expression, reported cautiously. "What's the matter? Let's talk about it." Che Zijian looked calm and deep, still holding the mouse, playing chess in front of the computer. It seemed that he was not moved by the secretary's anxious expression. The male secretary looked Ning Hongzhong, and said cautiously, "Go Xing'ai. Send more than 3,000 people to go to the Ku Group to adjust the tiger away from the mountain, and encircle Chen Zongying." Now, the 2,000 people were all killed by Chen Zong's attack. Yu Quanping, in order to retaliate, mobilized the police patrol building in the city. Ordered people to arrest Chen Zongying. The male secretary looked very solemn, and reported. When, hear this sentence. Chasejian's complexion finally condensed slightly. He slowly stopped the mouse in his hand. With a deep complexion, he lit a cigar. Interesting. He smiled, deeply and inexplicably. Chairman Che, what do we ... What do we do? The male secretary asked slowly, with a calm expression. How do you think it should be handled? Chasejian asked rhetorically after spitting out a cigar ring. The male secretary's complexion condensed slightly, and he hesitated. Then Yu Quanping, it has not been a day or two to confront you. In these years, he is not coveting your position all the time. With subordinates, take this opportunity. It's better to use you in order to let the patrol building take back the order, stand on the spot, and not be allowed to dispatch. The enemy of Yu Quanping, for us, is just ... a knife. A knife that hurt Quanping badly. The male secretary looked respectful and replied slowly. Hearing the answer from the male secretary, Chasejian's complexion was dark, and he let out a smoke ring faintly. Then, just do what you say. He almost decentralized a lot of power to his subordinates. Many decisions do not need to be ordered by yourself. His subordinates can help him make decisions. Chasejian, he prefers to be loc. Isn't this better? Yes. The male secretary nodded respectfully, and stepped back. Regarding the readership, everyone has been kicked out recently. Let me explain. There are a total of 12 reader groups under the codename Shura, and I have transferred them all to the reader administrator. It is possible that the administrator has made a false kick and apologizes to everyone. In addition, I don't have a reader group anymore. If you want to add a group, you can add it. If you don't like to join the group, just continue to follow the book. After some time, I will get a Weibo or public account, where you can follow me. In addition, continue to ask for monthly pass. Chapter 859 Mysterious Call. 10 minutes later, a harsh police siren swept across the long street. At the gate of the KISS group, surrounded by a large group of vehicles in the patrol house, the atmosphere is unprecedentedly solemn and turbulent. Wow! A large group of members of the patrol room got out of the car. When they saw the situation at the door of the Kuklan group, the expressions of all the members of the patrol room changed suddenly. Exclamation mark. This. Looking around. The corpses all over the ground. The whole ground was stained with blood. The corpse was piled up like hemp, and the sea of blood was like a monstrous sky. Pieces of corpses in suits and uniforms fell to the ground with hundreds of corpses piled up like a mountain. This is simply on Earth. Let's go. Hundreds of members of the patrol room suddenly pulled out their guns from the midfielder. The complexions of all the members of the patrol room are more dignified and embarrassing than ever. This ... and is simply a tragic massacre. Thousands of people died at the scene. 10 minutes ago, they received a call from Vice President Yu in the CS building and got accurate news. At the gate of the KISS building, the tragic massacre of the century took place. Therefore, the patrol room urgently mobilized the patrol convoys of various branches in the south of the Yangtze River, and came crazy! Exclamation mark. At this time, the patrol headquarters fleet arrived at the scene. Block the building. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The boss of the patrol room looked stern and screamed. Also, dispatch ... Special Operations Team immediately. Support upon request. The boss made a prompt decision and gave instructions. Exclamation mark. With the command of the boss, almost instantly, the entire gate of KISS building was sealed off. Exclamation mark. Hundreds of armed patrol officers, armed with firearms, blocked the entrance and exit of the entire building. Exclamation mark. Hundreds of patrol cars, sirens blaring. The scene of the crime, within 1 kilometer, was all urgently blocked. No one can enter or leave. All members of the patrol room are on standby. Did not break through the blockade first and rushed into the building. Instead, the entrance is blocked so that people cannot enter and exit. They are waiting for additional staff, waiting for the support of the Special Operations Team. The threat factor of these characters can cause such horrible casualties at the scene, too, regardless of whether the other party has a helper. Now, For the first time, the patrol room needs more staff. At this time, the office on the 19th floor of the KISS building. Chen Zhongying was sitting quietly on the chair, flipping through the books. Halfway through the Tao Te Ching in my hand. Tao can be Tao, very Tao. Name can be famous, very famous. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Famous, the mother of all things. Therefore, there is often no desire to observe the beauty, and there is often desire to observe the behavior. Morality is all things, and morals are all things. To him, it seems ... Only in the scriptures can one find a moment of tranquility. At this moment, his indifferent appearance was not like an executioner who killed countless lives. Who can believe that the executioner will look so refined as him? At this time, the violent and harsh sound of the police siren downstairs seemed to have been completely ignored by him. He just sat quietly and indifferently, flipping through the books. However, at this moment, suddenly the door of the office opened. Ku Yi had a complex and anxious face, standing at the door. Mr. Chen ... Downstairs ... Downstairs was blocked by the patrol brigade. Go. I sent a private helicopter over ... 5 minutes later ... The helicopter arrived on the rooftop apron. I will let the helicopter you away first. At this time, the members of the patrol room downstairs made Ku Yi's mind complex and anxious. She didn't want Chen Zong to have an accident, so she dispatched a helicopter team urgently. I hope that Mr. Chen can escape the scene as soon as possible. As for the matter here, she came to deal with it at the back of the palace, although at this time, she herself doesn't know whether she has the ability to settle. But in any case, Mr. Chen can't have an accident. This man is to protect himself, to protect the innocent employees of the group. Just killed so many people. If Mr. Chen does not kill them, then they will attack and kill innocent colleagues and employees of the group. This is a moral issue that cannot be chosen at all. No matter how you choose, you can only die. But, facing the anxious state of Ku Yi people, Chen Zhongying, however, was calm and relaxed, sitting in a chair indifferently, as if he was out of the picture. He, with a cigarette in his mouth, flipped through the contents of the Tao Te Ching, murmured 2 words, punching room. Let them come up. His answer was simple and neat, and it seemed that he didn't pay attention to the group of fully armed patrol room members downstairs. Ku Yiren. Hearing Mr. Chen's answer, Ku Yi was a little anxious and inexplicable, and the whole person was a little confused. Mr. Chen, they are fully armed. They are here to catch you. If you conflict with them, I'm afraid. Ku Yi's mind is complicated and extremely worried. If there is a head-on conflict with the patrol room, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Thousands of thugs going downstairs. If it's a legitimate defense, then ... kill the people in the patrol room ... But ... knowing the law breaks the law. Faced with Ku Yi's anxiety, Chen Zong ignored it. Instead, he continued to bow his head and flip through the Tao Te Ching in his hand. Evacuate. He never had this word in Chen Zhongying's dictionary. He never withdraws. At this time, he was calm and without any mood swings. What can be no better than reading? Only when he is reading can he calm down. However, just as the Ku Yiren kept anxiously persuading him to try to get Mr. Chen to evacuate, suddenly, there was another loud sirens downstairs. Hundreds of black armored special operations vehicles hurriedly rushing towards the scene of the KISS building. Jiangnan Armed Forces, Special Operations Organizations, rushed to the scene. The atmosphere of the whole scene is unprecedentedly solemn. Wow! A large group of fighters in special combat uniforms rushed out of the car. With guns and live ammunition, the army arrived! Exclamation mark. When I saw this sea of blood on the scene, Rao is this group of the members of the special forces who have seen the world. Their complexions have also changed suddenly, shocked and unbelievable. This! Exclamation mark. What happened at the scene? The tragic scene? Question mark. Can it cause such a large-scale tragic death and injury scene? Exclamation mark. Countless special forces, a lot of armed assault rifles, exuding unprecedented coldness. The bullets are loaded, the guns are warmed up. The leader immediately formulated and broke through the roundup plan. An unprecedented surge of arrests is about to begin. Seeing, a super arrest operation is about to begin. Tingling bell. And, at this moment, the cell phone bell of the patrol room boss suddenly rang. The boss of the patrol room condensed this critical mission action moment. His personal mobile phone has already turned on the silent and do not disturb mode. If it is not an emergency call, it is impossible to call in. But, at this moment. Who is this call? Exclamation mark. The boss's complexion condensed, and he took out his phone and took a look! Exclamation mark. Hat. When seeing this call a number, the look of the boss in the patrol room suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. Chapter 860 Fenian, who is older? Exclamation mark. The boss's complexion condensed, and he took out his phone and took a look! Exclamation mark. Hat. When seeing this call a number, the look of the boss in the patrol room suddenly changed! This! Exclamation mark. On the phone screen, the caller ID, 021000001. When I saw the name of the caller, the expression of the boss in the patrol room was suddenly solemn. This! Exclamation mark. The tail number, is 1. Jiangnan, the tallest building is calling! Exclamation mark. Boss looked solemn, and immediately answered the call. Jiangnan Patrol Building, Dingzhou, I have seen Chairman Cha. The boss of the patrol house looked solemn and saluted the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, there was a calm voice, the chairman is not here, I am Jinping. When, hearing this sentence, the boss's complexion was slightly taken aback. This is Chairman Cha's personal assistant secretary, Secretary Kim. He immediately changed his words. Dingzhou, I have seen Secretary Jin. At this moment, when the mission is important, the secretary of the number 1 Jiangnan man suddenly called. What's the matter? On the other side of the phone, the Secretary Jin looked deep and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. The president asked me to convey your words to Boss Ding. The case of the coup clique this time is not under the jurisdiction of your patrol building. So, withdraw the team and retreat. Assistant Ding said in a calm and deep voice during the call. Hearing these words, the expression of the boss in the patrol building was stunned. This, what does this mean? Question mark. This. The second person, Vice President Yu, just gave the arrest order half an hour ago. But at this time, President 1 suddenly called again, saying that the arrest was cancelled? Question mark. Not under the control of their patrol building? Question mark. This, Secretary Ding. But this. The order just given by Vice Chairman Yu. Ding's use complexion was complex, and some didn't know what to do. Both of them are top figures in Jiangnan. One positive, one bare. He really, no one can offend anyone, nor dare to offend him. Vice President Yu and President Che, who is older? At this moment, Secretary Ding asked slowly on the other side of the phone with a deep complexion. When, hearing these words. The patrol boss Dingzi looked complicated. This. He pondered for a long time, and finally took a deep breath. I understand. Immediately close the team. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Ding answered indifferently, and then hung up. Dingzhou stood on the spot full of corpses, looked around at the surroundings, the fully armed members, and then he took a deep breath. Everyone, take the team. Following Dingzhou's drink, all the members of the patrol and special forces on the scene looked in a daze, looking at him in complex astonishment. Receiving the team? Question mark. This? Question mark. What's the situation? Question mark. This. Such a serious murder at the scene. The case has not yet been thoroughly investigated. The murderer has not yet been arrested. Is it about to withdraw from the team? Question mark. Didn't you hear? Close the team. Dingzhou's complexion condensed when everyone was stunned, and he shouted again. This time, all the Special Forces team members reacted with complex expressions. A large group of members with guns and live ammunition, in the end, had to be forced to close the team. A group of members got on the car with complex expressions. One after another patrol house vehicles, one after another special warfare armored vehicles, drove away. The whole scene, the atmosphere is inexplicable. However, the K Group building, upstairs, when, seeing below the scene, suddenly driving away. All the employees of the K Group are stunned? This. What happened? Kuyaran's pretty face was stupefied and sluggish, looking stupidly at the scene downstairs. The patrol room suddenly retreated? And just after the members of the patrol room and the special forces members were evacuated, a Mercedes-Benz S600 car came slowly, and a jerky sudden brake stopped at the door of the K Group. This Mercedes-Benz car is exactly the vehicle of the K Group's bodyguard. Originally, the bodyguard of the Mercedes-Benz was stationed at Fuxing University to protect the second lady under Gushwang. However, because Feng Yaodao suddenly appeared an hour ago, the group of bodyguards who were seeking truth almost had no time to escape. They suffered a misfortune. At this time, Yuan Li drove the Mercedes-Benz and drove jerky all the way to the downstairs of the K Group. This was her first time driving. She hadn't had a driver's license yet, and she was almost cautious all the way before drove the car to the K Group building. The passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz car was sitting in the chair at this time under the autumn frost, and his pretty face was pale. The whole person was too frightened and couldn't calm his mind for a long time. At that moment, she almost thought that she was going to die on the roof of the school. In the end, Yuan Li came forward and rescued her. Take her out of school. At this time, Yuan Li took her to the K Group. It's safe now. Get out of the car, Yuan Li said to the co-pilot Kushwang Xie while sitting in the car. Kushwang's pretty face was complicated, and he hesitated for a long time before finally shuddering open the Mercedes-Benz door. Get out of the car carefully. When she saw the corpses all over the floor, she was almost stunned, and her legs were almost frightened. Simply quick. A large group of bodyguards rushed out of the building and carefully supported her. Then, a group of bodyguards escorted Kushwang into the building. However, Yuan Li got out of the car. She still had a stab wound on her shoulder. She just step by step, lonely, left the K family building. Protect under autumn frost. Today her task is completed. She should have left. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Yuanxing Group building. Chairman Goxingalai was standing in front of the floor-tossling windows, his eyes dignified and deep, and he kept dialing the phone number of Feng Yaodao. However, Feng Yaodao's phone call, but always unable to get through. No one answered. This! Let go. Xinglai's heart flash with a bad premonition! Feng has a knife to do things, according to reason, absolutely reliable. But why? At this moment, his phone will not be able to get through? It has been an hour since he went out on a mission. This, why there is no reply. According to Lao Feng's method, it should have been a long time ago to kidnap the under Gushwang. But why? Nothing and no reply? Goxingalai looked solemn and restless. Come on, prepare a car, organize a team and go to Fuxing University immediately. After half an hour, hundreds of black Alpha commercial vehicles screamed and sprinted into Fuxing University. Wow! The door of the commercial vehicle was pushed open, and a crowd of black thugs rushed out! Surrounded by countless people, Goxingalai stepped out of the car with a straight suit and a solemn expression. However, his face was stern, and he walked quickly towards the Yinayu music teaching building of Fuxing University. But, when he just stepped into the stairs of the teaching building, his pupils suddenly condensed! He sniffed. A strong smell of blood! Wow! Countless bodyguards all around, all guarded together, their faces were extremely solemn. Goxinglai's face was stern, and he walked quickly toward the top of the stairs. When he came to the stairs on the second floor, His pupils shrinked violently. What did he see? Exclamation mark. Chapter 861 Millet Night. But when he just stepped into the stairs of the teaching building, his pupils suddenly condensed. Exclamation mark. He sniffed. A strong smell of blood. Exclamation mark. Wow! Countless bodyguards all around, all guarded together. Their faces were extremely solemn. Goksingli's face was stern, and he walked quickly toward the top of the stairs. When he came to the stairs on the second floor, his pupils shrinked violently. What did he see? Exclamation mark. Stairs, looking around full, corpses in one place. A skeletal corpse, everywhere. Piled up the entire staircase. The bones are piled up like a mountain. The blood overflowed the entire ground. Because of the long time, the entire ground was scabbed with thick blood, like a sea of dark red blood. On the stairs, bones are like mountains. It's like on earth. Goksingli's gaze followed the corpses all over the floor. Slowly raised his head. When he saw the corpse that was nailed to the wall of the stairs, boom and exclamation mark. His body trembled suddenly. Exclamation mark. There is a knife. Goksingli was completely out of control and dashed. He no longer cared about his emotions, stepped on corpses all over the floor and rushed towards the wall of the stairs. Behind him, the black and heavy bodyguards who followed up. When they saw this scene they also trembled, shocked can't believe it. Exclamation mark. This, exclamation mark. This is Feng Manager Feng's body? Question mark. The all-powerful hero, Manager Feng that's it dead? Question mark. Looking at that the corpse nailed to the wall the expressions of everyone they were wide-eyed, shocked, can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Goksingli looked grim, and rushed to the wall, looking at the corpse in front of him. That was nailed to the wall. Goksingli was trembling all over. Anger, ferocious, dashed. He clenched his fists and burst out an angry sea of murder! Exclamation mark. Feng Yaodao, friendship with him for 30 years! Exclamation mark. 30 years ago, the 18-year-old two met for the first time in the turmoil of Shanghai Beach. That year, the two hit it off and became partners. One masters the White Road, and the other masters the underworld. With their extraordinary courage and brains, the two continued to expand and spread. Finally, the Far-Star Group was established. In the past 3 decades, Goksingli and Feng Yaodao are on the surface of the relationship between the boss and subordinates. However, the true friendship between the two is a dead brother. 30 years of hard work. How many lives and deaths the two have experienced. Now, has Far-Star Group expanded to such a huge business empire? Yes, today. His dead brother. Feng Yaodao, dead. Over the years, his right-hand man, whom he relied on, died. That's it. Being nailed to on the wall of the stairs of Fuxing University. The whole wall was stained red with blood, just like his expression when he was dying, hideous. Can't believe it. Even if Feng Yaodao died, he still opened his eyes, staring straight ahead. Goksingli's eyes were complex and trembling. He slowly stretched out his hand and lightly touched Feng Yaodao's eyes. Let the corpse close its eyes. His voice was ferocious and indifferent, and slowly stepped forward, personally. He hugged Feng Yaodao's corpse from the wall. You have a knife, don't worry. Your hatred, leave it to me. Kiss Group, Chen Zongying. None of them can run away. Night, rendering Jiangnan. Stars embellish. Night falls. The living room of Thomson Yipin Mansion. Yuan Li was taking off his clothes and cautiously dealing with the wound on his shoulder. Her shoulder was chopped by the enemy's knife in today's battle. The stab wound had penetrated into her shoulder blade joints, and at this time, The pain was unbearable. One person fights hundreds of people alone. No matter how fast she was, it was only the first mass battle to kill. How many floors are left, and therefore injured? Her first group fight was also the first time she was seriously injured. The blood in the wound, although it has scabs, cannot heal. The wound was too deep, and there were constant bursts of pain inside. Yuanli's pretty face was already a little pale. She dared not go to the hospital. Mr. Chen said that killers cannot go to the hospital. She always keeps this sentence in her heart. At this time, she only hated that she was not masterful enough in Mr. Chen's hands. She used gauze and kept wiping, covering the wound on her shoulder. The beautiful eyes are already full of mist, which is caused by the strong enduring pain. Ding dong. At this moment, suddenly, outside the door of the living room, there was a doorbell. Suddenly, Yuanli's pretty face was slightly taken aback. She trembling slightly, got up, walked to the door of the living room, opened the viewer screen on the wall, and took a look. I saw a familiar figure in a black suit standing outside the door. Not Mr. Chen, who else? Yuanli's pretty face was taken aback, and her mood was complicated. Opened the door. Mr. Chen. Why are you here? Yuanli put on his coat and covered his wound. Don't let Mr. Chen find out that she was injured. With a cigarette in his mouth and cold eyes, Chen Zong walked slowly into the door of the mansion. If you don't come again, you've lost too much blood and died. What I lost is the face of Chen Zonging. His voice was calm and indifferent, and he said slowly. At the same time, he walked into the mansion villa step by step. When he heard Mr. Chen's words, Yuanli's pretty face was taken aback. She tried to hide. I'm fine. Chen Zonging turned around, pulled out the collar of her coat, and pulled it straight away. On the whole incense shoulder, a piece of scarlet is already permeating. The wound is obviously already filled. Yuanli's pretty face was a little pale, and he bowed his head inexplicably. Sir, I'm sorry. I am not good at learning. Injury is a humiliation for any killer. Chen Zong did not answer, but took her hand and led her directly to the sofa in the living room. Let her sit down. Then he began to treat the wound for her. Originally, Chen Zong did not know the news of Yuanli's injury. If not, Yuanli uses her mobile phone by herself, searching on Baidu, how to clean up knife wounds, and other information. Chen Zong might still be kept in the dark. It's just that the girl Yuanli doesn't know. Since the moment Chen Zong taught her how to do swordsmanship, her mobile phone IP has been bound by Chen Zong. In order to prevent the girl from leaking secrets, Chen Zonging actually chose the second line of defense. While teaching her knife skills, Chen Zonging was also setting up a line of defense for detonating landmines. Almost any phone calls from this girl can be monitored at any time, as well as her private information secrets. If Yuanli once leaked the secret, once he crossed the boundary, he touched the detonation line. Then Chen Zong would not hesitate to execute the beheading task directly. But tonight, by coincidence, I came across Yuanli's search on Baidu. How to treat wounds. So after Chen Zong heard about it, he came here as soon as possible. He let Yuanli sit down, and then without any hesitation, he tore Yuanli's jacket and the close-fitting shirt inside. Yuanli's snow-white skin slowly appeared in front of him, and his chest. The snow-white plumpness, gently wrapped in a black lace strap. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 862. Heartbreaking. He let Yuanli sit down, and then without any hesitation, he tore Yuanli's jacket and the close-fitting shirt inside. Yuanli's snow-white skin slowly appeared in front of him, and his chest. The snow-white plumpness, gently wrapped in a black lace strap. Chen Zonging looked cold, but he didn't have the slightest mood swings about the Yanfu scenery in front of him. He is here tonight, not for lust, but to save people. The of death almost never saves people. However, in front of the girl Yuanli, he is constantly breaking his bottom line. He directly untied the gauze wrapped around Yuan Lixiang's shoulders. When he saw the wound on his shoulder, Chen Zong's complexion condensed slightly. The stab wound has penetrated the entire shoulder. Almost only a dime can cut off her nerves and blood vessels. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, looking at the wound on her shoulder. If he doesn't come tonight, Yuanli's shoulder, and even the entire left hand, will be scrapped. There is no anesthetic. Bear it, and clean your wound. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent. He glanced at her and exhorted. Yuan Liqiao's face was pale. She bit her silver teeth and nodded lightly. There is no anesthetic in the first aid box at home. When Chen Zong came here, he didn't bring anesthetics either. Because, no need. An introductory course for a killer is more than just a need. A killer still need to learn to help yourself, including the tolerance for pain. If it hurts, bear it. Feel every frequency that the pain strikes. Feel its effects. Try to accept it, endure it, and become one with it. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and said slowly, killer, need pain. Pain is a double-edged sword for killers. Every painful touch of the body is the killer's feedback to the crisis. Therefore, the killer needs pain feedback. On the other hand, the killer needs to endure pain, need to adapt to that hideous pain, because, in the days to come, the severe pain will accompany it for a lifetime. Every mission, every injury, may cause severe pain. In all kinds of complex assassination mission environments, where can anesthetics help you relieve pain? In those complicated and harsh environments, the killer not only needs to endure severe pain, but also needs to keep a clear head at all times. Keep your mind clear at any time and let yourself seek a way of escape. So, this is what every killer needs to experience. Chen Zong handed his mobile phone to her. On the mobile phone, a complicated equation maze and calculation software have been opened. During the treatment of the wound, step out of this equation maze. Chen Zonging said in a calm and indifferent voice. Yuanli's pretty face endured the severe pain. She was taken aback for a moment, did not ask more, but nodded, and took the phone. Severe pain will affect your mind and numb your actions. Changes, including brain thinking. Learn to keep a clear mind in the midst of severe pain. In 10 minutes, come out of this maze. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent, and the instructions were over. Then, he started, picked up the medical scalpel in the first aid kit, and began slowly cleaning the wound on Yuanli's shoulder. The wound has been filled. He used high concentration medical alcohol to slowly clean the bloodstains from the wound for disinfection. The moment the medical alcohol came into contact with the wound, a sharp pain that felt like being burned by a raging fire hit the entire wound. Yuanli's pretty face turned pale instantly. That is the sharp pain of the skin being burned. Drops of fragrant sweat permeated her forehead, and she resisted. Gritting her silver teeth, she picked up the phone with a trembling, and began to calculate the equation maze. The severe pain continued to invade the body, making her almost faint. But she, biting her silver teeth, made herself abrupt, keeping a clear head. Her brain thinking, at this time, endure pain of violent devastation. But she forcibly resisted to make herself sober. Keep thinking and deal with the publicity of complex equations. Chen Zonging cleaned the wound with alcohol and disinfected it. Then, using tweezers, she slowly opened the skin of her wound. Severe pain, heart-piercing. Yuan Liqiao's face was pale, and she was sweating in pain. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, and the area on her chest was full, and under the severe pain, the fragrance of sweat continued to penetrate. The snow-white skin was full and trembling lightly. But Chen Zonging did not still look indifferent and did not have the slightest pity for Xiangxu. He continued to deeply deal with this girl's wound. In the depths of Yuanli's shoulder wound 3, several pieces of broken metal blade fragments are still remaining in the wound. The fight during the day was too tragic. As the enemy slashed down, some debris was left in Yuanli's shoulder wound. Fortunately, Chen Zonging arrived at this time. Otherwise, if these fragments are not taken out in time, I am afraid life will be endangered. Chen Zong used tweezers one by one to take out the metal fragments from the wound one by one. Then, clean the wound with alcohol. During the whole process, Yuan Li clenched his silver teeth and made a bluff, but he didn't make a sound. She tremblingly held the phone, and within 5 minutes, she put the phone on the phone and the complicated equation maze, to clear the customs. And, in different ways, pass the customs twice. 10 minutes later, Chen Zong finally cleaned her wound. Use medical needles and thread to slowly sew up her wounds. Then, bandage the wound on the shoulder. At this time, Yuan Li's whole body was already pale, and his whole body was permeated with perfume. Have experienced the severe pain erosion of the wound. That kind of severe pain. Who can bear it? She is just a girl in her early 20s. Facing this kind of heart-piercing pain, the ordinary girl might have fainted long ago. However, she did not hesitate. The wound has been treated. Don't touch the water these days. Chen Zonging said calmly and indifferently. Has the maze been calculated? Yuan Li nodded, and handed the mobile phone in front of him. Chen Zong glanced at it. That complicated equation maze has been cleared twice. Chen Zonging was a little surprised. This girl is breaking his expectations time and time again. Her keenness for killers, the sharpness of her mind under the severe pain, has reached a terrible point. She is really a born assassin. Take a good rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to buy a car. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and said slowly. He put on his suit jacket and said he was leaving. Buy a car? Yuan Li's pretty face was stunned. She looked up blankly and looked at him. A killer needs a car enough to escape. Tomorrow, I will take you there. After speaking, Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent, and he turned and left. Only Yuan Li is left, sitting there sluggishly. Thank you for your support. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 863. Yuan Li, you have to take the initiative. The next day, for the entire Jiangnan, this day is destined to a day of turmoil and shock. Last night, the general manager of Yuanxing Group. Feng Yaodao suddenly died suddenly. This news almost swept across the entire Jiangnan. For a time, the whole Jiangnan city was full of wind. Everyone was shocked by the news. Feng Yaodao, the real second-in-command of Yuanxing Group, known as the hero of the underground head of the group. Back then, the existence that swept the battlefield with Goxing just like that. Dead? This result was unexpected to everyone. Almost the entire business community was shocked. In the morning, 10 o'clock. Kios Group Building, 99th floor, office of the Chief Security Officer. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, sitting in front of the chair, flipping through the books, and slowly smoking the cigarette ring. In the morning, after escorting Ku Yiren to the group, he sat in the office and flipped through the books. Regarding all other things outside of the body, he totally ignored them. However, just as he was flipping through the books, he suddenly ... What did he remember? Chen Zong took out his mobile phone, smoking a cigarette, and dialed a call to Yuan Li. Where? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Zonging asked indifferently in his voice, returning 2 words. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Li was taken aback for a moment, and he hesitated. I'm at school. In class. Yesterday, her wound had just been stitched. But she did not rest at all. The next day, she went directly to school to continue class. 20 minutes later, at the school gate, Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent. He slowly uttered a few words, and then hung up the phone. Closing the book, he got up and walked out of the office. Ku Yiren is working in the office next door at this time. The security of the entire building is temporarily controlled by the bodyguards. And the girl under Ku Shuang, after the assassination yesterday, has not dared to go to school these days. Has stayed at home all the time. Chen Zongzong walked straight out of the office with a cigarette in his mouth. Take the elevator down to the floor, and then get into a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. The Mercedes-Benz started and drove away. 20 minutes later, The black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped at the gate of Fuxing University. At the school gate, Yuan Li's beautiful figure was waiting to stand there. Jeans, tights, and long black hair shawl, youthful breath, suffocating. There is no makeup on the face, but the heart is still delicate and beautiful. This is a beautiful girl. Crunch. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 braked suddenly and stopped in front of Yuan Li. With the window down, Chen Zhongying sat in the cab and greeted Yuan Li outside the car door. "Get in the car." His voice was still cold, with only 2 words. "Cherish the word daughter." Yuan Li was taken aback for a moment, and nodded very obediently. Pulling the car door, got into the Mercedes-Benz co-pilot. Before, she was evasive. But now, she doesn't seem to be shy at all, and she doesn't care about the school gate. So many students see it. Even if the students speculate about her being fostered. So what? Correct. She was indeed taken care of. She was taken care of by Mr. Chen, she willingly. Even, there is no need to cover up in school. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz co-pilot, Yuan Li felt more at ease at this moment than ever. There is no need to cover up, Mr. Chen. In her heart, she is her master and even her man. She doesn't need to cover up. She stretched out her hand strenuously, trying to pull the seat belt of the co-pilot, but due to the stab wound on her shoulder was involved. It became difficult for her to even move. Helpless, Chen Zong leaned forward coldly, pulled out the seat belt for her, and fastened it for her. At this moment, the distance between the two is very close. The two face each other, and their side faces are almost only 1 centimeter apart. Yuan Li could clearly feel Mr. Chen's hot and heavy breathing, and the faint smell of tobacco on his body. Yuan Li's heartbeat speeded up a bit, like a little deer crashing boom boom boom. She was disturbed, and at this moment, she was a little inexplicable. "Yuan Li, you have to take the initiative." Such a thought suddenly flashed in her heart. Then, she took a deep breath, and suddenly she touched Chen Zong's cheek with her wet red lips. "Take a bite, sweet kiss. The world seems to be quiet." At that moment, Chen Zong was stunned. Yuan Li's heartbeat was like a small deer bumping, almost flushed, because the window glass of Mercedes-Benz cars is transparent. So, at this time, the car door. This ambiguous scene. They were all taken out of the car window. The students at the school gate saw all of them. "My God, Yuan Li kissed that man in a suit." "That man. And is that the one who kept her?" Almost instantly, the door of the school was already exploding. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zhonggong glanced at Yuan Li with indifferent eyes. Yuan Li hurriedly lowered his head. His pretty face flushed, like a little girl who did something wrong. Chen Zhongying didn't say much, but his eyes were extremely cold. He sat back in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and drove Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, galloping away. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan stopped in front of a store in the center of the Bund in Shanghai. Chen Zong took Yuan Li out of the car. Yuan Li looked up in surprise and glanced at the shop. Ducati City Showroom. Is it a heavy motorcycle shop? Exclamation mark. The entire shop, inside the glass showcase, is filled with a super heavy locomotive with a sleek look. "We are here. What are we doing?" Yuan Li asked softly. "Choose one. The next means of transportation." Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, and he uttered a word. Then, in Yuan Li's surprise, he directly pulled Yuan Li into the Ducati locomotive showroom. "But I can't turn on the car," Yuan Li said in a stunned voice and whispered. "Study." Chen Zhongying cherished his daughter, only vomiting one word. "For a killer, the locomotive is the best escape and transportation. The locomotive is light in shape and can travel through the streets of the city with ease. It allows the killer to flee wantonly in the streets of the city, among the crowds and cars. Moreover, it is highly mobile and extremely fast, almost. It is known as a ghost on the ground." Yuan Li, as a new killer, she needs to be familiar with it. the most basic introductory means of transportation. In the future, she will have to master more means of transportation: helicopters, fighter jets, tanks, warships. All kinds of transportation, sea, land and air. All are well understood. Choose one by yourself. Chen Zong took her to the motorcycle exhibition hall and spit out a word indifferently. Yuan Li was taken aback for a moment. She did not refuse either. After getting along with Mr. Chen these days, she couldn't guess Mr. Chen's identity even more. But she knows one thing: Mr. Chen is very rich, and the money is too much to spend. Therefore, in front of Mr. Chen, she does not need to hide any needs. Since Mr. Chen said to buy it for herself, it would be useless if she refused. Yuan Li looked around the track locomotives in the exhibition hall. In the end, his eyes fixed on the body of a flaming red heavy track machine. The whole body, the fiery red body, looks like a red demon. The hideous and exaggerated aerodynamic shape makes everyone who sees it attracted, unable to look away. This is the ultimate speed machine. It's this one, Yuan Li said softly. Chen Zonging was also unambiguous, and immediately greeted the female salesperson in the exhibition hall. This one is ordered. Dear readers, there is now a new event. In the search bar of Migu app, enter Migu Cup. Click on the interface Go Receive to enter. Then scroll down and select the classic web text mail channel interface to vote for my codenamed Shura. Each member can vote for 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, Migu has voting benefits. Everyone who participates in the vote can get a 30-day Supreme member. Thank you all. Chapter 864. Boy, what am I talking to you? Yuan Li looked around the track locomotives in the exhibition hall. In the end, his eyes fixed on the body of a flaming red heavy track machine. The whole body, the fiery red body, looks like a red demon. The hideous and exaggerated aerodynamic shape makes everyone who sees it attracted, unable to look away. This is the ultimate speed machine. It's this one, Yuan Li said softly. Chen Zonging was also unambiguous, and immediately greeted the female salesperson in the exhibition hall. This one is ordered. Sir, you have a really good eye. Two beautiful salesmen in the exhibition hall walked over and smiled excitedly. This is Ducati's latest model, the series top sports car 1299 Panigale S. Track version heavy locomotive. 1285 cc displacement, Super Dugong upgraded sports car, power reaches 205 horsepower, 208 PS, 10500 RPM. Torque 144 Nm, 8750 RPM, wet 6-speed gearbox, dead weight 166.5 kg. Our version is 162 kg. The brake system comes from Brembo's radiation calipers with racing style ABS. The female salesperson started talking to Rory and introduced the performance of the car. Chen Zonging seemed to be a little impatient, and asked directly, the price? This car is a specific version of the S-Class. The whole body is made of carbon fiber. The current price is 470,000 yuan, the saleswoman introduced with a smile. When he heard this price, Yuan Li's pretty face was blank. The whole person was a little confused. This question mark. A locomotive. To sell ... nearly 500,000. The price is simply sky high. But, at the same time, inside the locomotive showroom, on the other side, a group of wealthy second generations who were visiting ... The selection of powerful weapons also heard the introduction of the female salesperson. The eyes of several rich second generations also cast their eyes in the direction of this heavy locomotive. When those rich second generations saw Yuan Li, the eyes of the younger brothers suddenly brightened. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. It's just ... a superb beauty. 100 points. It's 100 points. Perfect score. They are a group of rich second generations, who are tired of playing with all kinds of beautiful girls. High school students college students don't want to play. But, this is the first time to see Yuan Li, pure and beautiful, with a suffocating face that makes people's hearts jump out. Several rich second generations glanced at each other, and suddenly thought of the thoughts in their hearts. Such a beautiful and pure 100-point beauty must not be missed. So, at the moment when Chen Zhongying was about to order the locomotive, not far away, a rich second-generation son who took the lead suddenly shouted, "This car is 470,000. I will increase the price by 400,000, 800,000. I want it." The rich second-generation elder brother smiled and walked toward this side aggressively. When, hearing this sentence, the female salesperson in the Ducati motorcycle showroom was taken aback. This, customers increase prices to rush to buy vehicles? This is the first time I have met. At this time, the son of the collateral ligament had a calm complexion, walked in front of Chen Zhongying, smiled and said, "This brother, I'm sorry, this car I'm interested in it." His attitude was calm and smiling, but the slightest ridicule in it was hard to conceal. He deliberately wanted to embarrass this man in front of Yuan Li. This man wants to buy a motorcycle? Oh, kidding. Then he used double the price and snapped it up directly. Look, who is more rich than whom? This is to make Chen Zhongying ashamed in front of his own woman. Let this man in a suit lose his face. Then, he can take advantage of the trend and go on the offensive of making up sisters. Today, he must get this stunner Yuan Li. However, Chen Zong glanced at him indifferently. 2 million. I bought it, he replied faintly, and he didn't pay attention to money at all. 400,000 and 2 million, in his eyes, are no different from a few cents. However, after hearing Chen Zhongying's offer, the female salesman and Yuan Li were dumbfounded. That rich second-generation son is also a bit embarrassed. What's so special? Have you encountered hard stubble? I pay 3 million, I want this locomotive. The rich second-generation son was also unambiguous, and continued to increase the price. Just kidding, this damn ... How can you lose face if you say everything? However, Chen Zhongying's next sentence made his legs completely soft. 20 million, swipe the card. Chen Zhongying was too lazy to dispute the price, so he spit out a word and took out the bank card. Hearing these words, the rich second generation almost fell to the ground. 2 ... 20 million? The few rich second generation accomplices around are also dumbfounded. Have you met a big local tyrant? The saleswoman is also confused. She took the bank card with a trembling, a little dazed and hesitant. Chen Zhongying gestured and asked her to swipe her card. He was really too lazy to bargain, and he was too lazy to deal with these ants. With a few ants, there is nothing to call. His level of realm has not yet reached this level. 20 million is a mere 2 cents to him. He would not pick it up if it was thrown on the ground. With 20 million, it is worth it to kill a few ants. However, he didn't plan to pay attention to those brothers. Those few ants, but they just want to pester him. The rich second generation named Yu Zefeng. At this moment, his face is already very difficult to look at. Yu Zefeng himself is dignified, and in this Jiangnan, he can be regarded as a rich second-generation son with a face. I have never been so provoked in Jiangnan. This is simply a humiliation to him. Yu Zefeng's face was cold. He directly stepped forward, pointing at Chen Zhongying and said coldly, "Boy ... very kind. Even if I dare to grab what I want, Yu Zefeng shouted in a cold voice. However, Chen Zhong did not respond to him, but treat him as air when he does not exist. However, this angered Yu Zefeng. In his whole life, in this Jiangnan ... no one really dared to ignore him so much. If a person's status is too low, it will result in him being unable to reach the upper-level characters. Yu Zefeng at this time is just like this. He thought that in the circles he knew, he was a big brother. Everyone must respect her. But he didn't know that above this city, there is still a circle ... that he can't reach. That kind of circle is full of top families in Jiangnan. If he had been in contact with that terrible circle, then Yuzefeng at this time would probably not be so dead. It's a pity that he has never touched. Therefore, he didn't know who the man in the suit was. He only knows that this man in a suit makes himself very upset. Today, this matter will never be finished like this. What's more, there was a beauty with 100 points. How could he lose face in front of beautiful women? ! Yuzefeng's expression was cold, and he pointed directly at Chen Zhonging, and stepped forward on the spot. Behind Yuzefeng, the younger brothers also looked bad, and sneered up. Boy, you have to swipe your card. I want to see if you have those 20 million. Don't pretend to be forced to eat shit, Yuzefeng mocked. Behind him, several rich second generation also followed with sarcasm. Indeed, a Ducati locomotive with an original price of 400,000 yuan was auctioned off at a high price of 20 million yuan. Is this special mom a stupid person and a lot of money? Are people stupid and rich? But, as a result ... in the shocked and surprised gazes of those rich second-generation generations, Chen Zong actually really swiped the card to pay 20 million, successfully swiped and deducted. When seeing this scene, Yuzefeng, rich second-generation comrades. At this time, the saleswoman was so excited that she couldn't speak. This, all of a sudden. A trench bill of 20 million yuan. This is going to make a fortune! Performance commission, earn enough! Boy, you are so kind. Yuzefeng's face was cold, and at this time, he almost lost his face. In front of a woman, it was the first time he ... so lost face. You are very good, very kind. Dare to even grab my Yuzefeng's things? If this doesn't give me face, Yuzefeng will remember you. Yuzefeng pointed at Chen Zhonging with a cold expression on his face. There's a kind. Report your name. Which way is it up? However, Chen Zhonging still looked cold and didn't pay attention to him at all. Like when he is a fart. He was too lazy to have general knowledge with ants. Boy, what the am I talking to you? Yuzefeng was finally angry and cursed. You only on the side couldn't bear it. Suddenly, his delicate body flashed and stepped forward. Caca. He immediately removed the joint of the left hand that Yuzefeng pointed at. Yuzefeng let out a terrible cry! His whole left arm is broken. Dear readers, there is now a new event. In the search bar of MIGU app, enter MIGU Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down and select the classic web text mail channel interface to vote for my codenamed Shura. Each member can vote 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, MIGU has a vote benefit. Everyone who participates in the vote can get a 30-day premium membership. Thank you all! I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seek the support of every brother! Chapter 865 Cut the grass to get rid of the roots. You only on the side couldn't bear it. Suddenly, his delicate body flashed and stepped forward. Caca. He immediately removed the left arm that Yuzefeng pointed directly at. His whole left arm is broken. In the audience, everyone's complexion changed suddenly! What the fuck! Everyone was shocked by the brutal scene. 1. The seemingly innocent girl suddenly shot and directly removed the entire left arm of Yusefing's son! Really? Is this really something a woman can do? But as soon as he rushed up, Yuan Li raised his hand directly. Slapped hard. Puff. Yusefing's whole body was taken away directly, splashing blood spurting. He fell to the ground fiercely, smashing a glass wall in the exhibition hall directly behind him. Yuan Li shot quickly and cruelly, and didn't give the slightest room to fight back. Now, she is from a pure young chick to a real thorny rose. Not far away, in the ruins of broken glass on the floor. This dignified Yu family eldest son, at this moment, is unprecedentedly miserable. You give me ... Wait. Yusefing, trembling, was helped by several brothers from the ground. He looked savage and trembling, and with the only left hand, he took out the phone tremblingly, and dialed a call to his father. Dad ... I was beaten ... Send someone to help me. Yusefing's voice was ferocious, and he roared ferociously at the other end of the phone. However, seeing this scene, Yuan Li's right hand swung lightly. A dark metal glow slowly emerged. She looked sideways and looked at Mr. Chen on the side, with instructions in her eyes. Kill or not? Chen Zong's eyes were calm. He slowly lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Whatever. He faintly returned 2 words. He didn't bother to deal with these ants, and let Yuan Li deal with it by himself. A killer should have his own decision, rather than leave everything to Chen Zong. Yuan Li's eyes were calm and he nodded slowly. She turned to look at Yusefing and the wealthy second generations. How long will your father's increase in staff come? Yuan Li asked calmly, staring at Yusefing. Hearing these words, the ferocious and angry Yusefing was taken aback, and he said angrily, "Fuck you, ugly girl. Don't even want to run. My dad can be here in 10 minutes. Even if you run away, I will do it too. The whole city hunts you down. You can't escape the palm of my Yu family." His Yu family is a big family in the south of the Yangtze River, monopolizing the entire area of Jiangnan's freight. In Jiangnan, it can be regarded as covering the sky with one hand. In this Jiangnan, as long as the Yu family wants to deal with people ... no one has ever escaped from it. Okay, then I'll wait for him to come over. Yuan Li's eyes were calm, and he slowly returned such a sentence. Hearing this sentence, everyone present was taken aback. Yusefing, the rich second-generation buddies all around. The female sales of Ducati motorcycles are also full of question marks. What's going on? Good. Stinky lady, your special mother has a kind. Yusefing was already shaking with anger. Yusefing, looking at the whole Jiangnan, has never been so humiliated and provocative. Besides, this ... is he still a woman? This is simply a shame. Today, if this matter is not dealt with, he would really be annoyed by Yusefing? Is he really annoying at his Yu family? Yusefing gave an order, and behind him, several rich second-generation buddies were unambiguous, and directly blocked the entrance of the entire exhibition hall. No one is allowed in or out. Today, he wants this woman and this man in a suit to pay the price! In the exhibition hall, the female salesmen turned pale when they saw this scene. This is the disaster of Yu Wang. The female salesman tried to persuade them, but before they could speak, they were slapped and slapped by Yusefing. At this moment, he was ferocious and angry, and no one could persuade him. At this time, the atmosphere in the exhibition hall was still quiet. Chen Zonging does not matter. With a cigarette in his mouth, he moved a chair away meaningfully and sat down, waiting lightly, smoking a cigarette. On the other hand, Yuan Li stood on the side, with a delicate and pretty face without the slightest mood swing. Today's matter is entirely her choice. She originally planned to kill together and kill Yusefing on the scene. In this world, anyone who dares to threaten Mr. will die without mercy. But, she thought, after another, cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Cut plants to dig the roots. If the rich second generation of Yusefing is killed, his father will eventually seek revenge. Didn't this cause trouble for Mr. Chen? So, after thinking about it, Yuan Li decided wait for Yusefing's father to come with him. Then, kill them together. Clean and neat. Save yourself troubles. She doesn't even know it herself. Before she knew it, her pure state of mind was undergoing transformation quietly, from a daisy to a sharp and thorny, poisonous rose. 10 minutes later, outside the Ducati Locomotive Exhibition Hall, crunch. A harsh brake sound swept and echoed. Dozens of Bauchi series cars suddenly braked, stopped outside the Ducati showroom. Wow! A large group of black suit members and thugs rushed down the BMW with grim expressions. There were hundreds of people, all black, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. Direct blockade surrounded the entire Ducati Locomotive showroom! In the exhibition hall, the group of female salesmen, when they saw this scene, the expressions of all the salesmen changed suddenly and became extremely embarrassed. This! Simply. They are just ordinary salesmen. They have never experienced such brutal fighting scenes. All the female salesmen were terrified. However, in the center of the exhibition hall, Chen Zhongying remained the same, sitting there faintly, smoking a cigarette ring, holding his mobile phone, and opened Taoxiao. The reader's Taoxiao app has the latest updated novel, Nilin. He didn't pay attention to the crowd of black and oppressive thugs outside the door at all. Beside him, the little girl Yuan Li, with a pretty face and calm, a faint trace of killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. In her right hand, the black sword light appeared again. Weapons, against scales. Soldiers don't cut their blood and kill their lives. Yuan Li, planning to kill her. However, at this moment, ahead, amidst the crowd of black thugs, suddenly gave way. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and sunglasses, with a cold complexion, with the breath of a man, walked out of the crowd step by step. He is the chairman of the group and the father of Yusefing Yu Dahai. Dear readers, there is now a new event. In the search bar of Migu app, enter Migu Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down, select the classic web text mail channel interface, and vote for my code name Shura. Each member can vote for 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, Migu has a vote benefit. Everyone who participates in the can get a 30-day Supreme membership. Thank you all! I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seeking the support of every brother! Chapter 866. The grass on the tomb is 3 meters long. However, at this moment, ahead, amidst the crowd of black thugs, suddenly gave way. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and sunglasses, with a cold complexion, with the breath of a man, walked out of the crowd step by step. He is the chairman of the group and the father of Yusefing Yu Dahai. Yu Dahai looked calm and indifferent. Step by step passed through the sea of people and stood at the door of the Ducati showroom. Father. When seeing his father's arrival, Yusefing finally looked excited, with revenge joy. My own father is here. These people are dead. Yu Dahai's eyes were deep, looking at his son. When he saw the messy and miserable appearance of his son, the coldness on the father's face became deeper and deeper. Who is it that beat you like this? Yu Dahai's expression was cold, with an unprecedented anger. Father. It's the woman, and the man. Father, kill them. Yusefing looked fierce and pointed at Yuan Li and Chen Zhongying in the Ducati exhibition hall, angrily. Father. Yu Dahai's expression was cold. He slowly turned his head and looked into the exhibition hall. Who is it that dare to hit my son of Yu Dahai? Looking at the whole Jiangnan, dare to move the people of my Yu family. The grass on the grave is 3 meters long. Are you looking for death? Yu Dahai's face was cold. His hands on his back, step by step, walked towards the Ducati exhibition hall. But when he was walking in the progress hall, his complexion was suddenly taken aback. He suddenly felt that the man in the suit sitting on the chair in the center of the exhibition hall seems somewhat familiar. This Is it an illusion? Yu Dahai looked stunned, and with surprise, he continued to walk towards the exhibition hall. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear it?" Yu Dahai's voice was cold, and shouted sharply. In the exhibition hall, Yuan's right hand rotates gently. The inverse scale dagger was firmly held in his hand. It only takes the next second. As long as this Yu Dahai takes one step forward, her dagger can be knocked out mercilessly. She is sure that she can kill this Yu Dahai within a second. Then, within 10 minutes, everyone on the scene. Kill them all. However, at the same time, Chen Zonging, who was sitting in a chair and looking down at the phone book, slowly raised his head, his eyes calm, and glanced at the door and the sea not far away. But this is it. Let Yu Dahai not far away, his body suddenly stopped! Yu Dahai's footsteps hovering in place. He widened his eyes in disbelief, once again looking towards the figure in the black suit. However, at the same time, the figure in the black suit slowly raised his head, and glanced at Yu Dahai indifferently. Boom! When, once again see the face of that figure, Yu Dahai's whole person, like being struck by lightning. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees on the spot. Everyone in the room was shocked by Yu Dahai's sudden movement. This? What's the situation? Chairman Yu. Why suddenly? He knelt down suddenly? What the hell? But at this time, Yu Dahai's expression was trembling with horror, and he knelt down on the ground, his expression in horror, extremely embarrassed. Yu Group, Yu Dahai. Met Mr. Chen. At this time, Yu Dahai's voice was already shaking, shocked in disbelief. He recognizes this young man in a suit! This young man in a suit gave him two deep images. 6 months ago, his Yu family belonged to the Huang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai and Heihai. At that time, the second son of the Huang family had a funeral. Yu Dahai, as one of the guests, went to the funeral. However, it was the funeral that made him feel deeply impressed by the young man in suit! 1. A young man named Chen Zonging, wearing a suit, like a demon, step by step, walked into the funeral site. Kill the quartet. Thousands of people were killed at the scene. Destroy the body. Kill the Huang patriarch. One person destroys the entire Huang family. This young man in a suit is Jiangnan. Everyone's nightmare! At that funeral, all the guests present, who could not recognize his face! Unforgettable! But at this moment, Yu Dahai couldn't even dream of that terrifying demon. At this moment, would actually be here. Actually appeared in front of you! Actually? Conflict with your own son! What the fuck? But at this time, Chen Zong looked up slightly and glanced at him, with surprise in his eyes. Oh? Do you recognize me? Yu Dahai fell to his knees, his body trembling. You someone used to. Half a year ago, at the funeral of young Master Huang. Fortunately, I met her husband. Yu Dahai knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. He was completely frightened, and fell to his knees, not even daring to breathe. Is that right? It's a coincidence. Chen Zongzong dangled his cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Yuan Li stood there, and at this moment, was also stunned by this scene. The other party suddenly knelt down, making her a little helpless. This, kill or not? Father, What are you doing? Why kneel to this bastard? However, just at this moment, the son Yusefing behind him, with a sullen expression on his face, rushed forward. Yusefing didn't know this young man in a suit, and he didn't know. Why did his father kneel at this moment? This makes him very angry. Very angry. He didn't understand. What was his father doing? Exclamation mark. In the presence of so many people, the father actually kneeled down to a young man in a suit in his early 20s? Question mark. This what is the face of their you family? Exclamation mark. It's a complete shame on the front of the car! Exclamation mark. Father, get up quickly. Why kneel for him? Yusefing was angrily puzzled, and rushed to pull his father up. But, under the pull, Father Udahai suddenly raised his hand suddenly and slapped his son severely! Exclamation mark. Snapped. A crisp slap in the face swept the audience. In the entire exhibition hall, everyone is a little confused. This what is going on? Question mark. Yusefing's whole person was also stunned? Question mark. Father, actually hit yourself? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Father, you hit me? Exclamation mark. Yusefing looked grim, clutching his red and swollen cheeks. His face was full of disbelief. You evil animal! You evil animal! Udahai was also very angry, got up fiercely, and put his foot directly on his son. Yusefing was caught off guard and was directly kicked to the ground. You unfilial son! Wicked animal! And even Mr. Chen dared to confront? Wicked son! Udahai was completely angry, and kicked his son fiercely and madly at his feet. This prodigal son is simply creating a disaster for the family! Exclamation mark. Provoked this terrible demon man. His entire family could be destroyed! Exclamation mark. Dear readers, there is now a new event. In the search bar of MIG app, enter MIG Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down, select the classic web text mail channel interface, and vote for my code name Shura. Each member can vote for 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, MIG has a voting benefit. Everyone who participates in voting can get a 30-day premium membership. Thank you all! Exclamation mark. I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seeking the support of every brother! Exclamation mark. Chapter 867 Golden Nanmu as a coffin. You unfilial son, wicked animal! And even Mr. Chen dare to confront? Wicked son! Udahai was completely angry, and kicked his son fiercely at his feet. This prodigal son is simply creating a disaster for the family! Exclamation mark. Provoked this terrible demon man. His entire family could be destroyed! Exclamation mark. Yusefing crawled on the ground with his whole body, and was beaten up by his father so miserably, he screamed again and again. Ah! Ah! Poof! Yusefing was hit in, and what a miserable! His face was red and swollen, his mouth was spitting blood, and his teeth were beaten up several times. At this time, he had completely collapsed. He didn't expect that his father would say that he would just do it, and he would just hit himself! Exclamation mark. And fucking, it's still such a heavy hand. In the presence, all the bodyguard thugs also stared at this scene in disbelief. Question mark. This? Question mark. Why did the Lord suddenly? The situation reversed, so he beat the son? Question mark. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, those rich second-generation brothers of Yusefing were also dumbfounded? Question mark. Staring wide-eyed, looking at this scene in disbelief? Question mark. This Nima? Question mark. What's the situation? Question mark. But they still have time to react in the future. Udahai's sight has swept over them. Drag here, give me a fight together. Udahai looked grim, and shouted angrily at his hands. A group of subordinates immediately took the order, and suddenly dragged the accomplices of the rich second-generation elder brothers together, and beat them violently! Exclamation mark. The whole scene was unprecedentedly miserable. That group of rich second-generation sons and buddies, all his mother was beaten. A miserable howl, begging for mercy. Howl. The scene was miserable. What the fuck? What is the situation? Exclamation mark. A group of people were beaten up and miserable. The whole exhibition hall was almost full of blood and splashes. Yusefing and those rich second-generation buddies fell to the ground at random, covered in blood, extremely miserable. This father, Yudahai, was completely beaten. It's merciless. However, what Yusefing and the others didn't know was, Yudahai was not only venting his anger, but also saving them. I provoke Mr. Chen today. They have no way to survive. At this moment, if Yudahai is still so cruel, his son and these rich second generations, I'm afraid they really are going to lie here, and they won't be able to get out in this life. Beaten for a full 10 minutes. His son Yusefing and those rich second generation buddies fell to the ground at random, almost unable to get up again. Yudahai's face was solemn and respectful, and he suddenly stepped forward. Kneeling down quickly. My dear Yudahai, I beg Mr. Chen to atone for his sin. My son has eyes but doesn't know Mount Tai. I've already taught him severely. Mr. Wang. Pass my Yu family for life. Yudahai's voice was complicated and trembling, and he knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. Exclamation mark. The appearance of this scene shocked the few female salesmen present in the exhibition hall. This question mark. This scene is reversed. Too fast? Question mark. Yuan Li stood aside blankly, his pretty face stunned and sluggish. This. She slowly retracted the black inverted scale dagger in her right hand. So far, there is no need for a killer. The group of people in front of her had no substantial threat to her husband, so she didn't have to kill anyone anymore. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and finally, slowly put down the phone in his hand. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and then slowly got up. He was like that, step by step, walking towards the outside of the exhibition hall. When he passed by Yudahai, he turned his eyes slightly and glanced at Yudahai. Before tomorrow, the Red Cross Fund will donate 1 billion. The bill will be sent to the Ku Group. If you don't donate over time, your family will prepare for funerals. After speaking, he was smoking a cigarette. His eyes were calm, and he turned and left. Yuan Li's pretty face was calm, followed behind, and left together. In the exhibition hall, only the group of bodyguards from Yudahai, whose eyes were shocked and horrified, stood in place, their bodies trembling. 10 billion? Question mark. Donate. Red Cross Fund? Question mark. This, what the fuck, is to make him bleed heavily. Exclamation mark. If you don't donate, the whole family will prepare for funeral? Question mark. What the fuck? It is full of life, threatening, forced to persecute, let Yudahai donate 1 billion? Question mark. At this moment, Yudahai only felt his whole face trembling, and the urge to vomit blood. He is in danger of the sea, and the stars have struggled to build from nothing, but they have earned billions of dollars in total assets. But today in the blink of an eye, let yourself and donate 1 billion at a time. What the hell, waiting to cut off one of his legs? Exclamation mark. This sinner! Exclamation mark. Yudahai almost collapsed. This unfilial son, let yourself why overnight to lose 1 billion of huge sums of money? Exclamation mark. The tide falls in Nanshoming at dusk, and the moonlight covers the sand and the autumn snow is clear. As the sun sets, dusk gradually dyes the southern sky of the Yangtze River red. In March Jiangnan, the spring breeze is blowing slightly. In the sunset, a thunderstorm broke the silence of Jiangnan. The evening drizzle is hazy. However, in the misty evening leaves in this drizzle, in the night, Shanghai City, in a super luxurious house, Yuanxing Group, Guojia Mansion District. Two huge golden Nanmu coffins are horizontally placed in the middle of the villa. Using golden Nanmu as a coffin. How much extravagant honor is needed? Since ancient times, in order to show its identity, the emperor's house has been very particular about the use of food and clothing to the tombs buried after death. For example, in the Chinese imperial architecture, the most advanced construction material is golden Nanmu. Phoebe quince ranks first among the 4 famous trees in my country, so it is not surprising that Phoebe quince became the favorite wood of ancient emperors. Nowadays, the golden Nanmu has already traveled to the west, and it is invaluable, even more expensive than gold. In today's funerals of the dead, who would dare to use golden Nanmu? Who can afford golden Nanmu? Nowadays, the golden Nanmu has become a national special class cultural relic protection, because it's so rare. At this moment, Jiangnan, Yuanxing Group, Guojia, 2 corpses, but used such priceless golden Nanmu! The coffin made of golden Nanmu is unprecedented when it comes to luxury! At this time, in the 2 golden Nanmu coffins, 2 cold corpses were lying cold in the center of the coffin. One is the corpse of Goshos, the prince of Yuanxing Group. His head has been trampled to pieces. The corpse, also a dead body without a head, was extremely miserable. The entire head was covered with black cloth, which was extremely miserable. However, in another coffin beside him, there was another corpse. That body is that of Feng Yaodao, the general manager of Yuanxing Group, known as Feng Yaodao, the hero of the Jiangnan Black Forces. And now, it has completely fallen. His whole body was wounded by stabs, and he was pierced with a knife, piercing his heart a day or 2 and died. Far-Star Group, 2 super figures, just like that. Fallen. Overnight, the group suffered an unprecedented blow. At this time, Goxing the chairman of the group's number 1 person, looked calm and indifferent, with his hands behind his back, just like that. Standing in front of 2 coffins. Starting today, the time will be updated every day, changing from daytime to nighttime. In addition, due to personal health reasons, the update may start with a minimum guarantee of 2 and sometimes 2 more, sometimes 4 more. Forgive me, waiting for me to take care of my body. Don't scold me, it's not easy for me to write a book. In addition, Miguel begs to vote for support. Chapter 868 Reborn Curse. Overnight, Far-Star Group suffered an unprecedented blow. At this time, as the chairman of the group's number 1 person, Goxing with a calm and indifferent expression, his hands on his back, just like that, standing in front of 2 coffins, he, with indifferent gaze, just like this, staring at the 2 corpses in the 2 coffins. One is his son, one is his brother. Just in a few days. Ruined his son. The most powerful brother died again. For him, it was an unprecedented blow. Goxing has traversed the arena for decades and has never encountered such a catastrophe. Today, he is so powerful that he will be forced to this point by a young man in his 20s. What made him even more collapsed was the other party was actually just alone. The strength of one person, the other party's entire Go family. What did the other party do? At this time, Goxing could finally realize. Half a year ago, the hopelessness of the head of the Huang family, that Chen Zhonging, who is sacred. A few months ago, Goxing didn't believe. In this world, there are people who can single-handedly pick Jiangnan. However, at this moment, he had to believe it. This Chen Zhonging is absolutely extraordinary. One person, alone in Jiangnan, maybe. It's really possible. This Jiangnan sky will be overturned. Goxing stood in front of the 2 coffins with his hands on his back, with dignified eyes, staring at the corpse for a long time. Half a year ago, the Huang family was wiped out. Now, his Go family is actually step by step, repeating the same mistakes. Goxing clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body let out an unprecedented cold breath. Behind him, the crowded black brother, standing here together, thousands of people bowed their heads, and gave the son and manager Feng incense in mourning. Report to the chairman, the group. Everyone has been dispatched. Everything is waiting for dispatch. At this moment, behind Goksingalai, a man with a stern complexion stepped forward and respectfully bowed his body. After Feng Yaodao died, this man temporarily became Feng Yaodao's position in charge of the Far Star Group, the entire underground power. Goksingalai stood there with his hands on his back, his eyes deep, and he nodded slowly. Stop the soldiers. Tomorrow, I will bury my brother and son. The army of people and horses has been mobilized. But at this time, it's still not the time to do it. The document approval of the Buddha behind hasn't come down yet. Not yet obtained, the city's public security control and management power. Now, he wants to have a good life and bury his son and brothers. Wait, as soon as the funeral is over, can the killing be carried out on a large scale? The small building was windy last night. The country is unbearable looking back on the moon. Tonight, in this area of Jiangnan, many people are destined to have insomnia. The next day, a touch of early sun slowly rose from the eastern sky. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chen Zonging had finished training early in the morning. Now, in mid-March, spring is in full swing. Dongqing gradually feels that the scenery is good, and the wrinkles and ripples welcome guests. The green poplar smoke is light outside, and the branches of red apricots are full of spring. Chen Zongchen changed into a neat black suit jacket, put on a watch, and then his complexion was calm, and he walked out of the villa step by step. As he walked all the way to Kius Villa, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yuan Li. A call. Something was admonished. Then, he hung up the phone. He lit a cigarette. His eyes were calm and deep, and he stepped into the gate of the Kius Manor opposite to have breakfast. However, at the same time, 7 o'clock in the morning, tens of kilometers away from the south of the Yangtze River, inside a huge Buddhist funeral home church, 2 giant golden silk Nanmu coffins are slowly laying horizontally on the memorial stand of the church. The golden Nanmu coffin exudes the scent of sandalwood. In the entire Buddhist auditorium, there are thousands of prayer seats with no empty seats. A group of members and guests dressed in black suits sat there respectfully and dignifiedly, praying for the two deceased. At the front of the memorial platform, a group of Buddhist monks in robes chanted transcendental scriptures and rebirth mantras, giving the dead transcendent ascent to heaven and eternal bliss. Nanwu Amachuopo Namo Amiduopo, Duo Chuagiduo, Duo Dichuo, Amirdu Popi Amaliju Popi, Amilido Amaleduo, Xitan Popi Xidan Popi, Ameliao Amaleduo, Pigilundi, Amiduo 5 Miliduo, Pigilunduo, Kaimani, Kaikinuo, Zaduo Gili, Suopo He Suopo. Sections of the mantra of the reincarnated mantra were constantly read from the monk population. Muayu percussion, practice, Shishan, reborn as a general, reborn as a crown prince. In the whole church, countless guests bowed their heads, solemn, listening carefully. However, in the front of the church guest podium, a middle-aged man in a black suit was sitting there. The suit is neat and the tie is neat. Beside the man in the suit, there were 2 bodyguards, guards and a secretary. Exactly, the big Buddha behind the Go family, vice president of Jiangnan City Chamber of Commerce, Yu Quanping. Today, the funeral of the son of the Go family and Feng Yaodao. He was in Quanping and was there in person. This, on behalf of Yu Quanping, has already openly given the Go family platform. Today, there are thousands of guests present, and everyone's eyes are almost respected by Yu Quanping. The vice president of the city almost covered the sky with one hand. Below one person, above 10,000 people. Such characters are enough to control the overall situation. However, the owner of today's funeral, Goksingalai, at this time, he was standing in front of the memorial stand with his hands behind his back. He, in a black morning suit, with a pair of sunglasses on his face, concealed his eyes and expression. At this time, he couldn't see through his mood swings. Göksingalai stood in front of the stage with his hands on his back, quietly watching these monks and Taoist priests do it. The whole church scene is extremely solemn. In the air, there is a trace of sandalwood used for suppadati practice. The wooden fish knocks, and the sound of chanting reverberates and interweaves. Smoke-filled. At this time, outside the morning hall, batch after batch of members in black suits were neatly enclosing a protective encirclement, stationed around the morning hall. Today's funeral is huge. Even Vice President Yu, who is the city's #2 figure, has already visited the scene in person. Therefore, on-site security is extremely important. Yuanxing Group mobilized the security of thousands of people to guard the safety and order of the scene. Everything, just for ... let today's funeral go on smoothly. Death is the most important thing, and the funeral is the most important thing. The bliss of rebirth, the greatness of the western sky. Today, it is destined to be an unprecedented burial. However, just right. In the funeral church, the Mori people were chanting the Dharma and chanting sutras. Suddenly, outside the church, there was a grumpy engine roar. Outside the church, hundreds of meters, a fiery red Ducati 1299 heavy locomotive. The engine roars and roars, and it is smashing towards the church, whizzing. J plus more! Exclamation mark. I'm so weak. Let me rest for a while. Please give me some tickets for the Migyu Cup. Migyu Cup vote, please. Support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 869. His canary. Today, it is destined to be an unprecedented burial. However, just right. In the funeral church, the Mori people were chanting the Dharma and chanting sutras. Suddenly, outside the church, there was a grumpy engine roar. Outside the church, hundreds of meters, a fiery red Ducati 1299 heavy locomotive. The engine roars and roars, and it is smashing towards the church, whizzing. Boom! The heavy locomotive roared and roared with a huge engine, and came whizzing. In the church, thousands of guests were bowing their heads and praying in the church. The atmosphere was depressed. But at this moment everyone raised their heads in surprise, because everyone heard the roar of violent engines outside the church. Almost subconsciously, all the guests all turned their heads in amazement and looked out of the church. I saw, outside the church, on a square of thousands of square meters, a fiery red heavy duty motorcycle screamed from the speed. Like a fiery red ghost on the ground. Squeak! There was a slamming brake. The fired Ducati locomotive suddenly stopped in the center of the square outside the church. A beautiful figure wearing a black leather jacket, get out of the car. Yuan Li took off his riding helmet, and his long black hair was lightly draped over his shoulders. The exquisite and beautiful face is suffocating. She peeked from behind and took out a bunch of black bouquets, and then, step by step, she walked towards the church. As soon as she appeared, inside the church, including outside the church. The crowded guests and bodyguards all stared slightly. Everyone is surprised, looking at this woman who appeared suddenly. Who is this woman? Question mark. Today, all the guests attending the funeral have already arrived. This woman suddenly appeared at this moment. Who is she and what is she going to do? Is this the question in everyone's mind? Inside the church, the funeral owner, Göksingalai, had a calm and indifferent expression. He slowly turned around and stared at the outside of the church door. That leather jacket. The beautiful image slowly coming. Göksingalai's eyes gradually condensed. Who is it? Yu Quanping asked indifferently, sitting on the VIP chair beside him, his eyes calm and deep. Beside him, the two guards were vigilant, staring at the outside of the church. That beautiful figure. The two guards have experienced many battles and have experienced many actual combat experiences. But for some reason, the shadow outside the church door gave them a sense of why. An inexplicable sense of crisis given to the chairman. It's the canary that Chen Zonging has raised. Gokxing Lei's expression was cold and deep, and he reported slowly. These days, his Yuanxing group mobilized all the forces of the Tanwang eyeliner under him, and suddenly transformed Chen Zong into all the neighboring forces. All of them were investigated clearly. Therefore, at this moment, he knows well about that ... and the pacing shadow outside the door. According to the information reported by Danyan, the woman Zengvan is exactly a canary that Chen Zonging raised. Oh, hearing this answer, Yu Quanping's complexion couldn't help being taken aback. Canary? ? That man Chen Zong will also keep a canary? This answer surprised Yu Quanping. The human nature evaluation portrait of a psychologist shows that, isn't he saying he is not close to female? Yu Quanping asked indifferently in a calm tone. Chen Zonging, they have already mobilized experts from various parties, powerful psychologists from various parties, experts in human personality analysis, experts in criminal psychology of the patrol room. Organized all parties to conduct analysis together. Chen Zonging, from the inside out, gave a complete analysis of his personality. The final conclusion is that this man is almost impossible to be female. But at this moment, he suddenly learned that he also kept a canary. According to the eyeliner investigation, it is indeed the canary he kept. There is no mistake. Gokxing Lei replied slowly with a solemn voice. Yuquan stood up slowly, his eyes staring at the outside of the church meaningfully. The figure that kept pacing. However, at this moment, a guard next to him stepped forward, leaned to his ear, and reminded softly, "President, this woman is very dangerous." Although I haven't touched it yet. But, for some reason, the two guards suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in their hearts. This is their natural instinct as soldiers' bodyguards. It's just a woman, why not be afraid? It doesn't get in the way. Yu Quanping calmly spit out a word. He took out a cigar and lit it slowly. He was very curious. This girl suddenly came to this church funeral. Why? In the church, almost all the guests looked at the beautiful shadow outside the door in surprise. Outside the church, the square, that beautiful shadow, step by step, came slowly towards the door of the church. Yuan Li was holding a bunch of black peanuts in his right hand, long black hair shawl, step by step ... walking towards the church. However, at this moment, in front of the church, the crowded bodyguards all stepped forward. Almost instantly, the enclosure blocked the steps of the entire church. The darkness is overwhelming, and the crowd is like a wave. At the scene, there are countless Guo's security personnel who are working to maintain order on the scene. Obviously, these Guo family bodyguards don't plan to let Yuan Li go to the church at all. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and his delicate pupils glanced at the black bodyguards in front of him. A touch of her beautiful red lips lifted up, with a shallow arc of Chuchun. In the next second, her delicate body bowed slightly and squatted down. Then, boom, a cry. The ground under my feet is cracked and sunken in an instant. Her beautiful shadow, like a bow and arrow, slammed up, directly across the black crowd below. Boom. With a sound, her figure directly straddled the sea of tens of meters and landed firmly on the steps above the church. The marble steps are cracked and shattered in an instant. She stood up gently and wiped the dust off the black leather jacket. Then, step by step, walked towards the church. Wow! Behind him, the overwhelming Guo family bodyguards' complexion changed suddenly, violently surrounded, and rushed to catch up. Trying to stop her. However, in the church, Gokxing Lei looked cold and waved his hand gently. Signaled, the group of bodyguards retreated. The group of bodyguards hesitated, then heeded the order and slowly retreated. On the other hand, Yuan Li walked into the church step by step, holding a black flower of the other side. Pacing, pacing, pacing. The leather boots stepped on the floor of the church, making pacing noises. The gazes of all the guests present were all surprised and suspicious. locked in the shadow of the woman who came suddenly. All the guests have only one doubt in their hearts at this time: who is this girl in black leather? Chapter 870. Sorry, what did you just say? She stood up gently and wiped the dust off the black leather jacket. Then, step by step, walked towards the church. Wow! Behind him, the overwhelming Go family bodyguards' complexion changed suddenly, violently surrounded, and rushed to catch up. Trying to stop her. However, in the church, Goksingalai looked cold and waved his hand gently. Signaled, the group of bodyguards retreated. The group of bodyguards hesitated, then heeded the order and slowly retreated. On the other hand, Yuan Li walked into the church step by step, holding a black flower of the other side. Pacing, pacing, pacing. The leather boots stepped on the floor of the church, making pacing noises. The gazes of all the guests present were all surprised and suspicious, locked in the shadow of the woman who came suddenly. All the guests have only one doubt in their hearts at this time: who is this girl in black leather? Inside the church, thousands of guests watched. Yuan Li slowly stepped into the church door. She, holding the black peanut flower in her hand, walked through the black funeral carpet of the church step by step, passing through countless guests, walking towards the memorial stand in front. However, when her figure was about to step onto the memorial stand, Goksingalai was indifferent, slowly stood in front of the memorial stand, blocking her way. What are you doing here? This is the funeral of my son and my brother. There is no seat for you in the auditorium, Goksingalai said in a calm and indifferent voice. He resisted the murderous anger in his heart. Today, at the funeral, he does not want to see blood today. The funeral cannot be destroyed, so he chooses to endure. Yuan Li's eyes were calm, holding the bunch of other flowers in his hand, and slowly replied, "At the order of my family, Mr. Chen, let me come and take a look at the body of Go Shows for him. By the way, give him a bunch of flowers." No need, get out. Goksinglai's voice was cold, and slowly uttered 3 words. However, Yuan Li raised his beautiful eyes lightly. In the next second, her shadow disappeared in place. That's right, the whole shadow, as if moving in an instant, disappeared in place. Goksinglai's pupils shrank suddenly. Have yet to react. I just felt that a beautiful shadow, as if turned into a wind, passed by him. In an instant, the woman in front of me has disappeared. In the next second, Goksingalai suddenly turned his head. Yuan Li was already dressed in black, and a beautiful image appeared on the memorial stage. On both sides of the surroundings, the complexions of all the bodyguards suddenly changed. On the guest stage in the front row, the color of the guest Yaquan's plane was slightly condensed. What speed is it? Exclamation mark. At that moment, none of them actually saw the woman's figure movement clearly. How fast is her speed? Exclamation mark. In front of Yu Quanping, the 2 guards, already looking dignified, suddenly placed their hands on their back waist, ready to shoot at any time. As the guards and bodyguards of the vice president, they have the legal right to wear guns in this city. In special circumstances, they even have the right to shoot each other. At this time, the woman on the memorial stage has made them feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Yuan Li, holding the black pecan flower in his hand, slowly walked to the 2 golden sandalwood coffins. She slowly put Bianhua on Go Shou's coffin. The white jade hand stroked the coffin lightly. The other sure flower: there is no reincarnation in hell. There has 18 floors. After you die, you must have gone down to the 18th floor. The young man asked me to tell you, confess your sins in the 18th floor of hell, and rebehave. Boom. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the guests in the memorial hall changed suddenly. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. What are you going to do? Exclamation mark. In front of everyone present, in front of today, the owner of this funeral, openly speak, and said that Go Shows will have no reincarnation? Exclamation mark. The lower 18 layers of hell? Exclamation mark. What the hell? You don't even let the dead go! Exclamation mark. Curse the dead and make them restless. How vicious is this! Exclamation mark. Presumptuous. Get out of here! Göksingalai in front of the altar finally got out of control and shouted angrily, with his voice falling. On all sides of the church, a large group of black bodyguards were surging. Rushing forward! Exclamation mark. The murderous intent is raging, the atmosphere is depressed, unprecedented! Exclamation mark. Today, when he is buried in the Go family, how can he be disturbed? Exclamation mark. Originally, Göksingalai did not want to see blood at today's funeral. But, at this moment, this woman is looking for death. Then he doesn't mind. Let this woman go down and be buried with her son! Exclamation mark. However, just when the black bodyguards rushed to the memorial stand, Yuanli's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. In the next second, her leather boots stepped on slightly. Boom! The entire wooden memorial stand instantly cracked and collapsed. Countless people were thrown to the ground, and hundreds of people screamed. Yuanli's eyes were calm and he glanced around. Then his eyes were locked on Göksingalai's body not far away. I am not here to fight and kill people today. However, if you are willing to see them die, you can let them go forward. Yuanli's voice was calm and magnetic, and said slowly, the scene. The silence is suppressed. Around the altar, the expressions of the monks wearing robes suddenly turned embarrassed. An old monk who took the lead stepped forward and reprimanded, "That's unreasonable. You demon girl. This is before the funeral. The dead is the big, venerable etiquette. Haven't you learned it?" The Buddha said, "Save all living things for the rest of your life. You ruin a funeral like this. You are an evildoer. You are disrespectful of life and Buddha." But those monks have not finished their words. Yuanli directly raised his jade hand, and a black dagger directly touched the old man's throat and trachea. "Sorry, what did you just say?" Yuanli asked calmly, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Old monk." This old monk was scared to pee. The body was trembling, and I couldn't even speak. And what the fuck? Such an arrogant woman, he has never seen it before! Exclamation mark. If you don't agree, you can do it. What the fuck? Doesn't make sense at all! Exclamation mark. Okay, very good. And, at this moment, Göksingalai, who was not far away, had a cold expression on his face. His voice was squeezed, and these words were squeezed out. His face was smiling, but that was a murderous smile. At this time, he was anxious and laughed. "This woman is looking for death!" Exclamation mark. I, Göksingalai, have commanded the Jiangnan business community for more than 30 years. The first time I met a woman like you who dared to provoke me so much. I remember you. Göksingalai's voice at this time was very cold, with a terrifying and inexplicable murderous intent. Please vote for Migya Cup! Exclamation mark. Chapter 871 Get Out Alive, this church. Okay, very good. And, at this moment, Göksingalai, who was not far away, had a cold expression on his face. His voice was squeezed, and these words were squeezed out. His face was smiling, but that was a murderous smile. At this time, he was anxious and laughed. "This woman is looking for death!" Exclamation mark. I, Goksingalai, have commanded the Jiangnan business community for more than 30 years. The first time I met a woman like you who dared to provoke me so much. I remember you. Goksinglai's voice at this time was very cold, with a terrifying and inexplicable murderous intent. Following his words fell ahead. Around the church, crowded security personnel are densely crowded, constantly surging up the crowds. The atmosphere throughout the scene was unprecedentedly depressing. A sea of people is crushed by darkness. There is no plan to let this woman leave the scene. However, Yuan Li did not respond, and did not care about the crowds surrounding the scene. With her beautiful eyes indifferent, she turned and walked to another coffin. In that coffin lies the corpse of Feng Yaodao, the underground general manager of Yuanxing Group. At this time, Feng Yaodao's body was cold, lying peacefully in the golden sandalwood coffin, his eyes closed tightly. Yuan Li's eyes were calm, staring at the corpse for a long time. Then, she picked up a piece of sandalwood from the side and lit it. Put the lighted sandalwood on the lips of Feng Yaodao's corpse. This is what Mr. Chen taught her. Put incense into the lips of the corpse, and you will not be born after death. This is to let Feng Yaodao die but not live beyond life. You have killed enough people in your life. According to the principles of the underworld, after you die, you can't be superborn. Yuan Li's voice was calm and indifferent, staring at the corpse, muttering to himself, presumptuous. Get out of percent. Don't touch my brother's body. Goksingalai, who was not far away, was finally furious. He suddenly took out his gun and directly aimed at Yuan Li. However, Yuan Li's eyes were calm and he glanced at him lightly. I killed the person. I'll see him off. There shouldn't be any problem, right? She replied lightly. Boom! Exclamation mark. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the people present were suddenly shocked. Exclamation mark. What does she say? Manager Feng. She killed it? Question mark. Goksingalai also condensed suddenly. His pupils shrank, staring at this woman. Exclamation mark. What did you say? Yuan Li looked calm and looked at him. I said ... I killed him. I'll take him for a ride. Is there a problem? The tone of this speech is very much like Chen Zonging. Under Chen Zong's hand, she now has inherited Chen Zong's killing character. You killed. At this moment, Goksinglai's expression finally unprecedentedly cold and angry. His body is shaking. The hand holding the gun, the veins burst. My right arm, good brother. Feng Yaodao. It was killed by this weak little girl in front of you? Exclamation mark. I have searched for a whole number of 10 hours without investigating the murderer. He is strange. I can't figure out, how could he fail in tune the tiger away from the mountain? That day ... Chen Zonging was besieged in the Ku clan ... Who is that, capable of killing his brother Feng Yaodao? Question mark. And at this moment, the answer is in sight? Exclamation mark. Anger and ferocious, coupled with endless anger. Hey! Goksinglai's expression was cold and grim, and he locked Yuan Li and shot suddenly. Without hesitation, shoot directly! Exclamation mark. As the person of Chen Zonging, that is, she has the ability to kill Feng Yaodao. Then, such a horror person can't stay. Attack and kill on the spot to avoid future troubles. Goksingalai was never a kind person. Today, act decisively. However, at the moment when Goksingalai shot suddenly Yuan Li in the front, beautiful eyes ... Suddenly, in an instant, her delicate body was gently on one side. Her husband taught her ... When an enemy shoots, you must pay attention to the enemy's motives. The moment the enemy lifted her shoulders and fired, she wanted to avoid at the same time. Shooting and avoiding are at the same frequency. Then, you can avoid the bullet attack. And at this time, It was Yuan Li. The first time he practiced percent. The bullet whizzed past, and the terrifying wind that she carried made her long black hair tremble gently. She escaped the bullet with the power of the flesh. He avoided the attack of that hot weapon bullet. Puff! The bullet lost its target and slammed into the wall behind him. There was dead silence in the whole church. Everyone can't believe it, staring at this scene in shock. Exclamation mark. Is this woman still human? Can you avoid even bullets? Exclamation mark. Not far away, Yu Quanping, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce in front of the VIP stage, suddenly shrank with disbelief. Although, I have long heard that people with terrifying skills in this Jiangnan area can butcher their hands to avoid bullets. But the rumors are just rumors. Now, what I saw with my own eyes. This scene was still shocked by the vice chairman. Beside Yu Quanping, the two guards looked solemn and drew their guns at the same time. The gun was locked, and it was locked straight to the Yuan Li not far away. This woman gave them an unprecedented sense of crisis, facing the besieged by countless people, staring at it. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were calm and looked around, and then the beautiful eyes locked on Goxing. Come here today. There is one more sentence to convey to you on behalf of your husband. Mr. said, if you commit suicide on the spot, he can spare everyone in your group, give you the Go family and leave you with a chance to descend. If not, your entire group will be destroyed. Boom. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. Goxing. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. His face twitched and trembled. That is anger to the limit. Provocative, humiliation? Exclamation mark. Today, in such a solemn funeral. This woman, how dare to say such things in public. This is simply a slap in the face of his Go family. Someone from Go, swears, today, you absolutely won't walk out alive. This church. Goxing Li's voice was calm and indifferent. His fists clenched, and he made a terrible voice. He was really angry. As soon as this remark came out, in the church, the crowded bodyguards all overwhelmed. Draw the knife out of the sheath! Exclamation mark. A series of horrible blades swept the audience! Exclamation mark. Hanmang surging. Murder at the scene is raging. This is the rhythm of killing people and seeing blood! Exclamation mark. The scene, turbulent. But, in the face of this turbulent sea of people, Yuan Li's pretty face was still calm. Beautiful eyes are indifferent, without the slightest mood swing. However, just at the very moment, suddenly, outside the church door, there was a violent roar of propellers! Exclamation mark. Rumble. The violent roar of the propeller swept across. Countless wind swept through! Exclamation mark. Inside the church, everyone's eyes were shocked. They looked back in shock and amazement. Boom! Exclamation mark. When saw that black shadow hanging in the air outside the church, the expressions of everyone changed suddenly! Exclamation mark. That is an armed helicopter! Exclamation mark. Recommend a new book, son-in-law's new work. In addition, continue to ask for Migu Cup tickets! Exclamation mark. In the search bar of Migu app, enter Migu Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down, select the classic web text mail channel interface, and vote for my code name Shura. Each member can vote for 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, Migu has a voting benefit. Everyone who participates in voting can get a 30-day premium membership. Thank you all! Exclamation mark. I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seeking the support of every brother! Exclamation mark. I love you all! Exclamation mark. Seek support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 872. The storm is about to rise, and the frost is heavy and cold. However, just at the very moment, suddenly, outside the church door, there was a violent roar of propellers! Rumble. The violent roar of the propeller swept across. Countless wind swept through! Inside the church, everyone's eyes were shocked. They looked back in shock and amazement. Boom! When saw that black shadow hanging in the air outside the church, the expressions of everyone changed suddenly! That is an armed helicopter! The violent roar of the helicopter swept the audience. In the church, all the guests' faces suddenly changed in shock. Unbelievable. Staring out the door, that piece of camouflage fighter Q hovering in the air! This! What the fuck! Even combat helicopters are here, over the city! The huge camouflage fuselage, above and below the cabin, are filled with terrifying and hideous heat gun barrels. This is the most fierce aerial combat weapon in modern airspace. This fucking, but prohibited equipment. How could such terrorist equipment appear in the sky above Jiangnan City! The sky over the church square, below that military helicopter, several huge barrels with a diameter of 30 centimeters moved slowly. A pitch-black cannon barrel was locked straight and aimed at the black crowd below the square. In an instant, at the entrance of the church, the faces of the crowd of bodyguards suddenly changed. A large group of bodyguards were so frightened that their knees weakened, their hands hugged their heads, and they knelt to the ground! This is surrender. What the fuck! They, no matter how many people ... it can't be compared, this terrifying air combat weapon in the sky! What the fuck, it's a gunship. The Cobra helicopter, with just one shot, can destroy everyone present, including this church, will be razed to the ground. The center of the church, Yuan Li stood in front of the steps at the entrance of the church, turned his eyes slightly, and glanced lightly. The Lu family patriarch who was a few meters away behind him. Chairman Go, you just seemed to say, I won't leave this church alive? She asked in a calm tone. At this moment, her tone and posture were as cold as Chen Zonging. This girl, unconsciously, has evolved into a cold assassin. Hearing these words, Goxing Lei's expression trembled suddenly, and he almost fell to the ground. Had it not been supported by two of his subordinates, he would have been weakened on the spot. What the fuck? At this moment, the head of the Go family, the chairman of the dignified Yuanxing group, was completely shocked by the row of terrifying air fighters in front of him. At this moment, facing Yuan Li's provocative questioning, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. This is a gunship. How can we fight this? No matter how many people there are, it can't be better than hot weapons and equipment! In the church, even the Vice President Yu Quanping was shocked and embarrassed! This! This is a combat helicopter! Where did this woman get such terrifying military prohibited equipment? Could it be she has military relations? At this moment, Yu Quanping's expression was extremely shocked and complicated with disbelief. Chairman Go, look, now. Can I leave alive? Yuan Li's eyes were calm, staring at Goxing Li on the steps, and asked rhetorically. Goxing Li, now, can I leave alive? Yuan Li asked calmly, staring at the steps. Goxing Li at the door of the church slowly. At the door of the church, Goxing Li's whole person was shaking, his lips trembled, and he said lightly, Girl. I have something to say. A second ago, he threatened to speak cruelly and want Yuan Li to lie down and leave here. At this moment, under the terrorist threat of the armed helicopter phalanx, Goxing Li was completely shocked. The title was also directly changed to ... Girl. What the fuck? The gunship, he Goksingalai, can't afford it. Yuan Li smiled when he heard Goksinglai's remarks. If you have anything, you might as well ... speak to my husband directly. Her beautiful eyes were lightly raised, and her long black hair lightly flicked. Turn around and leave. In the entire church, the crowded black crowd in front ... No one dare to stop. Everyone, trembling all together, the group of bodyguards, one after another gave way for her. No one dared to stop her. Just kidding. The scene. The black helicopter's blast hole is facing everyone. Who the dare to stop? Exclamation mark. Yuan Li, step by step, walked out of the church scene. Inside and outside the church, the gazes of countless people were complicated and shocked, looking at the shadow of her leaving together. Everyone's hearts were more complicated than ever. Today, it is simply a day of great shame for the Go family. Inside the church, beside Yu Quanping, the two guards looked solemn and were about to take out their guns, and followed closely. But he was stopped by Yu Quanping. He looked indifferent. His eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the leaving shadow ... for a long time. At this time, his expression was a little jealous. He hadn't figured out whether this woman was in contact with the Jiangnan military department. Therefore, at this time, you can't do it. What's more, the armed helicopter is hanging in the air. At this time, the gains outweigh the losses, and it is possible that both will suffer. Yuan Li walked out of the church and slowly walked down the steps. Then, stepped onto the fiery red Ducati heavy locomotive. Boom! She twisted the accelerator of the car, and the whole heavy locomotive drifted around in a whirlpool, and then ... whistled and roared away. Only left in the church, the shocked guests and bodyguards. And that gunship also slowly climbed to the height, and finally, towards the distant skyline, whizzing and roaring. The black cloud pressed the city to destroy it, and the light of the armor opened to the golden scales of the sun. The sound of horns fills the sky with autumn colors, stuffed with Yanzai and Ningyi. The half-rolled red flag is facing Yishui, but the frost is heavy and the drum is cold. To report to the Emperor's gold platform, support the Jade Dragon to die for the Emperor. Today, it is destined to be a ... unprecedented ... day of depression. The storm is about to rise, and the frost is heavy and cold. A few kilometers away, the Ku Group building. Ku Yiren is sitting in the office, dealing with the contents of the documents on the desk. At this moment, suddenly, the female secretary Sun Xiao turned pale and rushed into the office anxiously. President Ku. Jiangnan Church. Go Shouza's funeral. Something went wrong. Hearing the report from the female secretary, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The restlessness in her heart became even worse at this time. What's the matter? Go Shouza's funeral was suddenly suspended. The funeral ceremony seems to have been cancelled. The female secretary's voice was complicated and reported. Ku Yiren. This? Is Mr. Chen next door? She asked subconsciously, uneasy. There was an accident at the Go family funeral. She subconsciously thought of Chen Zong. It's so difficult. Is Mr. Chen going to the funeral? The female secretary Sun Xiao hesitated and nodded. Mr. Chen has been reading next door and ... never went out all morning. Hearing the female secretary's answer, Ku Yiren's mood became more complicated and stunned. This? Isn't it? Not Mr. Chen? Dear readers, there is now a new event. In the search bar of Migu app, enter Migu Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down, select the classic web text mail channel interface, and vote for my code name Shura. Each member can vote for 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, Migu has a voting benefit. Everyone who participates in voting can get a 30-day premium membership. Thank you all! I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seeking the support of every brother! Chapter 873. The wind is blowing and the clouds are flying. However, at the same time, Chen Zhonging, who was sitting in the office next door, rang his cell phone. He stared for a moment, with a cigarette in his mouth, and slowly answered the phone. "Mr. Chen, the flowers have been delivered. The words have also been brought." On the other end of the phone, Yuanli's magnetic soft voice came. "Oh, I see." Chen Zongzong dangled a cigarette and held the phone, without the slightest mood swing, and faintly replied. Then, he hung up the phone. He didn't even worry about asking Yuanli's safety, because there is no need, and no need. This day, for the entire Jiangnan, it was an unprecedented turbulent night. The funeral of Yuan Xing Group, the crown prince of the Go family, ended abruptly. Everyone didn't know what happened. At that time, all the people who attended the funeral were all sealed, and they were not allowed to disclose a word. However, according to the rumors of the people around 1 kilometer near the funeral at that time, they saw a helicopter with camouflage paint roaring past the church. The news spread quickly. A mysterious camouflage-painted helicopter suddenly whizzed away from the sky above the church. Could it be what happened at the funeral? Everyone guessed. However, at the same time, late at night, the city building, inside the vice president's office, Yu Quanping was sitting in the office with a deep complexion, slowly puffing out a cigar ring. A few minutes later, a male secretary looked solemn and hurriedly pushed open the office door. Secretary Ding bowed his body respectfully and said, "Report to the chairman, I have contacted Jiangnan Newman." Jiangnan Newman's response is, "That helicopter is not an equipment belonging to their human. They also don't know where that helicopter came from." Hearing these words, Yu Quan's face condensed and he slapped the table fiercely. "Bastard! The gunships have penetrated into the sky. They still don't know. Is this piece of Jiangnan Newman's military defense system eat shit?" Yu Quanping is angry. Today, he is completely angry. At the funeral, in front of him, drive an armed helicopter into the sky over the downtown area! This it is simply unreasonable. This is simply a provocation to Yu Quanping. A blockade of the military system of the armed forces over a troublemaking sky can't even stop a helicopter! What's more, at that time, he was still the number 2 person in the city. Well, if the gunship really opened fire at that time, I'm afraid the consequences would be disastrous! This group of martial arts is simply eating shit. How much do you believe in Newman? Yu Quan asked, staring at the male secretary in a cold tone. Secretary Ding looked complicated and returned cautiously, "Mr. J. I think, maybe 70% credible. Because that gunship is painted with a camouflage fuselage, but it is not known whether it is actually armed. Besides, Jiangnan Newman will not be so stupid. Use your own equipment to dig for yourself." So, the subordinates think that the helicopter may be just a gimmick. It's just that it's converted from an ordinary helicopter. It's not real combat equipment. Assistant Ding replied with respect and cautious voice. Upon hearing these words, Yu Quanping's complexion condensed slightly. He finally reacted. Could it be that the helicopter is fake? Indeed, because when the incident happened today, indeed, everyone was frightened, only to see the fierce camouflage hunting body. Everyone thought it was a real armed aircraft. No one is going to doubt anything. However, the situation at the scene was ... No one saw it fire at all. Could it be that the helicopter is illegally disguised? Just an ordinary civilian aircraft was illegally disguised as a military gunship? At this moment, only this explanation makes sense. Thinking of this, Yu Quanping's expression was even colder. That Chen Zong. Really? So bold. Even forging a gunship, such a thing. Would you dare to do it? This, in the hot summer law, is a serious violation of the law. This is to be sentenced to heavy duty. Check it out for me. Thoroughly check Chen Zonging, and the identity and background of that Yuan Li. No matter everything, You must check it out for me, Yu Quanping sternly ordered. Yes. Subordinates understand. Secretary Ding bowed respectfully. Also, inform Goxing let him do whatever he wants, don't worry about the next move. If necessary, feel free to contact you, Yu Quanping said with deep eyes. When, hearing these words, Secretary Ding's face condensed and nodded respectfully. What does this sentence mean? This. A simple sentence, but behind it, it releases an unprecedented terrible signal. Goxing, you can do whatever you want in this city. Don't worry. Any urban constraints and scruples. Because, he Yu Quanping, will help him settle. Because he Yu Quanping is standing behind him. Even, as long as Goxing needs it. You can directly contact Yu Quanping's secretary. This shows that Yu Quanping will intervene in this matter. As the City Chamber of Commerce, he, the second in command, must personally intervene. This will be a unprecedented shock. The wind is blowing, the clouds are flying, Wigahane returned to his hometown, and the warriors are guarding the quartet. Jiangnan will be completely not peaceful. 30 years ago, from the moment that Yu Quanping and Gojia formally cooperated, the two have had an inseparable cooperative relationship. In the past few years, Yu Quanping, as the protective umbrella of the Go family, has escorted the Go family all the way, helped them break through the commercial blockade and stand at the top of this Jiangnan. The chain of interest among them is almost inseparable. Once, something happened to the Go family that will definitely involve him in Quanping. So, no matter what, this matter. Yu Quanping, he must take action. He can't bear it anymore. Before Go Shows was still alive, Yu Quanping endured no action, because he happens to be happy to watch the show. With the help of Chen Zong, the scum prince Go Shows was eradicated. Go Shows' repeated failures have jeopardized the interest chain of cooperation. If this kind of waste continues in the future, I am afraid it will really endanger Yu Quanping. Therefore, Yu Quanping ignored Go Shows' death and didn't bother to save it. Go Shows is dead, but he feels more at ease. At this time, Goxing was involved in the matter. Goxing, as the chairman of Far Star Group, he may not be in trouble. Yu Quanping is the Buddha behind Goxing. Goxing is Yu Quanping's commercial stand-in. The cooperation between the two is close and inseparable. If something goes wrong with Goxing, the entire Far Star Group will collapse. Then he will be greatly affected by Quanping. Even, it may be so, and be beaten down by competitors. Therefore, Yu Quanping now cannot bear it any longer. He is going to make a move. Thank you for your support. Mega Cup, continue to ask for support! Please vote! In the search bar of Migu app, enter Mega Cup. Click on the interface Go Get to enter. Then scroll down and select the classic web text mail channel interface to vote for my codenamed Shura. Each member can vote 30 votes per day. I need everyone's support. In addition, Miga has a vote benefit. Everyone who participates in the vote can get a 30-day premium membership. Thank you all! I worked hard to write a book for a year, just for such a bright moment. Seek the support of every brother! In addition, PS reminds, in the future, the daily update time will be changed tonight. 1 chapter per day, 1 chapter's words, 4,000 words plus. Therefore, 1 chapter of mine is equal to the number of words in 2 chapters. I directly merged the 2 chapters. Chapter 874 Sun, Luna. However, at the same time, in the middle of the night, the Shanghai C.Guo's Villa Manor, Goxing, sitting in front of the villa sofa, received a call. 1, from the south of the Yangtze River. A call from the city's vice president, Yu Quanping. On the phone, Yu Quanping only had a few words: do what you want to do, don't have any scruples. If you have any difficulties, find my secretary. When he heard these words, Goxing's complexion condensed slightly. How could he not understand the meaning of this sentence? A simple sentence contains too much information. Goxing looked solemn, holding the phone. and returning respectfully, it's ... Xingilai, understand. With the end of this call, an unprecedented storm is ... slowly brewing. The wind is blowing, the clouds are flying. Wigahane returned to his hometown, and the warriors guarded the quartet. Jiangnan will be completely ... not peaceful. That night, Xingilai mobilized all the group forces in Jiangnan. Meetings all night, an unprecedented ... large-scale deployment. Finally, he finalized a ... unprecedented plan. He decides kidnap Yuan Li. After one night of data investigation, Yuan Li's data was simply obtained. She is just a ordinary college student. Behind it, there is no value background. Everything about this woman only started to gradually changed after being taken up by Chen Zongying. This allowed Xingilai to finalize the goal plan. Today, the Kiwi people have been fully protected. It is not easy to talk about getting close, or even kidnapping. In that case, it's better to kidnap directly the third student of Chen Zongying's primary school, Yuan Li. Because this woman is best controlled now. Controlling her, he controlled Chen Zongying. And so, The next day, early morning. Thompson First Class Mansion. Yuan Li wore her pajamas and got up. When I came to the huge landscape balcony, I looked out at the superb view of the Huangpu River. The river breeze shook her long hair. And at this time, she may still don't know. One round of encirclement and suppression against her is ... slowly laid out and proceeded. Looking at the balcony, I watched the river view for a long time. She retracted her gaze, stepped on her bare feet, and walked slowly into the living room. However, the moment she left the balcony, below the balcony, hundreds of meters out of the street, several men in plain clothes are wearing sunglasses, looking deeply at the situation on the balcony. A round of surveillance, containment ... is quietly proceeding. Overwhelming, unprecedented. No one would think of it. Xinglai's first plan for revenge is not to deal with Chen Zong, nor to deal with Ku Yiren and Ku family. Instead, start with Chen Zong's junior, Yuan Li. 36 counts. Prepare for the weak and then neglect. If it's common, don't doubt it. Yin is within the yang, not the right of the yang. The sun, the lunar. Yuan Li prepared breakfast at home. After the meal, after getting dressed, carrying a motorcycle helmet, take the elevator downstairs. Came to the underground garage. In the garage, the fiery red Ducati 1299 heavy locomotive was quietly parked in the middle of the basement. She walked slowly to the locomotive. Step on the locomotive seat. Boom. With a sound, the ignition started. This heavy locomotive worth hundreds of thousands has now become her means of transportation. Yuan Li put on his helmet and twisted the throttle handle. Buzz. Ducati heavy locomotive roared and whizzed quickly out of the underground garage. However, at the moment Yuan Li drove a Ducati heavy locomotive and galloped out of the underground garage. On all sides of her street, countless plainclothes thugs hidden in the street, with cold and grim expressions, slowly glanced at the direction she was leaving. Then, dozens of brown cars started slowly, followed and chased in Yuan Li's direction in secret. A net of heaven and earth is laying down. From the moment Yuan Li drove the locomotive to speed out, the sky and the earth had already started to close the net. Hundreds of meters, not far from the street, a black Rolls-Royce was waiting there quietly. Xingilai, the head of Yuanxing Group, the chairman of the board, is indifferent, sitting in the Rolls-Royce luxury car, smoking a cigar with deep eyes. Tingling bell. At this moment, a phone rang. Xingilai looked solemn and slowly answered the phone. Godong ... The target has come out. Skynet has followed, and is ready to close the net at any time. On the other side of the phone, a solemn report came from his subordinates. Hearing these words, Xinglai's complexion slightly condensed. Follow secretly first, and stay still. He uttered 3 words and took a deep sip of his cigar. When she arrives at the gate of the school, Then close the net, Goksingalai exhorted with a deep voice. Yes. On the other end of the phone, the subordinate responded solemnly, Goksingalai dangling his cigar, and slowly hung up the phone. Today's assault, killing and rounding up, has been deliberation and formulation all night. Every plan must be foolproof, everything, just for hunting you, Anli, that canary. The canary came out of the cage and onto the road that drove to the school. The whole process was calculated by Goksingalai and his military divisions. During the journey, the opponent's resistance and vigilance are the greatest. Therefore, Goksingalai does not intend to do it on the road. People, only when she is the lowest in her resistance and alertness, she can do it. 99% success can be achieved. Although this Yuan Li is only a canary, her skill is of unknown level. She can even kill Feng Yaodao. It shows that she has terrifying strength, no weaker than Feng Yaodao. Facing such terrible women can't be taken lightly. Therefore, Goksingalai made repeated plans. He, taking advantage of Yu Quanping's power and convenience, bought in advance, and took control of Yuan Li's entire road. From home to school, the entire road route covers 7 kilometers. Goksingalai bought the entire road and took control. In other words, today, everything that happens on this road, the city patrol house, will not be taken care of. Even indifferent. On this road, you can do whatever you want. After rigorous analysis, he has finalized the best mobile meeting, that is, Shanghai City, Street Highway. The red Ducati locomotive, with a low engine roar, swept and roared on the street road. Yuan Li wore a helmet, like a knight in the forest. She was a weak and pitiful little girl. But, forced by the environment, she eventually grew into a cold killer. Where the Ducati locomotive passed, there were amazing eyes from the people around. A female knight with a beautiful posture attracted the attention of all men wherever she went. However, at the same time she was driving the locomotive, whistling quickly, towards Fuxing University. Behind him, hundreds of meters behind the street, dozens of cars, vans, disguised as ordinary drivers, slowly following behind. Locked tightly. However, on the road in front of Yuan Li, there were also dozens of cars, disguised as passers-by, slowly waiting for her and stepping forward. This is an unprecedented worldwide net. The beginning of the month is here. I ask my brothers for monthly ticket support! Chapter 875 The Sky and the Earth, a Feast. Behind him, hundreds of meters behind the street, dozens of cars, vans, disguised as ordinary drivers, slowly following behind. Locked tightly. However, on the road in front of Yuan Li, there were also dozens of cars, disguised as passers-by, slowly waiting for her and stepping forward. This is an unprecedented worldwide net. Along the way, the red Ducati, with the roar of the engine, galloped on the streets of the highway. Yuan Li wears a helmet with beautiful eyes, calm, riding a motorcycle. However, at this moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to perceive something. She lay on the heavy locomotive and glanced lightly in the direction of the rear view mirror of the locomotive. On the street behind, dozens of cars are following them neatly. Although those dozen cars disguised as ordinary cars. Moreover, their disguise is very strict. Almost no flaws can be seen. But their fleet is too neat. Neat team camp. Neat speed. Too consistent. This is clearly a containment. Under the helmet, Yuan Li's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. She suddenly twisted the throttle of the right-hand handle. The whole heavy locomotive suddenly tilted its head, roared and suddenly accelerated. Boom! The fiery red Ducati heavy locomotive exploded with a terrifying torque of 1,000 liters. The speed rose instantly to 200 kilometers per hour. Ducati locomotives, like red ghosts, swept out. However, at the moment when she speeded up, behind, the dozens of cars suddenly accelerated suddenly and followed! In dozens of cars, A group of assassins in black suits, with stern expressions, stared at the red heavy locomotive on the street ahead. In the morning, the streets of Shanghai City. An unprecedented speed and passion is being staged. Catch up, bite, don't let go. In dozens of cars behind, a group of assassins slowly exclaimed with cold voices. Dozens of cars, roaring and accelerating, clung to the Ducati heavy locomotive in front of them. Scene, unprecedented. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, the Bund, Huangpu River Bank, Yuanxing Group Building, Chairman's office. Gokxing Ali had deep eyes and was standing in front of the floor-hustling windows, slowly puffing out a cigar ring. Today, it is his most crucial move. Once successful, Chen Zhongying will be hit hard. Today, he has no retreat. Last night, reasoning, calculating, and rehearsing all night just for today's scene. A shocking assassination. Tingling bell. And, at this moment, suddenly his personal cell phone rang, ringing quickly. Gokxing Li's eyes were indifferent, and he slowly took out his phone to take a look. It was a call from the commander-in-chief of the killer group. His eyes condensed, and he slowly answered the phone. Thanks to Godong, our follow-up ... was discovered. Do you adopt Plan B? On the other end of the phone came the solemn voice of the killer commander. Hearing these words, Gokxing Li's eyes condensed slightly. A murderous intent flashed and passed away. He took a deep sip of his cigar. Then, he slowly spit out 2 words, do it in advance. Dozens of kilometers away, Highway Street. The engine roared, and the red Ducati locomotive roared like a ghost. The speed has exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. This speed is unprecedented. However, the dozens of cars behind them still clung to them. The speed of dozens of cars has also soared to 300 kilometers, chasing them at all speeds. These cars are horror racing cars that have been illegally modified. Its purpose is to specifically assassinate. Therefore, dozens of cars can easily catch up with Yuanlis heavy locomotive. Hold on. Around the streets and highways, several traffic policemen are standing in front of the flower beds by the roadside, carrying out speed testing. But right now, boom! Suddenly, a fiery red light whizzed past. The speedometer in the hands of the traffic police could not be held firmly, and was blown to the ground by this terrifying wind. However, within a few seconds, dozens which swiftly passed by in the back. A few seconds later there is another fleet of hundreds of black cars. The journey is arrayed in one shot, chasing turbulently. When, seeing this scene, at the entrance of the street, all the traffic policemen's complexions changed suddenly. Is it staged a street racing? One of the trainee traffic controllers who had just taken up his post had a stern face, and he was about to step onto the official locomotive immediately, intending to rush to warn him for arrest. However, at this moment, several old traffic control officers suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Don't worry about this matter, the old traffic control officer said calmly. They gather on the street and drag racing. They are speeding 200 kilometers. The trainee traffic policeman was puzzled and asked in shock. Does it matter? Gathering crowds on the street to drag racing. This is a serious road traffic violation involving criminal acts. However, the old traffic policeman looked solemnly, and said, by the way, don't worry about this matter. This street, within 10 kilometers of length, within 24 hours today, no matter what happens, you don't need to bother about it. Upon hearing this sentence, the novice traffic control officer was shocked and puzzled. Why? The 2 old traffic officers glanced at him, and then stretched out their hands with deep eyes and pointed to the top of their heads. Up, the second-in-command means. Hearing these words, the trainee traffic controller looked astonished. The streets of Shanghai and the Long Street Highway. Ducati's heavy locomotive swiftly screamed towards the front, trying to get rid of the dozens of cars behind it. However, at this moment, inside one of the cars that was speeding up and chasing, the windows suddenly opened slowly. A killer in a black suit slowly leaned out of the car window. He took out a pistol, gun bore, and aimed directly at the red Ducati locomotive hundreds of meters ahead. The next second, he fired suddenly. A gunshot sounded, deafening. The bullet whizzed quickly and blasted towards Yuan Li in front. It's about to die. However, the moment the bullet was about to hit Yuan Li's body, she was driving a heavy locomotive and suddenly slammed to one side. The whole heavy locomotive, pressed against the ground, swiftly gliding past. Avoid a blow. Yuan Li slammed the locomotive steadily, slew the throttle abruptly, and fled quickly. And, the rear. In dozens of cars, she didn't give her any chance to escape at all. Today, this attack is specially prepared for her. How can you miss a feast? Behind, among dozens of cars, a group of black-clothed killers, slowly again, sticking out their guns. The pitch-black firearms are directly locked to the red Ducati locomotive in front of you. The next second, all fire! Ask for a monthly pass! I need you guys! Chapter 876 Life and Death. Farewell. Today, this attack is specially prepared for her. How can you miss a feast? Behind, among dozens of cars, a group of black-clothed killers, slowly again, sticking out their guns. The pitch-black firearms are directly locked to the red Ducati locomotive in front of you. The next second, all fire! Puff puff puff. Numerous tongues of fire, like a terrifying sky and earth web intertwined, madly attacked Yuan Li in front of him. The murderous intent was raging. Hundreds of bullets, almost instantly, blocked all of Yuan Li's retreat. She can't avoid it at all. Seeing that countless bullets were about to hit Yuan Li in an instant, suddenly, in a rapid speed, her delicate body suddenly rose into the air from the locomotive. The bullet array of the sky and the earth was just avoided. While driving at high speed, Yuan Lijiao suddenly fell down and rode on the heavy locomotive again. She twisted the throttle abruptly. The heavy locomotive cocked its head abruptly and slowed down. At the same time, the rear. Dozens of cars, caught up in an instant. The distance was even. On the side, in a black car, a killer leaned out of the window, locked his gun directly at Yuan Li, and tried to shoot. Yuan Li turned his right hand, and a black dagger appeared in his hand instantly. Weapon, against scale. In an instant, Nilin swept out. Puff! The scales turned into a black glow, and instantly cut the head of the killer who stuck out the car window. Boom! The head of the killer was directly cut off, and the head fell to the ground. Only a headless corpse fell on the seat of the co-pilot. A splash of blood. Ahead, a black BMW car roared, slammed sideways, and hit Yuan Li directly. Yuan Li, wearing a helmet, riding on the motorcycle, spinning his right hand, The dagger burst out again. Puff! The inverse scale dagger pierced directly through the driver's head, whirled in the air, and flew back to Yuanli's hands. The BMW sedan lost control and slammed into the curb of the street. Since the beginning of this week, dozens of BMW cars have been confined and outflanked. In the street behind, another black BMW team roared. There are hundreds of vehicles in the fleet. However, at this moment, on the road ahead, dozens of cars rushed out from the side of the street, trying to stop Yuanli's heavy locomotive! This is an unprecedented, super siege and attack! The sky and the earth are surrounded by nets, and will not give her any chance to escape! On the streets and highways, hundreds of cars were blocked. The scene is shocking, unprecedented! Within 10 kilometers, the entire street was out of control. An assault is being staged! On the Ducati heavy locomotive, Yuanli's eyes were stern. She turned the throttle abruptly, and the Ducati heavy locomotive suddenly tilted her head. At the super high speed, the whole locomotive suddenly rose into the sky. Boo! The wheels of the locomotive were facing forward. The group of BMW cars that were blocked and intercepted slammed into it! Puff! The driver of a BMW car had no time to dodge. The wheels of a Ducati heavy locomotive crushed and shattered the windshield. The horrible spinning wheels directly blasted his head into pieces. Yuanli twisted the throttle, Ducati roared, and galloped toward the street ahead, fleeing. Breakthrough 300 kilometers per hour! Hundreds of cars were blocked by the terrorist blockade in all directions, but they couldn't block her! This is simply The heavy locomotive roared and roared quickly, fleeing in full speed. Today, she encountered an unprecedented murderous opportunity. She knew she was not a rival. This is a killing game specifically aimed at her. She must flee at this time, escape the enemy blockade. It is possible to live. However, at this moment, suddenly, ahead on the street road, a yellow truck rushed out. This is intercept! Contain! Under the helmet, Yuanli's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Make a decisive decision, twist the throttle abruptly, and the body tilts. The entire Ducati locomotive, almost stuck to the ground, went directly toward the bottom of the truck, passing through at high speed. Even her cycling suit was rubbed against the ground because the body was too low. Sparks appeared. It's worthy of escape. However, at the same time, at the rear, the big truck suddenly turned around, giving way to hundreds of cars behind. Search! Hundreds of BMW cars galloped past, chasing Yuanli. Murderous intent is raging. This is fundamental, not giving her any chance to survive. Yuanli drove the locomotive and fled quickly. Her complexion was pale. And, just now, thousands of meters above, suddenly, a sniper bullet hit. Sniper! Yuanli's pupils condensed suddenly. Subconsciously slammed sideways, avoiding. She can dodge the bullets of ordinary firearms. However, the bullet of the sniper rifle has never been tried. Because the sniper rifle is faster, more powerful, and more accurate. With her reaction speed, it is difficult to avoid it. Puff! The sniper bullet slammed along her left shoulder and wiped it past. Wiped a scar on her cycling jersey. Can't be avoided. Almost shot. With a solemn expression on her face, she opened her helmet and visor, hurriedly posed for the locomotive, and at the same time took out her mobile phone from her pocket, and dialed a call for help to Mr. Chen. Today, the catastrophe. She can't handle it. This call is for help. Maybe. But also farewell. However, just when the call was first connected, suddenly, a sniper bullet screamed. Puff! The sniper bullet directly penetrated the front wheel of her locomotive. Boom! With a sound, the wheels of the heavy locomotive punctured directly. The entire heavy locomotive suddenly tilted its tail. Under the super high speed of 300 kilometers, Yuan Li had no time to turn back. The whole locomotive, and her whole person, were all thrown away by a huge force! Boom! The entire Ducati heavy locomotive fell to the ground. The fragile body was directly subjected to the high-speed impact. To shatter the body, heavy locomotives are meat-clad iron. In the event of an accident, the driver must be the first to fall into the air. Therefore, once an accident occurs, the driver is injured, and the death rate is extremely high. Yuan Li's delicate body, at this time, was also thrown out with the inertia at a speed of 300 km per hour. Her body fell to the ground 100 meters away, and the entire carbon fiber anti-collision machine head helmet was directly shattered and cracked. Her black leather jacket was also torn. Under the leather jacket, a bright red wound appeared on the fair skin. She was injured. Ask for a monthly pass 6! Ask for monthly ticket support! I need you. 1. Gee, thanks to the brothers who voted for me yesterday. And! Chapter 877. In early spring in March, showers arrive. Her black leather jacket was also torn. Under the leather jacket, a bright red wound appeared on the fair skin. She was injured. Yuan Li, trembling, got up from the ground. Her whole body bones, at this moment, seemed to be torn apart, and it was extremely painful. She was lucky enough to survive a 300-kilometer flight at super high speed. At this moment, the mobile phone in her hand was also smashed to pieces because of the horrible fall. Before she even had time to say goodbye to Mr. Chen, the phone broke. She stood up trembling. Under the black leather jacket, a blood stain appeared on his fair skin. The injury is serious. Buzz! And, at the same time, behind, hundreds of black BMW cars swiftly chased up. They rushed towards her. Murderous intent is raging, and it doesn't give her any chance to escape and breathe. Seeing the BMW sedan team is about to hit her, Yuan Li's pretty face condensed, resisting the torn wound on his body. Suddenly his body leapt into the air. Leap a few meters into the sky. Below, a number of BMW cars rushed past. The road below her can be avoided. However, hundreds of BMW cars behind ... have been chased violently. Crunch! There was a rush of brakes. Hundreds of cars instantly blocked the streets with a radius of hundreds of meters! Yuan Li was alone, surrounded and sealed in the middle of the street. This is an unprecedented feast of killing. Hundreds of black BMW cars are raging. Yuan Li stood alone in the center of the blockade of the convoy, isolated and helpless. There is no chance of escape. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Kios Group, 99th floor, office of the chief security officer. Chen Zhongying was sitting on a chair, his eyes calm, and he huffed smoke rings deeply. But, at this moment, suddenly his cell phone ringing suddenly. Chen Zong picked up his mobile phone and saw that it was Yuan Li's call. He answered the phone. Can you just hang up after picking up the phone? Chen Zonggong's eyes condensed, and he repeatedly dialed to the phone. However, on the other end of the phone, no one answered, only the voice prompt of the system. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in the service area, please dial later. Sorry, the number you dialed is not reachable. Please redial later. Chen Zhongying kept dialing the past ... but the other party's mobile phone kept reminding him that the phone was not in the service area. This! Chen Zong's eyes condensed slightly. He felt something was wrong. He directly lifted his wrist and opened the Omega watch on his wrist. Turn on the satellite intrusion function. Satellite invasion, start. A few minutes later, this military Omega watch released a high-strength radio waves on signal, which directly invaded thousands of mobile communication satellites over the Jiangnan city. Chen Zong clicked on his watch, directly hacked into the satellite, entered Yuan Li's number, and launched a Skynet-style carpet search in the south of the Yangtze River. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. Over the sky, tens of thousands of meters high satellite communications are constantly searching for and screening the number information he wants. When a person has super strong IT control ability, any electronic device in this world can be used by you. Because this world cannot do without IT, and cannot do without computers, whether it's a home computer or company monitoring, cars, refrigerators, air conditioners. Anything you can think of, it can be controlled by IT. Darwin once said, if a hacker controls all the information codes, then he controls the entire world. At this time, Chen Zhongying used terrible IT intrusion technology to invade the communication satellite, using the satellite to find the information he wanted. A few minutes later, a reminder sounded on the Omega watch. He found the information he wanted. Chen Zhongying looked solemn, clicked on the watch information, and checked. Number, 13,216,777,777. Last call, communication location, Shanghai City, Chengning District. Signal status, no signal. When seeing this string of iMessages, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed slightly. This is the route that Yuan Li must travel every day when he goes to school to attend classes. But at this time, the signal is suddenly interrupted here! Exclamation mark. She was attacked! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong's pupils condensed. He got up, put on his suit jacket, and walked out of the office quickly. At the same time, he clicked on the Omega watch and invaded the Jiangnan military satellite system. Directly mobilize military drones in the air and secretly surround the QS building. Protected any time, the safety of Kiwi people. And he, at this time, has more important things to do. Tens of kilometers away, Shanghai City, Chengning Street. At this time, in the middle of the whole street, a murderous intent was raging. Hundreds of BMW cars are lined up into a terrifying and turbulent killing array. Yuan Li is alone, is sealed in the center of the killing array. There are several snipers in ambush in all directions, several kilometers in radius. This is a killing feast specially prepared for her. At this time, all the pedestrians on the surrounding streets were already scared to flee. The entire long street, except for hundreds of BMW cars and Yuan Li. It was almost cold. The entire street was listed out of security by the patrol house. Regardless, anyone on the scene called the police. The patrol house and the city management department ignored them. The superior instructed and ordered them to ignore what happened on this street today, no matter what. In the middle of Long Street, Yuan Li's eyes were cold. Her long black hair hung lightly on her shoulders, and she looked a little messy and beautiful. Her right hand twisted gently. The black dagger slowly emerged. On the dagger, there was a grim scaly totem, which exuded a trace of chill in the air. Weapon, against scales. This weapon was given to her by Mr. Chen. Unexpectedly, today, on this long street, she would be holding a weapon. The last battle. Wow! In all directions, the doors of hundreds of black BMW cars suddenly opened! Exclamation mark. Thousands of bodyguard thugs in black suits, get out of the car neatly! Exclamation mark. A black suit, like a wave of people, swept. Why? Zing zing zing. Thousands of people, thousands of choppers, all came out of their own eyes! Question mark. The sharp blade light reflects a terrible chill. Thousands of people, murderous, violent, chi-chi. Towards Yuan Li, continue to besiege. Encircle the circle, keep shrinking. Surrounding the center of the killing array, Yuan Li has complex and solemn eyes. Look around vigilantly. Limited production to the scene. Thousands of people. She had never experienced such a difficult battle in her life. Take one, the enemy 1,000. This, how does she want to challenge? Boom! Above the suppressed sky, a burst of thunder swept through, breaking the high-altitude sunny day. In early spring in March, thunderstorms arrive. Add more, ask for monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Thank you friends who sent me a monthly pass today. Chapter 878 Black Ink. died with serenity. Encircle the circle, keep shrinking. Surrounding the center of the killing array, Yuanli's beautiful eyes are complicated and solemn. Look around vigilantly. Limited production to the scene. Thousands of people. She had never experienced such a difficult battle in her life. Take one, the enemy 1,000. This, how does she want to challenge? Boom. Above the oppressive sky, a burst of thunder swept through, breaking the high-altitude sunny day. In early spring in March, thunderstorms arrive. The whole sky was suddenly black. Muffled thunder, heavy rain is approaching. However, at this moment, Yuanli's figure disappeared in place. If the other party wants to kill you, then you have to do it before the other party. Don't have any hesitation. Do it first. Take the lead. This is the law Chen Zongyingwan's daughter. Now, at this moment, she is fully using it. Her body turned into an afterimage. Almost instantly, she penetrated into the sea of people ahead. There was a crowd of black people all around, and there was no time to react, let alone her movements. Because, the speed ... it is ... too fast. Too fast. Yuanli is a born killer. She has a terrifying understanding beyond ordinary people's ability to kill people. She wrote down all the methods Chen Zong had taught her. Already in my mind, a terrible memory of murder has formed. Puff 6. Puff. Puff 6. Her figure rushed into the sea of people ahead. Blood is splashing ... Why? Black inverse scale army blade. Wherever the whistling passed, a blood spattered. Countless thugs. There is no time to react. The body has been split into two by the terrifying black light. Yuan Li shot without any mercy. Because, in dealing with the enemy, we must not be soft. Either you die or I live. Now she is no longer the weak and compassionate girl. Her name is Yuan Li. A real Yuan Li. Killer, Yuan Li. Her delicate body has passed through countless seas of people. One piece, another piece of corpse, fell to the ground. The blood stained the entire ground. Hands. Catch your mouth. In front of the crowd, a leader shouted violently. Exclamation mark. Wow! Countless crowds are frantically encircling Yuan Li towards Yuan Li! Exclamation mark. Almost instantly, Yuan Li's entire body was enclosed in a crowd of black people. Alone, surrounded by thousands. This murder at the scene. Turbulent occasion. Only before. Her knife is fast enough. Her knife skills are accurate enough. But they couldn't. Facing in all directions, these countless seas of people. Double fists are hard for rivals. What's more, she is just a newcomer killer who has just advanced to the entry level. This battle, for her, was a dead end. There is no turning back. Puff puff puff. Black inverse scales. Flesh and blood flew everywhere they went. The scales are very sharp. See blood when you touch it. But in the wind. Watched. But in the wind. But in the wind. No matter how sharp the knife is, it is no match for the scene. This crowd of thousands. Exclamation mark. Yuan Li's knife was fast and he kept fighting, trying to smash a path from this crowded crowd. But this is almost a battle to the death. Her physical strength can't be estimated at all. In all directions, countless machete, slashing violently. She kept going backwards, avoiding everywhere. However, there were still countless blades that swept across her skin. Almost in an instant, a sharp machete cut through a few tiny blood holes on her delicate body. The blood dyed her leather jacket red. Can't tell whether it is her own blood or the blood of the enemy. She can't hold on anymore. There are too many people. She was too much to resist. With thousands of knives, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't resist. Anytime, anywhere, one wrong step may be forever. Puff puff. Yuan Li was another ghost holding the Nikin, and suddenly pierced the neck of a thug in front of him. Then, she took the opportunity to seize an opportunity and make a decisive. The delicate body suddenly flashed up. Her husband taught her ... in any environment, at any time, to keep a clear mind. At any time, keep your brain running at a high speed, and seek the best combat discussed plan for yourself. At this time, she had found this battle the only hope that she could grasp in the battle. She suddenly rushed up with her delicate body, take advantage of the trend and step on the shoulders of a killer. The assassin's knees softened and he knelt to the ground with a bang. As for Yuan Li, he took advantage of the situation. The delicate body rose into the air. She just stepped on the body of countless people under her feet, and kept running away in the sky. Below, countless thugs were severely trampled by Yuan Li's shoes. The force of horror penetrated. The group of thugs knelt down and Ada fell to the ground. Yuan Li stepped on countless people like this, and rushed directly to a black BMW car ahead. She leapt straight up, and her body fell on the black BMW car. Take advantage of the height of the BMW sedan to occupy a geographical advantage. Easy to defend and hard to attack. This position is the only place where she can fight at this time. In all directions, countless seas of people, like crazy zombies, rushed towards Yuan Li frantically. Countless thugs tried to climb onto the roof of BMW cars. However, before they climbed up, they were penetrated by the terrifying black sword light. Yuan Li, standing on the roof of the BMW sedan, borrowed the height of the sedan to form a natural standing and fighting advantage. The countless crowds cannot be filled at all. Can't rush up. Puff, puff, puff. The black you lead the inverse scale dagger, and it keeps piercing the void until that. The blood soon stained the entire BMW car. And the entire car roof, the window glass, the door, the engine cover, are all stained with a thick blood! A corpse, constantly falling down from the BMW car. On the ground a few meters around the BMW car, a corpse, piled up like a mountain. It's like a piece of sure hell. Yuan Li was standing on the roof of the car alone, in a black leather suit, which had been stained dark red with blood. Several wounds cracked on her body. She has been seriously injured, but she is still fighting. His long black hair is messy, and his delicate and beautiful face is stained with blood stains, making him look even more poignant. Boom! A flash of lightning pierced the void again on the silent and dark sky. Thunder and lightning. Wow! The rain is pouring. Thunderstorm. With a twist of his right hand, Yuan Li's counter-scale dagger directly smashed a killer who was trying to rush on the roof of the car into two halves. The blood was red. Their rain, intertwined with the thick blood of I, forms a gorgeous killing movement. If evil is a gorgeous and cruel movement, then justice is deep and helpless melancholy. I will write it by myself, then I will light up the gleam in the ashes. The light of the morning sun dries the last line of sorrow, then the raindrops will wash away the dark high walls. The black ink is dyed with peace. Heavy rain is invading. Thousands of meters away, a sniper opened fire suddenly and violently. A sniper bullet violently struck out, slamming towards Yuan Li, and blasting! Ask for monthly ticket 6! Thank you brothers who gave me my monthly pass yesterday. Many thanks. I need your monthly ticket support. Dear. Chapter 879 Cup. Heavy rain is invading. Thousands of meters away, a sniper opened fire suddenly and violently. A sniper bullet violently struck out, slamming towards Yuan Li, blasting towards! Yuan Li's beautiful eyes condensed, and his delicate body dodged sideways in a panic. It's worthy of escape. This! Not an offensive sniper bullet! Yuan Li's eyes were sharp, and she saw the problem of sniper bullets at a glance. This is an anesthetic bullet. The other party, this is to catch yourself and keep alive! Thinking of this result, Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale. Ahead, Dozens of people rushed up again frantically, trying to pull Yuan Li from the roof of the BMW car. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes are cold and heavy. With a light wave of her jade arm, the scales came out of her sheath. Puff puff puff. In front of the black crowd, Kiki Teller howled miserably! Where the chief scroll of the black inverse scale dagger passed ... a splash of blood. The remains of the corpse are constantly overflowing. Countless scarlet stained the entire ground. At this time, the entire BMW car was almost distorted and deformed by being trampled on. The window glass shattered. The roof is distorted. The doors and hood are all sunken. The whole car was stained with blood. On the roof of the BMW car, the scarlet is stained. Yuan Li was alone, standing on the roof of the car. Her black leather jacket was dyed dark red. The long hair is flat, and the delicate face is so desolate that it is stained with a few wisps of blood. With her fingers against the scales of the dagger, she continued to fight in the endless sea of people. Gradually, her physical strength was finally overdrawn. One person, hostile to thousands of thugs. No matter how strong the sword is, she will eventually lose strength. Her body has not been specially strengthened. She is just a mortal body. Therefore, her physical strength is impossible after all. With endless support, gradually, her knife became slower and slower. The muscles of her arms holding the knife were sore and weak. Even her breathing rhythm is already a bit messy. Swish. At the same time, from the side, thousands of meters away, another sniper bullet came violently and bombarded! Yuan Li's eyes condensed. He hurriedly withdrew his knife, leaning in front of him, resisting. Glang! A violent metal trembling sound. That sniper bullet, and her inverse scale dagger, slammed together, rubbing out a terrible metal spark. Yuan Li's entire body couldn't bear the terrifying bombardment power of the sniper bullet. The entire body was blasted away fiercely. Her delicate body flew upside down in midair. He slammed the roof of a BMW car a few meters away. The roof of the car was crushed and dented. Puff. A trace of sweet blood overflowed in Yuan Li's beautiful red lips. A trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, in all directions, the crowded black crowd is surging up! Machete Huo, murderous! Yuan Li's pretty face was anxious and panicked, flashed sideways, and quickly got up. You lead the inverse scale dagger to swing. Puff puff. A few more lives were taken away in an instant. But her movements are getting slower and slower. Swish. However, at this moment, several more sniper bullets violently attacked her beautiful body. Yuan Li's pupils condensed. Holding an inverse scale dagger, hurriedly swung it. Dang dang dang. Several bullets were directly knocked down by her with a dagger. But, puff, a cry. A bullet is fired from another weird angle. It is inevitable and inevitable, directly and fiercely. It penetrated Yuan Li's fragrant shoulder. Hey! She was blown out from the roof of the BMW car. Boom! Zhao Chu slammed into the hood of a car behind again. The entire car hood is completely sunken. Puff. Yuan Li's mouth directly overflowed with a bite of sweet blood. Her entire right shoulder was filled with scarlet! The sniper warhead with anesthetics has penetrated fiercely and shot into her shoulder. Countless anesthetics penetrated into her blood vessels and central nervous system. Yuan Li only feels that her beautiful eyes are getting weaker and weaker. She trembled, trying to get herself up. However, the physical strength is gradually running out. Anesthetics flooded her body instantly. Kang dang. The Bing Nilin dagger in her hand fell to the ground. However, her eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. Finally, she just lay on the roof of the BMW sedan, slowly closed her eyes. When I saw this terrible woman, she finally lost her intuition. In all directions, the countless crowds of thugs who were crushed in darkness, finally ... The long beard breathed a sigh of relief. This female assassin finally was recruited. Fuck this stinky lady. I want her to pay the price. Several black-clothed thugs looked savagely and they were about to rush forward. However, before they stepped forward, A few sharp knives were in front of their necks. Godong said, "Don't touch her hair and keep alive." A leader of the thugs team, with a cold expression and holding a machete, said slowly. Those thugs who were just thinking about bad intentions, their bodies trembled. Then they trembled and stepped back. At this moment, the whole scene is already miserable. Corpses all over the floor. In order to arrest Yuan Li alive. This killing ... on the scene, a total of 2,000 people were mobilized. At this time, the 2,000 people almost have been killed and injured 1/3. There are nearly 600 or 700 people ... have been killed. A corpse fell to the ground in all directions. The whole scene is extremely miserable, like a on earth. The number 2,000 was actually ... was bombarded and killed by Yuan Li alone. This scene is simply. Everyone present has lingering fears at this time. How terrible was that woman! Exclamation mark. At the scene, a whole 700th brother was sacrificed. This is so tragic, too heroic. Sacrificing the 700th person, only then took this female assassin. This is simply terrible. Shocking. Yuan Li glanced at the female assassin in front of the BMW sedan with a sullen expression on his face. At this time, Yuan Li was already heavy with anesthetics and passed out completely. The face of the thug leader condensed slightly. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, several thugs stepped forward and opened a huge sack. One of the thugs directly handcuffed a metal handcuff on Yuan Li's hands, and then handcuffed her. Make sure to be foolproof. This female assassin is too scary. If once she escapes during transportation, the consequences will be ... unthinkable. So thugs must be foolproof. Then, a fighter picked up Yuan Li's body and directly put her into the thick sack. Strictly tighten with an iron rope and fasten it. The entire sacks are made of carbon fiber composite materials, and even daggers and ordinary bullet guns cannot be opened. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Yuan Li to escape from it. The leader's eyes were dignified. He glanced around, and then snapped his fingers. Receive the team. With his order, thousands of people on the scene got on the bus together. Hundreds of BMW cars, slowly, drove away. Only the scene. The remains of the corpse all over the floor. Ask for monthly ticket support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 880 Huihai Road, number 467. 10 minutes later. Quiet streets and highways in the distance. The roar of a car engine. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 car, whistling at an ultra-high speed of 200 km per hour, hurriedly came ... Why! Exclamation mark. Crunch. The Mercedes-Benz car braked suddenly and stopped at the scene of the crime with a terrible tail flick and friction. As the car door opened, Chen Zongying was dressed in a straight suit and stepped out of the car quickly. However, as soon as he stepped out of the car, his eyes suddenly condensed. At the scene, the whole ground was stained with blood. The remains of corpses were all over the ground, and they fell to the ground in all directions. The whole area of the ground was stained red by the blood. It's like a piece, azure on earth. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Zongying's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Yuan Li attacked. He, step by step, stepped on the corpses all over the ground, eyes constantly scanning around the scene. Wherever his eyes pass, all the eye situation on the scene, you can have a panoramic view. There seemed to be pictures in his mind, condensing. He, just now, restore the scene of the killing. Relying on the scene of the scene, his mind began to restore the scene of Yuan Li's battle on the enemy. There are 2,000 people, plus 4 snipers 1 kilometer away. Yuan Li is alone. 2,000 people confront Yuan Li alone. Yuan Li, there is no chance of winning at all. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. Yuan Li was taught by him. No one knows the level of Yuan Li's strength better than him. Killing 800 people is already the limit. She couldn't. She fought so many people. Thinking of this, Chen Zongying's expression was even more condensed. The fists were slightly clenched, exuding a terrible anger. He has never been so angry for a woman. Yes, This time today he was angry. Chen Zong's eyes scanned the surroundings, confirmed the killing at the scene. She killed the enemy. 761 people. The body at the scene has not yet been cleaned. Can estimate the killing situation on the spot. In the end, she was shot, was hit by a sniper bullet. Chen Zenging glanced at the scene and slowly walked to a ground. He knelt down, picked up a broken sniper bullet shell from the ground, and took a closer look. This is MGF-5, a domestically produced, military heavyweight sniper caliber bullet. There was a trace of anesthetic powder in this bullet! Chen Zonging smelled the pungent smell of anesthetic medicine in the bullet shell. The other party, this is. Thinking of this result. A slight trace of fortune flashed in Chen Zong's heart. However, in his heart, the trace of anxiety has become deeper and deeper. Yuan Li was caught alive. What is the purpose of the other party? Chen Zonggong's eyes were cold, and he scanned the scene. The corpse on the ground, his face was extremely cold and murderous. But, at the same time, in the distance, on the highway, dozens of large trucks are forming a line, slowly rushing towards the scene of the crime. These large truck convoys were ordered to transport and deal with the remains of the corpse at the scene. But, just when the convoy of large trucks was about to approach the scene of the crime, a convoy of dozens of large trucks suddenly braked and stopped. At this time, the large truck fleet was 500 meters away from the scene of the crime. However, the drivers looked solemn and braked and stopped because they saw a person standing at the murder scene. A black suit is straight. It is like a sure demon from hell. Chen Zong, those big truck drivers, as members of the Go family, how can they be don't know this second middle demon? Almost instantly, the faces of all the drivers changed suddenly in their surroundings. What the fuck? Didn't it mean the crime scene is safe? How could suddenly such a demon appeared? 10 minutes ago, they received the order and learned that the scene of the murder was safe. That's why I drove the convoy, felt the scene, and handled the dead body. But the result, I saw that demon standing at the scene of the crime. Almost instantly, the faces of the drivers of dozens of truck convoys changed suddenly, hurriedly started the trucks, and quickly turned back and turned around. Trying to escape the scene. But they can't escape at all. Swish. Almost. Just a few seconds. Chen Zonging's body has disappeared in place. A sonic boom swept across the air. I can only see his afterimage passing by. In an instant, he teleported directly to the front of the large truck convoy. Devil May Cry, Strikeout. Chen Zonging's figure flickered. Bah! Dozens of truck drivers didn't have time to react at all. only feeling the after-images passing by. Then their bodies were directly pulled out of the carriage. Chen Zongguang's eyes were sharp, and he directly stamped their bodies on the ground. Their heads, like a leather ball, were slammed into the ground. There is no escape from the severe pain. Say, Yuan Li, where did you get caught? Chen Zonggong asked coldly, his eyes on the head of a driver with cold eyes. The driver's voice was trembling. I don't know. Puff. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Zongying did not give a chance to beg for mercy, and slammed the driver's head severely. The sauce splashes, like a watermelon bursting. Chen Zongying's expression was cold, like a demon. His leather shoes stepped on the head of the second driver. Say only a simple word. The driver, trembling with fright, was directly scared to pee. But Chen Zongying didn't have so much patience at all. Even if he didn't say it, he directly cack. With a cry, on the spot, he crushed the head of the famous driver. Red mixed with purple sauce splashes. And he was just like that, constantly trampling on the minds of drivers one after another. Those remaining alive drivers have completely collapsed! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? I watched. Tong's comrade's head was trampled to pieces. This scene is simply unearth! Exclamation mark. The drivers were so scared that their bodies trembled. And everyone was scared to pee. This is the fuck. It's the devil! Exclamation mark. Horrible murderer. Don't be so scared that the drivers will keep overflowing. And finally, several drivers trembled in panic, begging for mercy again and again. Don't kill. Don't kill us. Let's say that woman was taken to Godong's private secret villa. Chen Zonggong stared at the drivers with cold eyes. Address. The drivers trembled and said the address, Huihai Road. Number 467. Ongshanguanayu. Puff. Chen Zongying stomped on his right leather shoes, and directly trampled the heads of the drivers into sauce! Exclamation mark. He didn't say it before, and he could let them go if he explained it. Let go? This word, never in his death dictionary. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he unbuttoned the red tie on his white shirt. This tie was made by Yuan Li, specially for him at that time. He folded his tie carefully and put it in his pocket. Then, he walked quickly towards the Mercedes-Benz. Pull the car door. Shank. Boarding. The Mercedes-Benz car flicked its tail, swiftly speeding away. Roaring away! Exclamation mark. Continue to ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Crazy asking for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. In addition, this book has more than 2 million words. In fact, it doesn't matter if I write it or not. I can open a new book. The reason why I wrote it down is because the monthly pass can still make up a little bit of income. So, I'm still updating, about 4,000 words per day. I hope everyone will support you and vote for more monthly votes. If the monthly pass for this book is gone, it will be the end of the book. Everyone support more monthly tickets. Chapter 881 Spicy Defloration. Noon, Huihai Road, number 467. City landscape scenic area. In the endless boulevards of mountains and rivers, there is a luxurious private villa hidden in front of the manor. The villa is hidden between mountains and rivers, like a paradise. Dozens of black BMW cars slammed on the brakes and suddenly stopped at the door of the villa. A large group of members in black suits suddenly got off the car. Dozens of members, carrying a special black nylon bag, hurriedly walked into the villa manor. The entire villa manor is private and hidden. Around the villa, crowded black security personnel gathered together, with countless people, forming a protective lineup. It can be seen that the security of this villa is tight. How tight is it? Exclamation mark. Several men carried nylon bags and walked into the villa quickly. However, at this time, inside the villa, on the second floor, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows in a lounge, the chairman of Yuanxing Group, Goxing Eli, his eyes were deep and stern, standing in front of the window, slowly staring at the villa scenery outside the window. The emperor's father, and Fan Y situ home Bo Wei Sai, Zong Yun Shan husband. The internal history of Lu Zai, the White Horse. Zai Weishai's family, the wife of Yan Fang, was instigated. This city, after all, is still under his control. No matter how overbearing Chen Zong is, he is just a martial artist, unable to escape from his palm. Tonight, a general situation, specially for that Chen Zonging report. At this moment, outside the lounge door, there was an anxious cry from his subordinates. A subordinate hurriedly walked into the lounge, bowing respectfully and saluting. Chairman. The female killer Yuan Li has been arrested. Please tell me. The face of the hand was solemn, and he respectfully bowed his body. When, hearing this report, Goxing Li's eyes finally condensed slightly. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and the depth in his eyes became even more profound. People, finally caught. How much to sacrifice? He asked lightly. Today, in order to catch Yuan Li, he dispatched a total of 2,000 people, almost out of the nest. Yuan Li's horror is almost on the same level as Chen Zonging. Therefore, Goxing Li prepared a complete strategy, and countless people encircled and suppressed. The face of the hand was complicated, and he hesitated for a long time before returning tremblingly, sacrifice. More than 700 people. When hearing this number, Goxing Li's pupils suddenly condensed! Exclamation mark. Sacrifice. More than 700 people? Question mark. Dispatch 2,000 people. More than 700 people died? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Death sacrificed a third? Exclamation mark. How terrible is this Yuan Li? Exclamation mark. Goxing Li's complexion was extremely sharp. He took a deep breath. Send it to the bedroom. Goxing Li's voice was very cold, with an inexplicable and profound voice. Yes. The subordinate saluted respectfully, and then slowly exited the meeting room. Goxing Li stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and stared out the window for a long time. Finally, he turned around and left the lounge, walked towards the bedroom of the villa. When he opened the door of the bedroom, he saw that there was a tender body stained with blood on the big soft bed in the bedroom. At this time, Yuan Li had already passed out in a coma, lying on the bed, completely unconscious. The effect of the anesthetic on her body has not yet passed. At this time, he was still in a coma. And, just in case, her hands were still roasted with thick iron shackles, and the entire iron shackles were handcuffed on the other side of the bed. In case she escapes. Looking at the fragile body on the bed, a deep and evil spirit flashed in Goxing Li's eyes. This, the old man of the rivers and lakes who is over 50 years old. In terms of personnel, he still has the same style as before. Now, it is time to try, Yuan Li, this tender flower bud. Step by step, he walked toward the Simmons bed. Standing in front of the bed, looking at this, lying on the bed of Simmons, Goxing Li's eyes flashed with unprecedented lust. It was a trace of evil fire. The evil fire is surging. I have to admit that this woman is a natural stunner. Only 20 years old is the most attractive age. What a flower! It's a pity not to pick it. Yuan Li, I didn't expect that you would eventually still fall into my hands. Goxing Li looked at the woman lying on the bed, and the evil in his eyes was even worse. Wait for me and enjoy you. Then, I will use you again to threaten Chen Zonging. The evil smile in Goxing Li's eyes continued, and his lower body, at this time, was already a little rushing blooding. Today, this game, specifically for Chen Zonging, he spared no effort to arrest Yuan Li. That is, to use Yuan Li to threaten Chen Zonging. Let Chen Zonging obediently submit. With his decades of experience in Jiangujing, he can guess. This woman is of great significance to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging will definitely give up something for her, and he can take this opportunity to let Chen Zong die without being buried. Kill you while you are sick. This is his handle. Goxing Li. He slowly took off his suit jacket before using this woman to threaten Chen Zonging. Goxing Li also plans to do one thing. Use this woman's first pure flesh body for yourself, sow seeds. Goksingle Lee's son was killed by Chen Zong 2 weeks ago. His Go family has never been since. In order to let Guo's incense continue, Goksingle Lee decided to choose the best gene, using the genes of this female killer, Yuan Li, to mate with herself and breed a brand new descendant of the Go family. For the inheritance of the incense of the Go family, continue. Goksingle Lee's eyes were deep and he slowly took off his coat. Then, he untied his suit and tie. Then, one by one, unbutton the shirt. Take off his belt and suit pants. At this time, his breathing was already a bit rapid and agitated. Although he is a hero of the world, he has a prominent status. I have played with countless female college students on weekdays, but he has never encountered such a beautiful Chuchun girl. This class of girls, beautiful, can be called the best. It can be said that it is. Enough. Goksingle Lee was excited, naked, wearing only a pair of Armani men's boxer briefs, and walked towards the bed step by step. But, just when he was about to climb onto the Simmons bed, Yuan Li lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, Goksingle Lee trembled with fright, and Deng hurriedly stepped back several steps. This! He looked at Simmons on the bed in disbelief. I saw that the woman on the bed had already opened her eyes! How is this possible? Doesn't the time for anesthetics mean 10 hours? Goksingle Lee looked solemn and vigilant. At this time, he was a little panicked. This terrible female assassin actually woke up. On the bed of Simmons, Yuan Li's eyes were cold, and there was a flash of cold murderous intent in that beautiful pupil. She slowly got out of the bed and stood up. Thank you brothers who gave me my monthly pass yesterday. Update for you. Chapter 882 Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. But, just when he was about to climb onto the Simmons bed, Yuan Li lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, Goksingle Lee trembled with fright, and Deng hurriedly stepped back several steps. This! He looked at Simmons on the bed in disbelief. I saw that the woman on the bed had already opened her eyes! How is this possible? Doesn't the time for anesthetics mean 10 hours? Goksingle Lee looked solemn and vigilant. At this time, he was a little panicked. This terrible female assassin actually woke up. On the bed of Simmons, Yuan Li's eyes were cold, and there was a flash of cold murderous intent in that beautiful pupil. She slowly got out of the bed and stood up. The pair of green pupils, like demons, were straight locked, staring at Goksingle Lee 2 meters away. At this time, the distance between the two is only 2 meters apart. Goksingle Lee stood there, only feeling cold all over, as if locked by a beast. The look in this woman's eyes is too terrifying, like a demon. Goksingle Lee swallowed forcibly, his eyes fixed on Yuan Li, for fear of this woman, suddenly burst away. But think about it, this woman, it should be impossible to escape. Her hand was roasted with the strongest titanium alloy handcuffs. These handcuffs are extremely hard and can withstand a crushing force of thousands of catties. With the strength of this woman, no matter how big it is impossible to get rid of the handcuffs. And the other end of this handcuff is connected to a ferroalloy iron ring on the wall. She can't escape at all. You can't get close here. You want to move me? Yuan Li sat on the bed with cold beautiful eyes, staring at Goksingle Lee, and asked slowly. Goksingle Lee's complexion was a bit complicated and embarrassing. At this time, he was naked, covered by only a pair of underwear, which was extremely embarrassing. Yuan Li, you can't escape today. If you submit to me and be my woman obediently, I will give you the endless glory and wealth. If not, I will let you and that Chen Zong die without burial. Goksingle Lee's voice was cold, with an unprecedented threat of killing. But, just after Goksingle Lee's threatening words fell, suddenly, there was a click. Metal handcuffs, the sound of being untied! Goksinga Lee's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at Yuan Lee! I saw that the thick titanium alloy iron shackles on her hand were untied! This! What the fuck! Goksinga Lee was terrified! How the is this possible! These titanium alloy handcuffs are not supposed to use a code lock of 346 digits. Besides using a computer, it is impossible to uncover it by human means at all! But why? The handcuffs were untied! Yuan Lee slowly rubbed his slightly red and swollen wrist, then slowly got up from the bed. With cold beautiful eyes, she walked towards Goksinga Lee step by step. Sorry, I didn't plan to escape. That's why I came here. Boom. Hearing these words, Goksinga Lee's body trembled suddenly! In this statement, what does this mean? She didn't plan to escape? This! Is this! Is she deliberately? However, Goksinga Lee is too late to react at this time. Yuan Lee's body flashed before suddenly stepping forward. That white and cold jade hand slammed his neck fiercely. All this, from the beginning. It was one of her tactics. Since half an hour ago, that battle began. In fact, half an hour ago, in that battle, though she couldn't beat 2,000 people. But, according to the way of escape that Mr. Chen taught her, she was completely able to escape the scene. And she did not escape everything, just because, lead the snake out of the hole. She stayed on the scene deliberately, let the 2,000 people surround her. From the moment the snipers attacked, she knew the other party was going to catch it. So, she will do it. Deliberately arrested. Deliberately be arrested. She has only one purpose. Take advantage of the situation, sneak into the enemy's lair, and wipe out the enemy. In one fell swoop, any enemy that threatens Mr. Chen's existence will undoubtedly die. At this time, Yuan Lee wanted to execute this killing method. She pinched Goksinga Lee's neck fiercely, and gently raised her right hand. From the windowsill, he grabbed a bottle of red wine and smashed it to pieces. Picking up that piece of wine bottle glass, it pierced directly towards Goksinga Lee's neck. Make sure to kill with one blow. She kills and never leaves behind. Goksinga Lee's complexion changed drastically. His body twisted and struggled. He kicked Yuan Lee's abdomen fiercely. Yuan Lee's body flashed and took 2 steps backwards. Goksinga Lee's complexion condensed, and he took the opportunity to escape her killing. Yuan Lee had cold eyes, holding glass shards, and came again to kill Goksinga Lee. Murderous. No mercy. Goksinga Lee looked more embarrassed than ever. He hurriedly picked up a chair from the side and tried to block it. Dang. He didn't have time to react at all, and he was directly blown out. Goksinga Lee's body slammed hard against the wall behind him. Puff. He directly vomited out blood. Security. Come on to the security. Protect me. Goksinga Lee shouted with an anxious and solemn expression. Although he has also practiced martial arts, learned marksmanship, but at all, it was not Yuan Lee's opponent with this principle in front of him! At this moment, under Yuan Lee's head an attack against his opponent. Only then did he find out how terrifying is this woman reaching out! Goksinga Lee's body exploded, his mouth splashed with blood. He kept drinking outside the bedroom door! Security. Security 6. Goksinga Lee looked solemn, and shouted at the door. His body keeps falling backwards, trying to avoid it. At this moment, murderous intent is raging in the entire bedroom. Yuan Lee, scheming. In such a dangerous scene, just to assault and kill the main envoy behind the scenes. Goksinga Lee. This move can be described as dangerous and infinite. But she, at this moment, almost succeeded. After successfully avoiding the besieged bodyguards, Goksingalai could be attacked and killed almost in an instant. For Mr. Remove the threatening target. But at this moment, outside the bedroom door, there was a rush of footsteps. The security forces outside the door. Come! Exclamation mark. Goksingla's body Boshan exploded, constantly avoiding Yuanli's terrifying killing. He almost couldn't support it. His body style is not Yuanli's opponent at all. Almost instantly, he was already scarred. The whole body's skin was cut into a series of terrifying and hideous wounds. Boom! At this moment, my bedroom door was knocked open. Exclamation mark. A large group of bodyguard thugs, looking fierce, rushed into the bedroom. Exclamation mark. Thanks for this month, brothers who still insist on sending me monthly tickets. Thank. Update for you. Chapter 883. The 7th of the night. Goksingla's body in Boshan exploded, constantly avoiding Yuanli's horrific killing. He almost couldn't support it. His body style is not Yuanli's opponent at all. Almost instantly, he was already scarred. The whole body's skin was cut into a series of terrifying and hideous wounds. Boom! At this moment, my bedroom door was knocked open. Exclamation mark. A large group of bodyguard thugs, looking fierce, rushed into the bedroom. Exclamation mark. Hundreds of bodyguards, with a stern and violent complexion, rushed directly into the bedroom. But the group of bodyguards just rushed over. Yuanli's delicate body had already flashed up. Puff puff ... With her hands, she pinched two pieces of glass, dancing and killing in the crowd. This is an unprecedented ... suicide attack. She used herself as bait. To lure the enemy's boss, Goksingalai came forward. Its purpose is to kill Goksingalai. This station is extremely dangerous. Yuanli at this time was in the enemy's old lair. Life and death are hard to tell. However, at this time, her body style was as fast as lightning, and she kept blasting towards Goksingalai. Try to kill him here. Goksingalai has posed an unprecedented threat to her husband. Such characters should be killed. Be sure to eradicate. Almost in an instant, Yuanli's beautiful body has been rushing and flashing in the crowd. On the floor of the bedroom, one after another corpses fell to the ground, and the scene was miserable. Hundreds of bodyguards, dozens of accomplices were attacked and killed almost in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yuanli became a Chinese anesthetic, all this has been in her calculation strategy. The anesthetic of the sniper rifle, before she was unconscious, used acupuncture methods in advance to block the 3 large acupuncture meridians all over her body. Everything, just to keep yourself awake. However, she was pretending to be in a drugged coma. Today, she deceived everyone. There is only one purpose today, to kill Goksingalai. In the bedroom, there was a slaying and terrible miserable blood. Goksingalai looked anxious and hurriedly ran out of the bedroom during the turmoil. He tried to escape this on earth, but how could Yuanli let him escape? Exclamation mark. She flickered, holding glass shards, and directly tore open a sea of people in front of her. Charged towards Goksingalai. You can't escape. Yuanli's voice was as cold, and his body was like a ghost, pursuing him. At this time, outside the bedroom door, the crowd of black bodyguards is surging, and they are constantly rushing up towards the villa. Yuanli was as cold, moving in a flash, and in an instant, he caught up with Goksingalai in front of him. Puff. She raised her right hand, and the glass shards cut directly through Goksinglai's back. The skin and flesh were cut, and the sound of blood splashing filled the whole body. Goksingalai howled miserably. The whole back was filled with blood. His face was ferocious and furious, and the pain filled his whole body. His entire back, countless blood, flesh and bones, were all cut. Even, he can see his boneless spine. Yuanli's knife is deadly. Protect me, protect me. Goksingalai looked fierce and shouted. Exclamation mark. Ahead, the crowded black crowd rushed forward violently. Exclamation mark. trying to protect Goksingalai! Exclamation mark. Yuanlis' eyes condensed, and with a wave of his right hand, all the broken glass in his hands came out. Puff puff. A sound swept through! Exclamation mark. Ahead, a sea of bodyguards, all of them cut their throats. Blood splashes. Bah, bah, bah. A corpse, neatly, fell to the ground. Bah h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h. Yuan Li walked indifferently, step by step, straddling the corpses all over the ground. Then, she raised her eyes and glanced forward. Her beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Zhao body flashed again. Puff charged forward, holding glass shards, and piercing directly into Goksinglai's shoulder. Exclamation mark. Severe pain invades the whole body! Exclamation mark. His complexion was savage, almost languid. Puff. Behind him, Yuanlis' slaying attack once again blasted up. The sharp glass cut his entire abdomen directly along the ribs. The entire abdomen was cut all over! Exclamation mark. Fishy blood, constantly splashing and overflowing. 6! Exclamation mark. What kind of abuse is this? Yuan Li didn't plan to kill him with a single move. Rather, what a cruel abuse! Women get hotter, more ruthless than men. Just now, Goksingalai tried to conspiracy against Yuan Li. However, at this time, Yuan Li's revenge came. Puff. Goksinglai's entire abdominal cavity was severely cut by glass shards. Countless blood, madly splashing and overflowing. Even a few internal organs. Intestines. All slipped. Fell out. A piece of blood. A terrible pain. Goksingalai howled miserably, shaking his hands. He dropped out his internal organs hanging outside his body. Grabbed it, and stuffed it back into his stomach. He endured the severe pain, covered his wound, and fled outside the villa. Guard. Guard me. Hurry up and take care of me. Save me. At this moment, Goksingalai is completely like a miserable and pitiful ant. Under Yuan Li's terrifying killing, he became a poor ant. Yuan Li's body flickered, and she didn't intend to let him go. Step by step, step forward. What torture! It's already started. However, at this moment, the security forces in front. Outside the villa. Goksinglai's group of security forces finally rushed in. The security forces that crushed a group of people smashed and rushed towards Yuan Li's violent attack, trying to rescue Chairman Go. Yuan Li's pupils condensed. Murderous, turbulent. Her hands and glass shards have killed countless people, and they have been shattered. At this time, she was unarmed, but she had already estimated the location of her weapon in advance. From the moment she was just trapped in a nylon bag, she was always awake the moment she carried it into the door. She actually didn't faint. She knew where her knife was placed. At this time, Yuan Li's body flashed, and he broke out of a siege, rushed into the living room of the villa. There, her Bing dagger, Nilin, was being presented in a metal safe. Yuan Li directly picked up the safe and smashed it fiercely. The metal safe, and a thug who rushed up in front of him, exploded his entire head, full of blood splashing. Yuan Li used the safe as a weapon, constantly bombarding and killing. On the one hand, start cracking the safe password. The husband taught her how to open the lock. Therefore, she can kiss and break the code of the safe. In front, a sea of people was bombarded by her with the safe, and she, at the same time, broke the code lock of the safe. Almost, in an instant, Yuan Li pulled out his familiar dagger from the safe. Reverse scales. Her delicate body is as cold, and she is swiftly towards the sea of people ahead, killing them. Reverse scales come out, murderous intent surges. Exclamation mark. Puff puff! Exclamation mark. Wherever the metal cold light passes, a sea of blood is splashing. and it is extremely miserable! Exclamation mark. Reverse scales, turned into a piece of black light, wherever it went, slaughter. The corpses are everywhere. Yuan Li Jiao body, in an instant, rushed out of the crowd. The pretty face was as cold, and he headed towards Goksingalai outside the villa. To kill. At this time, Goksingalai, covered in blood, naked, wearing only a pair of Armani men's underwear, flees out of the villa in horror. The scene is miserable. Never seen before? Quick ... Stop her. Goksingalai was furious, and shouted at his hands! Exclamation mark. The group of men holding machetes, frantically rushed up ... Why? Goksingalai passed through the crowds of his men and fled towards the villa manor quickly. At this time, he was already seriously injured! Exclamation mark. The internal organs were hung out of the stomach, very miserable! Exclamation mark. Crunch. Outside the villa manor, a Rolls-Royce car suddenly braked and slammed across the front of the manor. 6! Exclamation mark. A group of bodyguards anxiously escorted Goksingalai to protect him in the car. But, Yuan Li, how could it? Let him go! Exclamation mark. Women are cruel, 10,000 times more terrible than men. Yuan Li Jiao body continued to kill, rushing into the second line. Smoothly, suddenly picked up a broken empty bottle of red wine from the ground. Her beautiful eyes condensed, and in the next second, she suddenly threw the broken red wine bottle out. The glass of the red wine bottle turned into a terrible murder, and rushed towards Goksingalai's lower body! Exclamation mark. Puff. Almost, in an instant! Exclamation mark. Goksingalai's entire lower body was penetrated by a red wine bottle in an instant! Exclamation mark. Goksingalai's pupils shrank violently! Exclamation mark. 6 together! Exclamation mark. A horrible cry! Exclamation mark. He only felt that the whole lower body. A piercing pain, a broken egg! Exclamation mark. His entire lower body was pierced and torn by the entire red wine bottle! Exclamation mark. The entire third leg and the entire two marinated eggs were severely penetrated. At that moment, it was like the pain of a broken egg! Exclamation mark. His egg has been completely penetrated by the wine bottle. Scarlet splash contaminated his entire legs. Exclamation mark. This, a superhero who is over half 100 years old, at this moment, he is like a dying ant struggling! Exclamation mark. It's miserable to the extreme! Exclamation mark. This scene is simply! Exclamation mark. The subordinates looked anxious and solemn, and hurriedly helped Goksingalai, dragged his whole body, almost lifted, into the Rolls-Royce car. At this time, Goksingalai was miserable and completely lost the ability to act. Like a dying corpse. The Rolls-Royce door closed, the engine roared, and he was about to flee. Yuan Li's eyes condensed, and he rushed towards the Rolls-Royce car! Exclamation mark. However, the black crowd in front of her surrounded her in the middle! Exclamation mark. At the scene, the crowd was overwhelming. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes condensed. Battle 6! Exclamation mark. Puff puff. The countless crowds couldn't bear her killing at all. One piece, another piece of people, keep falling down crazily. She is a real genius. Killing genius. Only a few months after learning the sword technique, I have learned the essence of all the sword techniques of Mr. Chen. At this moment, Her killing was raging. Killing like hemp. Every knife is deadly. Her thinking was born entirely for killing. This is a born killer embryo! Exclamation mark. Puff puff. Countless corpses fell to the ground! Exclamation mark. Almost, in an instant, in front of the entire private villa manor, Chen was almost killed and turned into an on-earth! Exclamation mark. A crowd of people, all fell down. Wherever the inverse scale dagger passed, the killing surged. I don't know how long she killed. The blood is constantly splashing in the air, just like a poignant dance of killing! Exclamation mark. The badger virus is slightly shiny. The sound of an unmanned carriage late night visit. Evil under the moonlight of Victoria. Scarlet opening. The disappearing pistol and the scorched cane. Melted wax figure. Who is not on the jewelry box? Symbolic illusion. Contradiction leads to the dead end he has piled up. The evidence is perfectly buried. The corners of the mouth that mocked the Scottish police field rose up. It's like the waltz of the 7th chapter of the night. Her killing is like a gothic waltz dancing alone, accompanied by melodious dark music. There was only one, the sound of the corpse falling to the ground. There is only one piece. The miserable howling of the sea of people, the splash of flesh and blood, the sound of being cut. Finally, Yuanli's killing ended. Because, in front, the body of the last bodyguard thug, standing sluggishly on the spot. Kang Dang. The machete in his hand fell to the ground. Then, his brain forehead began to. Cracks spread in an instant. Hey! Apostrophe. Puff. Apostrophe. With a sound, his head exploded directly. The body, turned into blood clots all over the sky, scattered on the ground. Yuan Li, with his right hand, turned it gently. The black inverted scale dagger was finally retracted. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 884. Hell is up to me. Puff. Apostrophe. With a sound, his head exploded directly. The body, turned into blood clots all over the sky, scattered on the ground. Yuan Li, with his right hand, turned it gently. The black inverted scale dagger was finally retracted. However, at the feet of her body, it was already a piece of corpse, lying all over the ground. However, Gokxing Lai's Rolls-Royce car still galloped away. Let him run away. Looking at the street ahead, Yuanli's beautiful eyes slowly congealed. That man, she was dead. No matter if she flees to the ends of the world, she will hunt down to death anyone who threatens her husband. Cannot live in this world. The blood stained the entire entrance of the villa. The corpses were everywhere in the blood moon setting sun. Yuanli's beautiful eyes are as cold as cold. There are stab wounds all over her leather jacket, stained with countless blood. She couldn't tell whether it was the enemy or her own. With the power of one person, countless people at the massacre scene. No matter how strong she is only a woman after all. It is simply impossible to withstand such continuous battles. At this time, she was extremely weak. Kang Dang. The inverse scale dagger in her hand fell to the ground. Her delicate body was weak and limp. She leaned on the wall behind her and let herself stand slowly. After a terrible battle, her whole body was full of wounds. At this time, the wound has cracked. She trembled lightly, adjusted her breathing, leaned on the wall, and slowly stood firm. At this moment, with her hand supporting the wall, the whole wall was already stained red, and a blood premiere appeared on the wall. Her entire palm was also covered with wounds and stained red. However, at this moment, suddenly, on the road ahead, a grumpy engine roared and roared. A black Mercedes-Benz S600, roaring and roaring in red, came galloping. Crunch. The Mercedes-Benz car flicked quickly and suddenly stopped outside the private villa manor. The door is pushed open. Chen Zhonging's eyes were as cold, and step by step, he slowly stepped out of the car. Apostrophe. When he saw the corpse on the ground at the entrance of the villa, Chen Zong's eyes slowly condensed. He stepped on the corpses all over the ground and walked towards Yuan Li step by step. Not far away, Yuan Li leaned on the wall and stood there, his chest undulating slightly. When he saw the figure in the black suit, Yuan Li's eyes finally flashed with joy. Yes, Mr. Chen is here. Mr. Chen, come to save yourself. Mr. Chen. She tangled lightly, trying to move, but as soon as she stepped forward, she trembled slightly, kneeling to the ground with a cry. Try my best to survive 2 blood battles. A total of thousands of enemies and people were killed. At this time, she no longer has any extra strength to support her body. Wounds all over his body and exhaustion. The whole body muscles have also been exhausted to the limit. She knelt on the ground, her beautiful eyes stubborn, thinking of getting up. But she couldn't get up at all. Chen Zong stepped forward step by step and walked in front of her. You killed these? He asked indifferently in a cold voice. Yuan Li sat limply on the ground, with a complex and weak face, and slowly nodded. Chen Zonging slowly squatted down. He hugged her whole beautiful body in the waist. Then, holding her like this, he walked to the black Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, pulled the car door, put her carefully in the passenger seat, and fastened her seat belt. I'm sorry, sir. The mastermind, Goxing Li. Let him run away, Yuan Li said while sitting in the car, his voice weak, with a hint of apology. It's okay, it doesn't matter if an ant lives for a few more days. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and vomited lightly. Then, he turned and walked into the cab. Start the Mercedes-Benz car, drive her, and drive away. Where are we going? Yuan Li asked weakly and softly, sitting in the passenger seat. Go home. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and only uttered 2 words. Yuan Li was silent for a few seconds. Sorry, sir. This time, I failed in the fight. Chen Zong drove Mercedes-Benz, and replied indifferently, don't blame you, there are too many enemies, your ability is limited, and you can't kill so many. The locomotive you bought me, also ruined, Yuan Li said with a complicated mood and a little guilty. Just buy another one. Chen Zonging's answer was cold and simple. He never consoled. This time, too, but he rushed over and rescued Yuan Li back home. This, it seems, has already expressed his attitude. He cares about this woman. Black Mercedes, all the way. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into Luzhui, in the underground garage of the first-class mansion Dixie of Thompson. Brake and stop. Chen Zong got off the car and came to the passenger seat. Yuan Li tried to unfasten the seatbelt and get out of the car, but found that his body, even his hands, were no longer under control. The battle just now was too tragic. As a result, her hands, legs. All her muscles have lost strength at this time. Completely weak and paralyzed, unable to move his body. Chen Zong opened the car door and took her out. Yuan Li snuggled in his arms, and didn't even have the strength to reach out and put his arms around his neck. Chen Zong's expression was indifferent, so he hugged Yuan Li and took the elevator all the way to Thompson Yipin, 33F floor. Open the mansions. He held Yuan Li and walked into the living room. Put Yuan Li's beautiful body directly on the sofa in the living room. Chen Zong took the medical first aid kit from the living room. Yuan Li was shaking, trying to turn her body, but at this time, she lost all the strength to make a single move. Don't move, Chen Zonging said indifferently, with an adult reprimanding a child, and shouted. Yuan Li didn't move anymore, lying on the sofa obediently. Many wounds on her body were still bleeding. Just now in that battle, thousands of people attacked her. Even if she is fast, no matter how subtle, she still can't dodge so many machetes. At this time, she was already seriously injured in her eyes. Chen Zong opened the medical first aid kit and took out the medical alcohol. I washed my hands and disinfected. Then, he walked slowly in front of Yuan Li. Regardless of the scenes of intimacy between men and women, Yuan Li's black leather jacket was relieved on the spot. With a sound, he tore open Yuan Li's coat, and then, with a hand, tore the black shirt inside her as well. Yuan Li's body is as white as a ketone body. Naked in the air. Her figure is perfect and well proportioned. Exudes a woman's natural body fragrance. Only at this time, she still exudes a breath. The wound is still bleeding. At this time, Yuan Li appeared to Mr. Chen almost naked. Her pretty face was slightly flushed. Don't know how to face it. However, at this time, Mr. Chen wanted to clean up his wounds. She is not easy to refuse. Chen Zongzong's eyes were cold, without the slightest mood swing. Even if he faced such a seductive body in front of him, there was still no trace of in his eyes. It's not that he has no desires. Rather, his ability to control emotions is too terrifying. The more terrifying the killer, the more deeply he can hide his desires in my heart. If he didn't want it, he would never lose control. Chen Zong continued, gently unbuttoning the tights on Yuan Li's lower body. She was covered with wounds. The lower body, the legs, also had scary blood-stained wounds. Chen Zonging slowly took off her tights. The pair of exquisite snow-white jade legs gently appeared in front of the eyes. This is the most beautiful artwork in the world. Unfortunately, Chen Zonging has no time to watch. His eyes scanned the wounds on Yuan Li's legs. Then, I picked up the alcohol and started slowly disinfecting the wound. Hiss. Yuan Li's jade legs trembled slightly. The wound cracked, and the moment the alcohol disinfected the wound, there was also a sharp pain, piercing the lungs. But Yuan Li resisted at this moment and made no sound. Chen Zong was careful to deal with the wound on her leg. Alcohol, clean the wound. Then, lighting the lighter and burning the medical suture needles, he burned red. He cautiously began to suture the wounds for Yuan Li. The pain was unbearable during the whole process. Chen Zonging only replied coldly, endure it. Then, he began to treat Yuan Li's wounds, stitching stitch by stitch. The needle thread passes through the flesh and skin, and every time it is stitched, it brings a piercing pain. Imagine that the skin is connected to the heart nerve. Every time the pain of passing a needle, it hurts my heart. At this time, Yuan Li did not have any anesthetic assistance. Every time the needle thread penetrates the skin, she can clearly feel the pain. How to bear this feeling? Yuan Li bit her red lips tightly, abruptly, with perseverance, resisted. Her teeth were clenched, and her silver teeth were trembling because of the severe pain. Before she knew, she had to survive this hurdle. Mr. Chen. I will die? Yuan Li asked with a pale face, holding back the wound and the skin, the stitches that were stitched in pain, trembling and weak. As Chen Zong stitched up the wound for her, his eyes were cold, and he faintly spit out, I am in charge of the hell. If I don't let you die, you can't die. When, hearing this, such domineering words, Yuan Li equals Xiang was a little dazed at first, and then a faintly complicated warmth flashed in his eyes. Well, I will live well, she replied softly and nodded weakly. In the entire living room, the atmosphere seems a bit quiet. Chen Zong squatted in front of her delicate body, carefully cleaning her wounds. At the same time, her beautiful ketone body can be seen at a glance. Treat the wound on the snow-white long leg. He continued, stitching up the wound on Yuan Li's lower abdomen. This knife wound is extremely deep, the blood is still overflowing, and Ben can't heal. Chen Zonging disinfected her with alcohol. Then, with a red-hot copper needle, he began to suture the wound for her. Yuan Li kept clenching her teeth from beginning to end, a girl who accepted such painful stitches, but she did not hum. However, this wound is very deep, and it spreads very long. All the way, it spread to the lower part of her abdomen. Below, is the looming area. A purple lace gently concealed that mysterious area. Yuan Li's jade legs are gently close together. His pretty face is a little blush. Take it off, it needs to be stitched up. Chen Zonging's eyes were cold, and he slowly spat. At this moment, Yuan Li's pretty face was already red, almost dripping water. There was her last line of defense, a mysterious zone. But at this moment, it has to be taken off in front of Mr. Chen's eyes. It made her a little inexplicable, and for a while, she couldn't accept it and didn't know how to face it. The wound doesn't heal, it's too much blood. You won't survive tonight. Chen Zonging's voice was cold, seemingly impatient, and coldly reminded. Then, he immediately added, I have no interest in you. When he heard these words, Yuanli's pretty face was slightly taken aback. Not interested in yourself? At this moment, a trace of disobedience and stubbornness flashed across her pretty face. Who is afraid of whom? She was also a little angry, gently letting her lower body rise up. Then you, take it off. She blushed and said lightly. Chen Zhongying was cold and indifferent, and straight away, he tore off the trace of purple lace. In the air, there is a touch of emotion, floating in the air. The faint fragrance that belongs to the woman's privacy, as if to ignite the hormones in the air. Thank you X-Brothers for your monthly pass support. Many readers have scolded me before. You can scold me, but if you don't understand things, you won't understand what happened. I still said that. If you support me, please continue to vote. If you don't support me, you can choose other books. I am a man, not a god. It is impossible for me to change 100,000 changes per day to meet all your needs. I want to live. No salary. Do you support me? It's not easy for everyone. Chapter 885. Because I like you. Not interested in yourself? At this moment, a trace of disobedience and stubbornness flashed across her pretty face. Who is afraid of whom? She was also a little angry, gently letting her lower body rise up. Then you, take it off. She blushed and said lightly. Chen Zhongying was cold and indifferent, and straight away, he tore off the trace of purple lace. In the air, there is a touch of emotion, floating in the air. The faint fragrance that belongs to the woman's privacy, as if to ignite the hormones in the air. A piece of misery is gradually permeating. This is the first time Yuanli shows all of his body completely naked in front of a man. Moreover, he is still a man who has nothing to do with him. At this moment, her eyes were blushing, she was tightly closed, she didn't dare to face Mr. Chen. She didn't dare to face this scene. I can only let the needle and thread pierce her body with the faint sharp pain, through her skin, and the pair of warm and rough hands. At this moment, a man and a woman, the two of them, in this quiet living room, seemed to be gradually brewing mutual emotions. Unfortunately, Yuanli seemed to be wishful thinking, because, from beginning to end, Chen Zhongying has always maintained a cold state to the woman's ketone body in front of him. He seemed no greedy or nostalgia. This is the first time Yuanli has exposed his ketone body to a man so naked. This is also the first time Chen Zhongying has seen Yuanli's ketone body picture. It's a pity that one is intentional and the other is ruthless. Gradually, Yuanli felt that the needle stick pain on his skin was gradually reducing. She opened her eyes gently. Mr. Chen is still on her body, stitching up the wound. But, why is she feeling less painful? It seems that it doesn't hurt that much anymore. There is a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes. How is this going? I don't feel the pain anymore. Chen Zhong spit out a little while stitching up the wound for her. Yuanli's beautiful eyes were surprised and nodded gently. I feel that my brain nerves are a bit numb. Chen Zhongying asked again with cold eyes. Yuanli's pretty face, once again stunned. She was surprised again, and nodded slightly. Why and is this? Yuanli asked softly with a weak face. The pain nerve has a long-term effect, and your pain touch begins to decline. Chen Zhongzong said indifferently as he sutured the wound. In the future, your pain nerves will drop by 30%. This, for you, is both good and bad. During the battle, the pain decreases, allowing you to focus more on the battle. And, the disappearance of pain can also make you not feel the sense of crisis. Your movements and your sense of touch may also decrease. Chen Zhongying's voice was cold and he explained lightly. Hearing this scene, Yuanli's beautiful eyes were a little complicated, and he nodded gently. She, at this time, couldn't move at all, so she could only look down at this man, carefully treating her wounds. And when Chen Zhong held the needle and thread and began to stitch the wound on her chest, Yuanli's tender body, because of its sensitivity, was uncontrollable, and it trembled slightly. The two lumps in front of his chest went by, still trembling slightly. The fragrance of a woman's virgin body fills the air. Chen Zong continued to suture the wound for her. Mr. Chen. In the future, will my body be covered with scars? Yuan Li asked softly with a weak voice and a touch of inexplicable complexity. Indeed, girls, who doesn't love beauty? If there are scars all over the ketone body, then it is a fatal blow to a girl. Meeting. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he faintly returned a word when hearing this answer, even though he had already prepared in advance. But after hearing Chen Zong's words with his own eyes, Yuan Li's delicate body still trembled slightly. In the future fight, try to avoid injury. Every time you are injured, your chance of survival drops by 1 point. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and replied faintly. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were complicated, and he nodded gently. There are so many injuries on my body. In the future, will no man want me? Yuan Li muttered to himself with a trace of complexity in his eyes. She was a little complicated, but with a hint of expectation, she looked at Mr. Chen. While treating her wounds, Chen Zonging finally replied, Yij 7, you are my canary now. At least as long as I continue to raise your confession, you cannot contact other men. This sentence is extremely fierce, extremely domineering, and also carries the male chauvinism of a man. Yuan Li was raised by Chen Zonging. Therefore, during this period, Yuan Li belonged to Chen Zonging. During this period, no man can have anything to do with Yuan Li. This is not allowed by Chen Zonging's principle. Hear this man. These words. Yuan Li's weak but beautiful red lips Yang raised a lightly cunning smile. Okay, I listen to you. A trace of warmth flashed in her heart, and she swears softly, I promise, my body, from now on, including the future, from now on, will belong to Mr. Chen. In the living room, the air became quiet again. Chen Zong's eyes were slightly cold. He raised his eyes and glanced at her with a warning. It seemed to remind her not to talk nonsense. Yuan Li spit out his tongue lightly, and Kiao's face was full of happiness. At this moment, although she was covered with scars, but at this moment, she is so happy. Mr. Chen, do you like me? Yuan Li asked softly, lying on the sofa in the living room. Chen Zonging ignored it and did not answer this question. Instead, continue, gently suture the wound on her ketone body. Seeing that Mr. Chen didn't answer, Yuan Li blinked his eyes complicatedly and said softly, actually, do you like me? It doesn't matter, because I like you. As soon as he said this, the air seemed to be quiet a little bit. Even Yuan Li didn't notice. Chen Zong's hand that was holding the needle and thread and stitching the wound lightly shook. However, all of this was perfectly covered up by him. It's said that women chase men. The interlayer yarn. Mr. Chen, I like you, Yuan Li said softly while biting her teeth. Is this a confession? She doesn't know it herself. Anyway, suddenly, on a whim, she needed to express her thoughts. She likes Mr. Chen. Yes, I like it hard. You can live a little longer if you talk less. Chen Zongong's eyes were cold, like a sharp sword. He glanced at her coldly, and uttered these words. The air was slightly cold. Yuan Li closed his mouth lightly and nodded stubbornly. Okay. Confession failed. Rejected again. This is her already. I don't know how many times she was rejected. To be a woman, to be like her, is really a bit of a failure. After a full hour of careful sutures, the wounds on Yuan Li's ketone body were finally sutured and processed. Her body has stopped bleeding. But because there was too much blood, at this time, the body was still abnormally weak. Chen Zong took a blanket and gently covered her. But when he was about to get up, Yuan Li didn't know where his strength came from, stretched out his hands and used milk-like strength to hold his neck, and then, on the man's cheek, desperately, kissing attack. A bite. Chen Zonging's body trembled, turned his head, his eyes were as cold as a sword, and he gave her a cold look. At this moment, murderous intent was raging. The air temperature drops sharply. Yuan Li was frightened, his pretty face turned pale, and quickly let go of him. Next time, I will never spare you. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent, and he slowly uttered these words. Yuan Li's pretty face was complicated, and he nodded cautiously. She was shocked by Chen Zong's terrible cold state. At this time, he didn't even dare to show the atmosphere. Chen Zonggong's eyes were indifferent, got up, packed up the medical protective gear, and put it back in place. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. I opened the refrigerator and glanced at the ingredients in the refrigerator. He knocked 2 eggs, then poured oats, and dozens of large red dates, and started cooking porridge for Yuan Cup. At this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting in the morning, a battle all the way. Yuan Li hadn't eaten until this time. At this time, the body has become extremely weak. After the battle, the blood at home and the blood was too much. Her body has reached the critical point of the collapsed colonnade Lin. Chen Zongying began to cook porridge for her. 10 minutes later, a bowl of thick and hot sweet porridge with red dates and eggs came out. This is the first time for Chen Zong to cook by himself. He brought the hot red date porridge and came to the living room sofa, started to feed Yuan Li and drink porridge by himself. At this moment, he imagined a caring little husband, being considerate everywhere, taking care of Yuan Li. However, from beginning to end, the expression on his face is still cold. It seemed that people all over the world owed him 5 million. The cold eyes are like robots, without emotion. Yuan Li opened his mouth gently. Ing Chen usually tasted the porridge made by Mr. Chen himself. The atmosphere is a bit quiet and warm. Sir, you cook deliciously, Yuan Li said softly while drinking the porridge. Chen Zongying ignored her. Instead, she was quiet and cold, and she finished the porridge after feeding her. Then took another bowl and continued to feed her. Feed her a lot of fun porridge. Yuan Li couldn't even drink it anymore. However, Chen Zong was forced to continue drinking. You have too much blood and need to add iron and sugar. Chen Zongying spit out a cold sentence, and continued to feed her 2 bowls of porridge. Yuan Li at this time was a little happy. The pretty face blushed, like an obedient little daughter-in-law. After feeding the porridge, Yuan Li's face turned red, and he whispered, I want 6W. I want to go to the bathroom. She has a weak voice, with a hint of shame, whispered softly. Chen Zonggong's eyes were indifferent and didn't care. He hugged her horizontally and went to the bathroom. Put her on the toilet in the bathroom. Yuan Li's eyes blushed. That ... Sir, can you ... turn around? Chen Zongying is standing here. Where is she going to pee? Chen Zonggong glanced at her indifferently, then turned around. Yuan Li took a deep breath and held the toilet ... Only then gently. After a few seconds, she said softly, okay ... Okay. Chen Zongying got up, picked her up, walked back to the bedroom, laid her beautiful body horizontally on the bed, and then covered her with a quilt. You are resting now. If you have something, call me, he said, got up, then went out of the bedroom and left. Sir, where are you going? Yuan Li lay on the bed, looking at him eagerly. Can you, don't leave. There was a trace of tears in her beautiful eyes. She didn't want Mr. Chen to leave. He'll be back in a while. Chen Zongying's voice was indifferent, and he replied faintly, then turned around and left the bedroom. Only Yuan Li was left, alone in the bedroom of the mansion. At this time, he has more important things. Ku Yi is alone in the Ku group. I don't know whether it is in crisis or not. He needs to rush back, Ku Yiren, and return to Ku's villa first. The situation in the south of the Yangtze River is now in turmoil. This day is also time. It should be cleared up. Normal updates will resume in a few days. And the company is going bankrupt in the past few days. Everyone understands that life is really too difficult. Monthly ticket for support. Chapter 886. Chen Zongying is not dead. I am uneasy. She didn't want Mr. Chen to leave. He'll be back in a while. Chen Zongying's voice was indifferent, and he replied faintly, then turned around and left the bedroom. Only Yuan Li was left, alone in the bedroom of the mansion. At this time, he has more important things. Ku Yi is alone in the Ku group. I don't know whether it is in crisis or not. He needs to rush back, Kuyiran, and return to Kusvilla first. The situation in the south of the Yangtze River is now in turmoil. This day is also time, it should be cleared up. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 flew back to the Kushi Group building tens of kilometers away. Chen Zongzong got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth, walked all the way towards the Kyus mansion. At this time, hundreds of meters above the Kyus building, dozens of military drones were still flying slowly. These dozen drones were just before Chen Zong left, invading military satellites, and specially dispatched to protect the Kui people secretly. The Jiangnan has been turbulent, and God knows what will happen when he leaves. Therefore, he urgently dispatched military drones to come to Boahu Kui for safety. At this time, at the scene, Kui was not in danger of life. Then, these military drones can also be transferred away. As Chen Zong stepped into the building, he raised his wrist and clicked on the Omega watch. Suddenly, the dozens of drones in the sky seemed to get a response. They all lifted into the air, disappearing and hiding in the dark clouds. Chen Zong, dressed in a straight suit, took the elevator and went upstairs. At this time, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. Kuyiran is also ready to leave work. Chen Zongfeng took advantage of the situation and escorted Kuyi people downstairs. Then, took the Maybach car with her, drove away slowly, and drove towards the Kiss Manor. However, on the other side of the city, Shanghai City, Hongqiao Hospital, Intensive Care Unit, an emergency rescue is underway. Dozens of hospitals, the top expert doctors, are all gathered in the critical operation room. On the stage in the hand office, the chairman of Yuanxing Group, Goxing Eli, was covered in blood, lying miserably on the operating table. His body was covered with wounds, and the whole body was stained red with blood, and it was miserable. These wounds were flooded all over, leaving him almost fatal. They were all quilts. Yuan Li cut them out with a sharp piece of glass. His entire abdomen had even been cut open, his intestines had leaked out, and the scene was miserable. Dozens of top surgical specialists are anxiously discussing treatment plans. They had never seen such a miserable patient situation. The injury is too serious. The other party, this is a dead end! If not, Goxing Li's patient's physical fitness is tenacious, and the patient has practiced martial arts, so he can hold on till now. Moreover, along the way, his wounds have also undergone professional blood treatment. This can be a fluke and save a little life. If not, if it is an ordinary patient, I am afraid that it will not be able to bear it at all. I am afraid that he will lose too much blood and die on the spot. The doctors gathered in front of the operating table. At this time, the faces of all the doctors were unprecedentedly solemn and complicated. The situation of such patients is almost unprecedented. The injury was too serious. The doctors urgently discussed the treatment plan, and then immediately started to do it. Dozens of the top surgeons in Jiangnan City all started to emergency rescue Goxing Eli. This is an unprecedented operation. Patient status, so special. Goxing Eli, chairman of Fastar Group. The life and death of patients is related to the entire Jiangnan business structure. Therefore, today, this operation can save the patients extremely, and it can only succeed, not fail. Dozens of medical doctors carefully cut open Goxing Li's abdominal wound, and then began to clean up the wound for him. At this time, Goxing Li had been injected with anesthetics. He had passed out and lost his instinct. The doctors are doing a big cleanup of his abdominal cavity. There are countless pieces of broken glass stuck in Goxing Li's abdomen. Some of these scum have penetrated deeply into the intestines of the internal organs. It can be fatal at any time. Be sure to take out the broken glass as soon as possible. Then, he sutured his intestines carefully. However, his back, shoulders, are also separated by sharp glass shards. The entire skin, muscles, and even the dense spine bones were exposed. The scene has never been so miserable. This is an unprecedented severe operation. I'm talking about it, this operation. The grace of your minister can only succeed, not fail. Otherwise, at this time, all the medical staff in the intensive care unit had cold sweat permeating their foreheads, and they kept coming out. This operation is too frightening. Fan just now, before the operation, all the medical staff have signed the status of life and death. In case a little careless, all of their medical staff, I am afraid they will be buried. However, at the same time, outside the intensive care unit at this time, a group of senior executives and directors of the Far-Star Group stood there anxiously and dignifiedly, waiting for the chairman's operation. Too many people were involved in this operation. Behind Goksingalai, there are many forces and communities that are anxious. When Goksingalai had an accident, all the forces behind him would have an accident. So, no matter what, you can't let Goksingalai die. However, at the same time, suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps on the stairs of their hospital. Immediately afterwards, a group of bodyguard members wearing black suits, with a dignified complexion, drove to the stairs quickly. Hundreds of bodyguards cleared the way. Unprecedented aura. Then, under the protection of countless bodyguards, Yu Quanping, the vice chairman of the city of Shanghai, with a pair of sunglasses and a cold face, step by step, walked up the stairs. His complexion at this time was extremely gloomy, like the frost of December. He stepped up the stairs step by step, surrounded by hundreds of black-clothed bodyguards. He walked all the way towards the door of the intensive care unit. At the entrance of the intensive care unit, when the group of shareholders saw the chairman Yu, all the shareholders looked complicated and solemn. All shareholders, respectfully and respectfully. I have met President Yu. The scene is complicated and solemn. Dozens of shareholders with a worth of more than 100 million yuan present all salute Yu Quanping. Yu Quanping My Ansonings looked solemn, did not speak, but just stood at the door of the intensive care unit with a cold breath. How about the operation? He asked slowly in a cold voice. The dozen or so shareholders looked complicated and silent. The operation is still in progress. Already, and I have been waiting for more than an hour. There is no news yet. Several shareholders said complicatedly. Yuquan's plain color is deep, indifferent, and the breath is as cold as cold. Under the sunglasses, the whole person was a sign of an outbreak. Goksingalai is the brother he has known for decades. At that time, he entered politics. Goksingalai went to see. The two are black and white, and they are in alliance with each other. Only then, lay the foundation for the Far-Star Group in the southern part of the Yangtze River. The scale has broken through trillions. It can be described as a super enterprise of Jiangnan drug tyrants. However, he and Goksingalai, the relationship between the two is also going to be deeper and deeper, and it is almost inseparable. It can almost be said, Goksingalai is alive. He can be safe and sound in Quanping. If something happens to Goksingalai, all of his business assets under Yu Quanping will be impacted, including his power position in the temple. Because many of his votes were Goksingalai, who was helping him secretly operate and canvass votes. If something happens to Goksingalai, then, next year, Yu Quanping's election for the office, I'm afraid, something will happen. If, once lost, I am afraid that his career has been ruined. Everything will be Yanxiao is a man. Hot summer. Everything will disappear. Not to mention, surpassing the top leader, instead, became the president of the president. If Goksingalai has an accident, his official position in Quanping will be shaken and will not be guaranteed. I don't know how many competitors there are, waiting to see if something goes wrong with him. Therefore, Yu Quanping's complexion at this time was very solemn. Just before he came to the hospital, he had already called the hospital director. Save Goksingalai at all costs. If Goksingalai can't save him, then, the dean, and the dozen or so people involved in the operation, don't even want to live. If it is saved, any cost and benefit will be rewarded. One step to heaven, one step to hell. However, at this time, in the hospital building, the dean who had just received the news, and a group of hospital leaders rushed to the scene of the intensive care unit. President of Hongqiao Hospital, my fellow Lutong, I have met President Yu. Dean Lutong, with a solemn expression on his face, hurriedly led a group of his subordinates to step forward. and salute President Yu. Yu Quanping was cold and solemn, did not speak, but with his hands on his back, just standing in front of the intensive care unit of the intensive care unit, waiting indifferently. President Yu did not speak, and the group of deans and senior doctors who were present did not dare to speak. A group of people just stood there, behind the president. The atmosphere waited solemnly. The whole scene is unprecedented. The operation is going on urgently. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon, until 7 o'clock in the evening, a full 5-hour operation. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Several severely ill doctors covered in blood, their faces haggard, walked out of the operating room solemnly. "How's the operation?" Yu Quanping stood outside the door of the ward. Ma Yan-sen said with a serious face and stepped forward. "The operation is temporarily successful." Several artists, Meng Sen Inghos, had a solemn expression and said complicatedly, "Given the chairman, the patient's life is temporarily saved, but whether he can recover or not depends on his own perseverance." Several surgeons looked solemn and reported carefully. A hospital bed stretcher was pushed out urgently. On the stretcher, the body of Goksin Ilai, chairman of Yuanxing Group, was lying on the stretcher. On his nose, there was a ventilator and a lift, and the whole body was wrapped in a thick bandage, and the whole person looked miserable. He was still in a coma and did not wake up. He was hit hard, and at this time, he had almost lost his life. Goksin Ilai was pushed by several medical staff and rushed to the ice ward in intensive care. Carry out maintenance of Jiangnan, the top medical equipment. Maintain his vital characteristics. During the whole process, Yu Quan's plain color was solemn and followed behind him, followed into the ward. In the rear, there are also a large group of senior directors of the group, all of them with solemn expressions. Standing in front of the hospital bed, watching Goksin Ilai, who was severely injured and unconscious. Their expressions were extremely complex and embarrassing. Yu Quanping stood in front of the hospital bed and looked at Goksin Ilai with a ventilator. He slowly took off his sunglasses. His complexion was unprecedentedly solemn, exuding a chill. "Goksin Ilai, don't worry. Chen Zonging is not dead. I am uneasy. Add more. Ask for a monthly pass!" Exclamation mark. Starting today, resume the update! Exclamation mark. Chapter 887 Kill with a knife. Be careful to hurt yourself. A hospital bed stretcher was pushed out urgently. On the stretcher, the body of Goksin Ilai, the chairman of Yuanxing Group, was lying on the stretcher. On his nose, there is a ventilator and a lift, and the whole body is wrapped with a thick bandage, and the whole person looks extremely miserable. He was still in a coma and did not wake up. He was hit hard, and at this time, he had almost lost his life. Goksin Ilai was pushed by several medical staff and rushed to the ice ward in intensive care. Carry out maintenance of Jiangnan, the top medical equipment. Maintain his vitality characteristics. During the whole process, Yu Quan's plane was solemn and followed behind him, followed into the ward. In the rear, there is a large group of senior directors of the group, all of them with solemn expressions. Standing in front of the hospital bed, watching Goksin Ilai, who was in a coma, was extremely complex and embarrassed. Yu Quanping stood in front of the hospital bed and looked at Goksin Ilai with a ventilator. He slowly took off his sunglasses. His complexion was unprecedentedly solemn, exuding a chill. "Goksin Ilai, don't worry. Chen Zonging is not dead. I feel uneasy." Following the words of Yu Quanping, the atmosphere in the entire ward was unprecedentedly solemn and cold. "I am uneasy if Chen Zonging is not dead." This, how much hatred is that to ... speak this sentence. However, around the ward, after hearing Goksin Ilai's words, the expressions of all the executives of the Yuanxing Group were extremely solemn. All executives can understand what President Yu means. This is Chairman Yu expressing his position. I understand the meaning of this sentence. This is to let Yuanxing Group do it at all costs. In any case, we must extinguish that Chen Zonging. In other words, he will give absolute assistance. Exclamation mark. Just to get rid of Chen Zonging. With this sentence with the vice chairman. Well, Jiangnan is about to completely change this time! Inside the ward, the atmosphere of the scene was inexplicable and profound. Yu Quanping stared at Gok Singalai on the bed of the intensive care unit with cold eyes. His eyes slowly congealed. After today, the city will be completely condensed and will be chaotic. One game, against Chen Zonging's special killing, will completely unfold. Don't hesitate to kill Chen Zonging. At night, the stars are deep. Along the south of the Yangtze River, a waning moon hung high in the night sky, and the music stars poured out, adorning the entire Huangpu River. On the bank of the Huangpu River, on a huge skyscraper, Dongfan Group, the youngest chairman, Che Fan, is wearing a suit and a tall glass in his hand, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at the neon night view of Huangpu River outside the window. He lightly shook the red wine in the glass. His eyes were deep, and the curvature of his mouth was gently raised. Tonight is a night of celebration. The conflict he had been looking forward to most finally happened. Chen Zonging, that is a sharp enough knife. This trick is powerful enough to kill with a knife. The killed Gok Singalai was seriously injured, lying in the intensive care unit, dying. The entire Far-Star Group, Go family, at this time. I'm afraid it's already chaos. Also, that Vice President Yu Quanping. At this moment, he should be more anxious than anyone else, right? Che Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the glass of Uno's red wine and sipped a cup of wine lightly. Take a sip. The mellow and sweet red wine, aftertaste between the lips and teeth, just like his mood at this time. Comfortable. Everything is under his control. Borrowing this knife from Chen Zonging, next. Can easily get rid of Vice Chairman Yu. This knife is really sharp and easy to use. Tingling bell. And, just as Cha Fan was quietly enjoying the night view of the city, suddenly, his 4 personal cell phones rang suddenly. Che Fan narrowed his eyes and slowly took out his phone to take a look. Yes, a call from a mysterious office. This string of incoming calls has only a simple combination of numbers. 021000001. This is ... Shanghai Stock Market, the highest level, the #1 president, #1. The office phone of the top leader. With deep eyes, Che Fan slowly answered the phone. Father. He, facing the other end of the phone, finally called out the name that everyone couldn't believe. That's right, he, calling the person on the other end of the phone, for ... Father. In the arena, the rumors of the entire Jiangnan business community are true. Car sales. With the #1 in Jiangnan, Che Zijian. There is really a connection between the two. Both of them are surnamed Che. The age of the two is just over a round of difference. Exactly, the age of the father and son. And, tonight, with the shout of Cha Fan, it was almost completely certain that he and the legendary God and Dragon were the #1 figure who had never seen the end. Cha Fan, and the #1 person, Cha Zijian, are in a father-son relationship. If this relationship is known to everyone in the Jiangnan business community, I am afraid ... to be shocked. It's an absolutely shocking big news. You already know what happened today. On the other end of the phone, he heard the voice of his father, the #1 man in the city, Che Zijian. The sales made a solemn voice, holding the phone, nodded and replied, I already know. Father, this event is worth celebrating, isn't it? Car sale held the phone, his mouth raised a deep arc. Chen Zonging's knife is really sharp enough and easy to use. Next, Dad. Your biggest competitor, that old fellow Yu Quanping, I'm afraid ... will lose his position. If, according to the continuation of the deduction, Yu Quanping will not let Chen Zongong go, then, if there is a war between the two, then, the consequences must be very exciting. Car Fan held the phone with a deep and inexplicable voice, and said slowly. On the other end of the phone, his father, Che Zijian, said in a cold tone, Yu Quanping is a young man, so he can't cause trouble. What I am worried about now is the knife. On the phone, his father's voice was deep and hoarse, and he said slowly, the knife. Hearing his father's worry, Che Fan held the phone, a little puzzled. He lightly sipped a sip of the red wine, and said lightly, "Father ... what is there to be afraid of with that knife? He is just a mere hand of warrior, without wisdom. This kind of character is the best to control." The car sales voice was calm and indifferent, and said slowly, "You underestimate the enemy." On the other side of the phone, Father's voice was deep and solemn. "What worries my father is, Yu Quanping's end, maybe. And it will be the end of our car family." During the call, Che Zijian's voice was complex and deep, with a trace of vigilance and concern, said, "Che Zijian has accumulated professional career for decades, has unprecedented sensitivity to the unknown. At this time, he had a sense of Chen Zong's identity and imprint. He is not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. In case, the existence of Chen Zonging threatened the status of their car home, even, it poses an unprecedented threat to the car family. Then, the consequences would be disastrous. You must know that while borrowing a knife to kill someone, you must also guard against that knife. Is it too sharp and hurts yourself? Exclamation mark. This is a very serious issue. Now it seems that Chen Zonging is indeed a sharp knife. But, will he hurt himself? Father, don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Che Fan's complexion was deep, and he whispered softly, sipped the red wine, and said lightly that Chen Zonging, after borrowing his hand to destroy Yes house, I will arrange a new opponent for him. The complexion of the sale was slightly condensed, with a deepness. It just so happens that Jiangnan and the other three families are also ready to move. Those old guys, it's time to accept the baptism of the times. He has a deep voice, turning you into speaking slowly. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. The pedantic old family should be eliminated by the times. Only in this way can it conform to the law of growth of all things, right? However, Jiangnan in the new era, it should belong to him, the car family. This is the reincarnation of heaven. On the other side of the phone, Father Che Zijian was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed slowly. Be careful about everything, don't directly conflict directly. In the voice of Che Zijian, Ning Hong solemnly exhorted. Then, this slowly hung up the phone. The sale returned the phone to his pocket. He sipped out the red wine in the glass in one sip. Then, staring out the floor-tossling windows, the night view of neon lights flashing, the corners of his mouth gradually rise. It is a touch of depth and sharpness that hold everything in your hands. However, at the same time, Zhejiangnan, a few kilometers away from Huangpu River, Lujia's Yue Financial Center. Inside the Thompson Yipin mansion, Yuan Li, lying alone in the bedroom. At this time, her body was already weak. Almost no one can walk on the ground normally. After experiencing the fierce battle during the day, her physical strength has been completely overdrawn and cannot be recovered. At this moment, she was lying on the bed in my bedroom, and she didn't even have the strength to raise her arm. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at the ceiling above the bedroom blankly, counting 1, 2, 3 sheep. At this time, she was very weak and very hungry. But she didn't even have the strength to get up. How could it be possible to eat, let alone cooking? I don't even have the strength to get up. This feeling is so sad. However, at this moment, the door of the mansion was suddenly opened. Then, a figure in a black suit slowly walked into the bedroom. It is Chen Zonging. Mr. Chen, you are here on the bed in the bedroom. When Yuan Li saw Chen Zonging appear, his pretty face suddenly raised a touch of joy. The one she most expects to see at this time is Mr. Chen. The man finally appeared again. At this time, Chen Zonging looked indifferent. Carrying some packaged light rice porridge in his hand, he came to the bedroom bed, gently lifted Yuan Li from the Kuang or bed, then began to feed her porridge. The whole process seemed quiet like never before. Yuan Li sat there very well, without speaking, just enjoying Mr. Jin's porridge, feeding quietly. Everything seems to be brewing at this moment. Chen Zonging obviously did not forget her. After sending Ku Yiren home safely, he immediately felt inside Yuan Li's mansion. Feed this girl to eat. At this time, Chen Zhongying seemed to be gentler than ever before. It seems that everyone can't believe it. Dignified, the invincible of death, known as cold slaughter, the iceberg of death. At this moment, actually, sitting in front of the window bed, feeding a woman so tenderly. This is simply, that's it for Chen Zhongying. Feed her the porridge. Then, Chen Zong picked her up again, hugged her, and went to the bathroom, taking care of her after going to the bathroom. Then, he took her back to the bedroom. Take care of her again and put her on the bed. However, taking advantage of the moment when Chen Zong put her back on the bed, there was a gap. Yuan Li was struggling the strength of his whole body. Suddenly he gathered up his body. His beautiful and moist red lips. He was about to kiss Chen Zhongying's cheek. However, Chen Zhonggong looked cold, and pushed him away directly. I said, no, next time. Chen Zhongying's voice was colder than ever, with a terrible chill. Yuan Li was frightened by his brutal attitude. The pretty face turned pale, and a mist flashed across the beautiful pupils. Can't even kiss? Her voice looked at Chen Zong begging with a hint of grievance and crying. Chen Zhonggong glanced at her with cold eyes. I didn't pay attention, but got up and was about to leave. With all his strength, Yuan Li got up from the bed, and grabbed the corner of his clothes. With tears and begging, he said pitifully, can you stay with me one night? Okay, just one night? You don't have to go. When, hear this sentence. Chen Zong's eyes were cold and cold. He was silent for a few seconds. Then, he nodded slowly. When, seeing this scene, Yuan Li cried with joy. Mr. Chen, have you stayed in the promise? Exclamation mark. This made her couldn't believe it. Mr. Chen is actually willing to stay. An unprecedented joy flashed across Yuan Li's face. This night, Chen Zong stayed like this. He stayed in Yuan Li's mansion and took care of her quietly for one night. However, he did not slept on the same bed with Yuan Li. He randomly once brought a chair from the living room. That's it, lying on the chair and slept all night. The next day, a touch of oriental fish belly, slowly rising from the end of the skyline. Chen Zhongying got up early and finished his morning exercises outside the living room. This is the first time he has stayed overnight in a woman's house. This whole night, he really, like a cold machine, did nothing. Yuan Li slept in bed all night, and Chen Zong, lying on the chair, also lay down like this all night. Alone man and bone woman. This is the time when something should happen most. However, Chen Zong was stunned that it didn't happen. Even a little. A little story. In the kitchen, I made a simple breakfast for Yuan Li, and then took care of her to get up. After feeding her dinner, Chen Zhongying got up and left the Thompson first-class mansion. Driving a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, he hurried back to Kiss Manor. At this moment, in the Kiss Manor, Ku Yiren had just finished breakfast and was standing at the door of the villa, about to call Chen Zhongying. As a result, he drove Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan and drove back to the villa. Mr. Chen ... What did you do? Ku Yiren asked subconsciously. However, Chen Zong did not respond, but went straight into the Maybach car. Ku Yiren hesitated for a moment and didn't ask too much, and then got into the car. However, as soon as she got into the Maybach car, she noticed something wrong. Mr. Chen, with a hint of feminine fragrance. At this moment, Ku Yiren's mood can't be calmed down. Mr. Chen ... with a woman last night? He went to a tryst with a woman? This one, 4,000 words. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 888. Black envelope. Driving a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, he hurried back to Kiss Manor. At this time, in Kiss Manor, Ku Yiren had just finished breakfast and was standing at the door of the villa, about to make a call to Chen Zhongying. As a result, he drove Mercedes-Benz S600 car and drove back to the villa. Mr. Chen ... What did you do? Ku Yiren asked subconsciously. However, Chen Zong did not respond, but went straight into the Maybach car. Ku Yiren hesitated for a moment and didn't ask too much, and then got into the car. However, as soon as she got into the Maybach car, She noticed something wrong. Mr. Chen, with a hint of feminine fragrance. At this moment, Kuyaran's mood cannot be calmed down. Mr. Chen. Last night, with a woman? He went to a tryst with a woman? You. Last night. Last night? It seems that you weren't in the villa. Kuyaran's mood was a bit complicated at this moment, hesitated, and asked softly. Chen Zhongying sat aside, his eyes calm and indifferent, slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Coldly returned the two words, "It has nothing to do with you." Kuyaran. Okay. Not my business. Not my business. Kuyaran curled his lips, turned his head, and didn't bother about it anymore. But that's not why. A hint of sour jealousy flashed in her heart. Damn it. What's wrong with yourself? However, just as the Kuyaran was riding in the Maybach car convoy, driving all the way towards the Ku Group, Shanghai International Airport, a special plane flying from Japan to China was slowly descending from the air, and after a buffer on the airport runway, it slowly stopped at Shanghai Airport. In the airport, the dedicated passage has been opened, and black Lexus cars are waiting next to the apron. The cabin door opened slowly, and a man with long hair slowly walked out of the cabin. The man is wearing a traditional Japanese uniform with the word Mia tattooed on the left chest of the uniform, which seems to be his name. Behind the man, followed by a handsome young man. The young man wore a quaint uniform with long hair tied up. The only difference was, his face was also pierced with a long scar. It spread all the way from the left ear to the neck. This is an extremely terrifying fatal injury. However, this scar obviously did not take his life. He survived. What is even more shocking is that the young man still holds an object wrapped in black cloth in his left hand, and the outline is faintly visible. It is a weapon. Kuai-kun, don't put on a cold face, learn to laugh. Laugh a little. Chinese people all love to laugh. The man with the word gong on his chest said slowly, his face also raised. There was a smile, a very unnatural, even a hideous smile. The young man named Akinokan slowly nodded. Yes, Akinokan understands. After speaking, Akinokan's face also slowly raised a smile. That smile was extremely harsh, as if it showed endless murderous aura. The man shook his head helplessly. Akinokan, your smile ... it's too unnatural ... just forget it. After speaking, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and got into the Lexus car. Akinokan was taken aback for a moment, stretched out his hand and stroked his cheek, then turned his head, and asked the group of black-clothed warriors behind him, "Is my smile unnatural?" The group of warriors in black were taken aback when they heard this ... They looked at Akinokan respectfully, and then slowly shook their heads. Dozens of Lexus cars drove away slowly, merging into the busy streets of Shanghai and Haihai. Noon, 10 o'clock. Kiss Group, President's office. At the same time, a mysterious letter was sent to the president's mailbox of the Ku Group via post. Kuyaran was working on documents in the office, and suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Coming. The office door was gently opened, and a beautiful figure paced into the office. "Miss Ku, there is a letter addressed to you." Sungs gently walked to the desk and handed a specially packaged letter to Kuyaran. Kuyaran was shocked when he heard the words, raised a pretty face, and accepted the letter suspiciously. "Who sent this from?" Sungs gently shook her head. "I don't know, I just received it this morning, and the sender is not shown." However, as Kuyaran received this letter at the same time, next door, in the security director's office, the Omega watch of Chen Zhongying suddenly rang. Dididi! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed suddenly! Exclamation mark. He raised his Omega watch to take a look. On the watch, a trace of an electronic monitoring probe suddenly appeared. This is next door, Kuyaran's office. There is a secret bug. His face condensed. He got up suddenly, and walked quickly towards Kuyaran's office. The moment he opened the office, he saw the letter in Kuyaran's hand for the first time! Exclamation mark. At this time, in the president's office, Kuyaran was also taken aback by Chen Zong's move. "Mr. Chen, what's the matter?" Kuyaran's pretty face was surprised, and his secretary Sungs both looked at Chen Zonging in surprise. Chen Zong's eyes condensed. Suddenly he swept the letter in Kuyaran's hand. When he saw this letter, Chen Zong's eyes condensed. "That is a black envelope, very smooth, but with a deep black." Don't maybe not know, but he knows what this letter means. Black, a color that only black forces can use. What does the black letter mean? All over the world, the common mailing method used by overseas gangs is to use all black envelopes. This is a special letter for overseas criminal forces. The sender of this letter is an overseas underworld group. Who sent this letter? Chen Zonging asked indifferently in his voice. Kuyaran was stunned for a moment. "I don't know." "Sungs fetched it for me. He said it was delivered by a mysterious person at 10 o'clock in the morning." Kuyaran looked at the letter in her hand with a puzzled look. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly opened the envelope. The packaging of this letter is very delicate and tight, and it is tied with a black strap. The whole is black, giving people an inexplicable feeling. Carefully opened the envelope. This is a special letter without any text, only a tiny electronic recorder. As the envelope was opened, the electronic recorder was activated, and a jerky man's voice came out. "Kuyaran, I am a member of the Yamamoto team." "Yamamoto Palace?" "Yes, I came to China today for the X project plan in your hand. Please come to Shanghai really on time at 6 o'clock tonight." Hotel. Participate in this discussion. Outdated. Hearing this, Kuyaran's pretty face condensed. Yamamoto Group? Yet another inexplicable force appeared. "And is it for the X plan you have?" Exclamation mark. "XXU, have you heard of the Yamamoto team?" Kuyaran looked at Sungs with beautiful eyes. Sungs was taken aback when he heard the words, and shook his head in confusion. "No. I haven't heard of it." The solemn doubts in Kuyaran's eyes deepened. "What kind of power is this so-called Yamamoto Group?" Inexplicably, "I sent myself a letter, and I just wanted to discuss the X project plan." "Isn't it too domineering?" Kuyaran finally turned his gaze to Chen Zonging and asked slowly, "Do you know this Yamamoto team?" Chen Zonging sat on the sofa indifferently. His eyes narrowed slightly, and nodded. Kuyaran couldn't help but stunned. "Does he really know?" "Can you explain it to me?" "What kind of power are they?" Kuyaran asked, with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Chen Zonging slowly lit a cigarette. "The Yamamoto Group. It's just a small overseas force." "Little overseas forces?" Kuyaran couldn't help being surprised when he heard the words, and looked at him suspiciously. Chen Zong got up, took the black letter from her hand, and then tore it into a pile of debris and threw it into the trash can. "Don't worry, it's just a small gangster force. Don't worry about them." Chen Zonging slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and said lightly. Seeing what Chen Zong said so, the pretty face of the goddess president was slightly relieved. Recently, the Ku group has had too many troubles. If one more appears at this time, it will be enough for her to suffer. However, the goddess president is still a little skeptical. What kind of information seems to be hidden by Chen Zong? Sungs bowed gently, then stepped back. From entering the office to leaving the office, Sungs didn't even glance at Chen Zong. The two seemed to have become strangers. A look of helplessness flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. He also bid farewell to Kuyaran and returned to his office. After returning to the office, Chen Zonging instantly condensed the lightness of the clouds on his face, and turned to become solemn. "The Yamamoto team. I didn't expect that even the Yamamoto team came to China." Chen Zonging's face is extremely solemn. This is bad news. He didn't reveal the truth to Ku Yi just now. The Yamamoto Group is not a small overseas power, but a superpower. A terrible underworld organization originating from Japan. Its power spreads all over Asia. This is a terrible huge organization. Chen Zonging's gaze was extremely solemn. The Yamamoto Group suddenly appeared in Huaxia, which surprised him. and even caught him off guard. He didn't expect ... The Yamamoto team would personally rush to the Huaxia national boundary for this Project X project. China is a country that bans criminals, and overseas criminal forces cannot penetrate and spread in China, and they will even be attacked at the national level. But at this moment, the Japanese Super Black Force Yamamoto group suddenly appeared, which made Chen Zhongying secretly worried. Sitting in the office, Chen Zhongying's eyes were a little dignified. At this moment, he smelled a hint of danger. Today, the local forces in the south of the Yangtze River are still lying their eyes, and the enmity of the Goxing family of Yuanxing group has not yet been resolved. But, at this moment, suddenly, Japanese power suddenly appeared again. This, for the entire Jiangnan, is an unprecedented turmoil. This is planning to take advantage of the chaos to robbery. The fisherman gains the fisherman when he fights with the clams. Is that true for Yamaguchi's abacus? Chen Zhongying's pupils slowly condensed, flashing a killing opportunity. Because ... The entrenched overseas forces are finally going to reach out their tentacles. Even the overseas forces have to intervene. The Chinese forces ... The Yanjing forces ... Will they wait and watch? The crisis of Kuyiran ... I am afraid it is really coming. This is by no means comparable to the level of Goxing. The Chinese forces are intricate. Not to mention the gazes of various overseas forces. This game of the Ku group is full of dangers. In the evening, 6 o'clock. Chen Zhongying, yearning for the usual, sent Kuyiran back to the villa. After that, I ran out of dinner at Kuyiran's house as usual. Regarding the threat of the mountain team, he didn't mind at all. Nor did it mean to let Kuyiran come forward. He will handle this matter himself. There is no need for Kuyiran to come forward. Everything, as if calm and calm. At the same time, inside Shanghai Riley Hotel, Yamamoto Palace was sitting in front of the conference banquet hall. He still wore a Japanese uniform, with the word Mia embroidered on his chest, representing his name and status. On the side, there stood Kyuei-kun in black, with a long and hideous scar, and he still held a weapon that never left his body in his hand. Around the banquet hall, a group of warriors waited respectfully, exuding a depressed aura of death. "What time is it?" Yamamoto Palace asked slowly, his voice calm and deep, as if he could not see through any emotions. Akino-kun took out an old-style pocket watch, glanced at the time, and replied, "Master Gong, it's past 9 o'clock in the evening." Yamamoto Palace's gaze is still extremely calm, but there is a coldness that is not easily detectable in his eyes. "For 3 hours, no woman has ever allowed me to wait for 3 hours." Yamamoto Palace's voice was so deep that it made people afraid to look directly at it. His palm was slowly pressed on the arm of the chair, and there was a crackling sound, and the arm of the chair was abruptly twisted into a deep palm print crack. "Master Gong, are you still waiting?" Akino-kun asked cautiously. Yamamoto Palace slowly closed his eyes. Boom! The heavy mahogany chair underneath him was crushed by tremendous force and torn apart. Yamamoto Palace slowly got up and left with his hands behind his back. His patience has been exhausted. 3 hours, 3 full hours of waiting. This is the longest waiting limit he has experienced. Their Yamamoto team never waited so long for a person. Today. Huaxia, Kuyiran are alone. What's even more exaggerated, until this time, Kuyiran had not been seen. Yamamoto Palace has completely lost patience. His patience is limited. With the departure of Yamamoto Palace, deep and sunken footprints gradually cracked on the ground. That was caused by his huge force. It shows his mood at this time. A waiter glanced at the damaged chair at the scene, followed up nervously, and cautiously said, "Mister, that the chair in the banquet hall was destroyed. You may need compensation." Yamamoto Palace's eyes froze. Suddenly stretched out his hand, quickly pinched the waiter's neck like lightning, and directly pinched the whole waiter. The waiter's face was pale, her neck was instantly chopped, and blood was pouring out from the wound on her neck. She was struggling slightly, and she was about to die. Kuyijun stepped forward and bowed and said, "Master Gong, please calm down your anger. There is no need to work with these Chinese ants, it will dirty your hands." Yamamoto Palace snorted coldly, and shook his arm hard. The waiter was thrown away by July, and fell to the ground severely, vomiting blood. Dying. The waiters in the hotel were all angry, but they dared not speak. The Japanese people in front of us were too terrifying and frightening. The waiters in the hotel were just ordinary people, and they didn't dare to come forward. Provoke. This one, another 4,000 words, continue to ask for a monthly pass! Start resuming the update, brothers, monthly ticket support! Chapter 889 Mountain Q's Group Meeting Room. Yamamoto Palace sat high in front of the conference table. His gaze was extremely calm, but with an irresistible arrogance. Behind him, Kuyikun put his hands on his chest, and he put the weapon on his chest, like a bow and arrow. Outside the meeting room, a group of Japanese samurai waited respectfully at the door. The entire meeting was full of murderous awe, and it seemed that everything was under the control of the Yamamoto team. But the Yamamoto team probably didn't know, as long as there is one person sitting in the conference room ... all their control is instantly invalidated. That is the of death. At this time, Shenzong was sitting beside Kuyirun, looking at Yamamoto Palace indifferently. "Kuyirun, what happened yesterday, I can forgive you for the time being. But come today, you must give me the first explanation." to the Yamamoto team. Yamamoto Palace's voice is calm and deep, which makes people irresistible. Kuyirun was taken aback for a while. Her pretty face did not ripple at all. "Mr. Yamamoto, what do you want to explain?" "Ku Group's X project plan," Yamamoto Palace said slowly. Hearing this, Kuyirun's pretty face condensed. "Mr. Yamamoto, I don't understand what you mean." Kuyirun stared at each other calmly with beautiful eyes, but his attitude was slightly cold. "Project X plans. Our Yamamoto team will propose trading rights to you at an absolutely suitable price. By then, you will not suffer," Yamamoto Palace said slowly, with a deep voice. Kuyirun's pretty face was as calm as water, and said magnetically, "Mr. Yamamoto, this joke is not funny." The Kuyi people didn't have any fear. Instead they faced each other directly. "This is not a joke, Kuyirun. Today, on behalf of the Yamamoto Group, I formally ask you for the Ku Group Plan X. Our Yamamoto Group wants it." The voice of the Yamamoto Palace at this moment is endless. It is innate to all creatures. Lengao. No one can refuse what the Yamamoto team wants. Kuyirun stroked her earlobe and her long hair. Her eyes were extremely calm and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Yamamoto ... I refuse." The air is silent. Yamamoto Palace's face remained calm, but his eyes became sharp, staring straight at Kuyi, as if staring at the prey. "Kuyirun, what are you talking about? I don't seem to hear clearly." Yamamoto Palace's voice is deep and continuous, making people almost shiver. Kuyirun Memo was persistent and firm, and said again, "I said ... I refuse your request from the Yamamoto team." At this moment, the air suddenly cooled down. Yamamoto Palace's gaze condensed, and the whole person became extremely cold, like a terrible murderer. Behind him, Akinokan breathed deeply and deeply, like a beast about to hunt. Even the scar on his face is gradually distorting. On the side, Shenzong's eyes were cold, and he glanced at her, giving her a calm look. For some reason, when he saw Shenzong's gaze, the goddess president's heart settled down for no reason. As long as he was there, everything would become safe. "Kuyirun, do you know ... who are you rejecting?" Yamamoto Palace's voice became calmer, but the trembling pressure became stronger. Kuyirun's beautiful eyes were extremely calm. "Of course I know, Yamamoto Group." Yamamoto Shrine smiled, with a fierce arc at the corner of his mouth, slowly turning up. Interesting. Unexpectedly, Huaxia people, There are people who are not afraid of our Yamamoto team. Kuiron, then do you know the consequences of rejecting the Yamamoto team? Kuiron glanced at him lightly. Mr. Yamamoto Palace, this is China, not Japan. As soon as Kuiron said this, the air dropped sharply again. Her words are clear. She was reminding the other party. This is China. China country. Can Japanese forces act recklessly in China? Yamamoto Palace's face was extremely cold. It seemed to be a ferocious anger. He slowly pressed his hand on the conference table, and his voice was extremely calm and indifferent. Okay, Kuiron, you are openly against my Yamamoto team, right? As Yamamoto Palace's voice fell, a deep depression suddenly appeared on the conference table in front of him. That is a palm print of a palm. The depression pressed by his palm. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Zhongying's icy mouth suddenly raised an arc. Mr. Yamamoto, you have a good magic trick. Can you still get a palm print? After finishing speaking, Chen Zhongying also raised his palm and pressed his palms against the conference table for a while. Bah! Immediately afterwards, dozens of deeply sunken palm prints appeared on the conference table in front of Chen Zhongying. This moment, Yamamoto Palace's eyes suddenly condensed! Behind him, the scar on Kuya-jun's face was even more hideous. He stared at Chen Zhong. It was the look in the eyes of the beast facing its prey. Kuyi was a little sluggish, staring blankly at the dozens of palm prints on the conference table in front of him. Her pretty face was completely dumb. The corner of Yamamoto Palace's mouth was even more fierce. It seems that today, there is nothing to talk about. After this, his eyes were extremely cold! The air is cooling down drastically! Mr. Yamamoto Palace, go slowly. Kuiron slowly got up, the face of the beautiful temperament unchanged. Bastard! Yamamoto Palace slammed the table, and the conference table in front of him gave a gal, and it fell apart in an instant. Zheng, a long groan. Akinokan's body skills flashed up, holding the hilt in his right hand, and the dazzling katana instantly pulled out of its sheath, as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Chen Zhongying kicked his legs. The whole person turned into a remnant shadow. As soon as Akinokan's samurai sword was drawn out of its sheath. Chen Zhongying kicked away directly. Papa! The samurai sword was kicked directly back into the scabbard by Chen Zhong, without even having a chance to show up. Akinokan's eyes were suddenly cold, and his scarred face was completely distorted. He burst out with a palm. Carry the power of horror. Without saying anything, Chen Zhong directly raised his hand and slapped it. Akinokan's face changed drastically, and his body retreated suddenly. Woo! Chen Zhong slapped his slap, and the air trembled violently. It can be seen that the palm of the hand is so powerful. If it is slapped, it will either die or be injured. Oh, little Japan! Did you run so fast? Chen Zhong said as he stepped on again, and slapped it again. Akinokan didn't have time to react at all, and his body was awkwardly regressing. Chen Zhong's palm is like a terrifying dragon. The forced Akinokan didn't even have a chance to make a knife. Constantly retreating and avoiding. This scene is extremely embarrassing. Kuya-jun's face was fierce and angry, and he broke out. He is a dignified Japanese samurai. Has he ever been so insulted? This is a great shame! Zheng, Long Knife whispered. The katana is out of its sheath again. Chen Zhongying's body flickered, and his palm turned into lightning. Papa! There was a sharp, crisp sound! Akinokan was blown away by terrible force, rotating violently in midair, then, boom, hit the wall. The wall was directly knocked out of a huge human-shaped pit. Akinokan fell directly into the next room. This powerful Japanese warrior was spouting blood at this time. His body trembled, his entire face was swollen into a pig's head. You asshole! Yamamoto Palace's expression instantly became cold like a cold sword. It was a murderous look. You dare to touch my Yamamoto group? Outside the meeting room, dozens of Japanese samurai rushed in. Zing zing zing. Countless sharp samurai swords were drawn out of their sheaths, and that terrible murderous intent brewed in the air. Chen Zhonging's eyes were calm and he stared at Yamamoto Palace meaningfully. What if it moves? You are looking for death. Yamamoto Palace's voice was extremely cold. Swish. Suddenly Chen Zhonging's figure burst into a flash. Bah! Numerous muffled noises echoed in the conference room. One after another, the silhouettes were blown upside down. Like of war, Chen Zong rushed across the group of Japanese warriors, and wherever he passed, a miserable howling, blood splashing, and figures flew out. 3 seconds later. Chen Zhonging slowly lit a cigarette and stood calmly in the middle of the field. On the ground all around, there was a terrible cry. Yamamoto Palace's face was extremely cold, his fists clenched, and there was a crackling sound. The ground on which his feet stepped on was also cracked. This member of the Yamamoto team, an official member of the Yamamoto family, must do it himself at this moment. Chen Zhonging stared at him indifferently. Yamamoto Palace, I advise you, this is China territory. If you dare to act recklessly in China territory, I don't guarantee you can get out alive. Suddenly, Chen Zong's body turned into an afterimage, which flashed suddenly, directly in front of Yamamoto Palace. Yamamoto Palace's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body went back 3 steps directly. 3 steps. At this moment, his heart was completely suspended. His gaze was like a sharp sword, staring at Chen Zhonging. That was suspicion. Unwilling. And shock. Just now, Chen Zong's lightning-fast posture made him unable to react at all. At that moment, he seemed to see a familiar breath from Chen Zhonging. That breath is almost exactly the same as the terrifying god of war in their Yamamoto team. Yamamoto Palace was shocked and stunned. At this moment, facing this Chinese man. He was completely lost. The air was silent, with a hint of blood floating. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes stared at this scene dully, and his mood was disturbed. Yamamoto Palace's face repeated sorrowful, and it took a long time before he uttered a word. Withdraw. The members of this group of Yamamoto, members of the Japanese Super Black Forces, today's negotiations with the Ku clan, completely defeated. Their Yamamoto group crossed the East Asian Black Forces, and now they are so defeated in a small group company in China. This is simply the shame of the Yamamoto group. Looking at the figures of the Japanese who were helping each other and leaving in embarrassment, the whole meeting room was quiet. Thank you. Kuyiran blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Zhongning quietly. It was really not easy for these 2 words to come out of her mouth. Chen Zhongning took a breath of cigarette slowly, and slowly exhaled 2 words. Small things. About this Yamamoto team, can you tell me the truth? Kuyiran's pretty face suddenly became solemn, staring at Chen Zhonging and said seriously. Chen Zhonging hesitated for a while and said, I said, it's just a small Japanese gang. Little gang. Kuyiran stared at him suspiciously, as if wanting to see something in his eyes. Little gang. Is it really just a small gang? If it is a small gang, why is Yamamoto Palace's attitude so tough today? Is it really just the style of the little gang? Kuyiran was a little guilty and messed up, but Chen Zhonging refused to reveal any news at all. She was helpless in the end. Inside the Lexus car, Kuyijun clutched his red and swollen cheeks like a pig's head, and his whole body was bombarded by Chen Zhong's slap. Just now, his internal organs were trembling. He suffered a very serious internal injury. At this moment, he is holding the handle of the knife tightly in his right hand. The bones are crunching. You can imagine his anger at this time. Master Gong, shall we just let them go? Kuei-kun's voice trembled, with extreme unwillingness. The complexion of Yamamoto Palace, who was sitting aside, was suddenly distorted, as terrifying as Rosen's hell. Of course it's impossible. The Yamamoto Palace's voice was fierce like a demon. My Yamamoto group crosses the East Asian underground world, and has never been bullied like this. The The Ku group. You must pay the price of blood for today's behavior. Inside the Lexus car, Akino-kun said with a grim expression, Master Gong, then what do you plan to do with Yamamoto Palace's expression was as cold as frost. Tonight, a raid. Autumn Villa. Ask for monthly ticket 6! Chapter 890 Raid. Q's Group Meeting Room. Yamamoto Palace sat high in front of the conference table. His gaze was extremely calm, but with an irresistible arrogance. Behind him, Kuya-kun put his hands on his chest, and he put the weapon on his chest, like a bow and arrow. Outside the meeting room, a group of Japanese samurai waited respectfully at the door. The entire meeting was full of murderous awe, and it seemed that everything was under the control of the Yamamoto team. But the Yamamoto team probably didn't know, as long as there is one person sitting in the conference room. All their control is instantly invalidated. That is the of death. At this time, Shenzong was sitting beside Kuya-ran, looking at Yamamoto Palace indifferently. Kuya-ran, what happened yesterday, I can forgive you for the time being. But come today, you must give me the first explanation to the Yamamoto team. Yamamoto Palace's voice is calm and deep, which makes people irresistible. Kuya-ran was taken aback for a while. Her pretty face did not ripple at all. Mr. Yamamoto, what do you want to explain? Q Group's X project plan. Yamamoto Palace said slowly. Hearing this, Kuya-ran's pretty face condensed. Mr. Yamamoto, I don't understand what you mean. Kuya-ran stared at each other calmly with beautiful eyes, but his attitude was slightly cold. Project X plans. Our Yamamoto team will propose trading rights to you at an absolutely suitable price. By then, you will not suffer. Yamamoto Palace said slowly, with a deep voice. Kuya-ran's pretty face was as calm as water, and said magnetically, Mr. Yamamoto, this joke is not funny. The Kuyi people didn't have any fear. Instead they faced each other directly. This is not a joke, Kuya-ran. Today, on behalf of the Yamamoto Group, I formally ask you for the Q Group Plan X. Our Yamamoto Group wants it. The voice of the Yamamoto Palace at this moment is endless. It is innate to all creatures. Lengao. No one can refuse what the Yamamoto team wants. Kuya-ran stroked her earlobe and her long hair. Her eyes were extremely calm and said, Excuse me, Mr. Yamamoto. I refuse. The air is silent. Yamamoto Palace's face remained calm, but his eyes became sharp, staring straight at Kuyi, as if staring at the prey. Kuya-ran, what are you talking about? I don't seem to hear clearly. Yamamoto Palace's voice is deep and continuous, making people almost shiver. Kuya-ran Memo was persistent and firm, and said again, I said ... I refuse your request from the Yamamoto team. At this moment, the air suddenly cooled down. Yamamoto Palace's gaze condensed, and the whole person became extremely cold, like a terrible murderer. Behind him, Akino-kun breathed deeply, like a beast about to hunt. Even the scar on his face is gradually distorting. On the side, Shenzong's eyes were cold, and he glanced at her, giving her a calm look. For some reason, when he saw Shenzong's gaze, the goddess president's heart settled down for no reason. As long as he was there, everything would become safe. Kuya-ran, do you know ... who are you rejecting? Yamamoto Palace's voice became calmer, but the trembling pressure became stronger. Kuya-ran's beautiful eyes were extremely calm. Of course I know, Yamamoto Group. Yamamoto Shrine smiled, with a fierce arc at the corner of his mouth, slowly turning up. Interesting. Unexpectedly, Huaxia people. There are people who are not afraid of our Yamamoto team. Kuya-ran, then do you know the consequences of rejecting the Yamamoto team? Kuya-ran glanced at him lightly. Mr. Yamamoto Palace, this is China, not Japan. As soon as Kuya-ran said this, the air dropped sharply again. Her words are clear. She was reminding the other party. This is China. China country. Can Japanese forces act recklessly in China? Yamamoto Palace's face was extremely cold. It seemed to be a ferocious anger. He slowly pressed his hand on the conference table, and his voice was extremely calm and indifferent. Okay, Kuiran, you are openly against my Yamamoto team, right? As Yamamoto Palace's voice fell, a deep depression suddenly appeared on the conference table in front of him. That is a palm print of a palm. The depression pressed by his palm. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Zhonging's icy mouth suddenly raised an arc. Mr. Yamamoto, you have a good magic trick. Can you still get a palm print? After finishing speaking, Chen Zhonging also raised his palm and pressed his palms against the conference table for a while. Bah! Immediately afterwards, dozens of deeply sunken palm prints appeared on the conference table in front of Chen Zhonging. This moment, Yamamoto Palace's eyes suddenly condensed! Exclamation mark. Behind him, the scar on Kuyijun's face was even more hideous. He stared at Chen Zong. It was the look in the eyes of the beast facing its prey. Kuyi was a little sluggish, staring blankly at the dozens of palm prints on the conference table in front of him. Her pretty face was completely dumb. The corner of Yamamoto Palace's mouth was even more fierce. It seems that today there is nothing to talk about. After this, his eyes were extremely cold! Exclamation mark. The air is cooling down drastically! Exclamation mark. Mr. Yamamoto Palace, go slowly. Kuiran slowly got up, the face of the beautiful temperament unchanged. Bastard! Yamamoto Palace slammed the table, and the conference table in front of him gave a gal, and it fell apart in an instant. Zheng, a long groan. Akinokan's body skills flashed up, holding the hilt in his right hand, and the dazzling katana instantly pulled out of its sheath, as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Chen Zhonging kicked his legs. The whole person turned into a remnant shadow. As soon as Akinokan's samurai sword was drawn out of its sheath. Chen Zhonging kicked away directly. Papa! The samurai sword was kicked directly back into the scabbard by Chen Zong, without even having a chance to show up. Akinokan's eyes were suddenly cold, and his scarred face was completely distorted. He burst out with a palm. Carry the power of horror. Without saying anything, Chen Zong directly raised his hand and slapped it. Akinokan's face changed drastically, and his body retreated suddenly. Woo! Chen Zong slapped his slap, and the air trembled violently. It can be seen that the palm of the hand is so powerful. If it is slapped, it will either die or be injured. Oh, little Japan! Did you run so fast? Chen Zong said as he stepped on again, and slapped it again. Akinokan didn't have time to react at all, and his body was awkwardly regressing. Chen Zong's palm is like a terrifying dragon. The forced Akinokan didn't even have a chance to make a knife. Constantly retreating and avoiding. This scene is extremely embarrassing. Kuyijun's face was fierce and angry, and he broke out. He is a dignified Japanese samurai. Has he ever been so insulted? Exclamation mark. This is a great shame! Exclamation mark. Zheng, long knife whispered. The katana is out of its sheath again. Chen Zhonging's body flickered, and his palm turned into lightning. Papa! There was a sharp, crisp sound. Exclamation mark. Akinokan was blown away by terrible force, rotating violently in midair, then, boom, hit the wall. The wall was directly knocked out of a huge human-shaped pit. Akinokan fell directly into the next room. This powerful Japanese warrior was spouting blood at this time. His body trembled, his entire face was swollen into a pig's head. You asshole! Yamamoto Palace's expression instantly became cold like a cold sword. It was a murderous look. You dare to touch my Yamamoto group? Ha! Outside the meeting room, dozens of Japanese samurai rushed in. Zeng zing zing. Countless sharp samurai swords were drawn out of their sheaths, and that terrible murderous intent brewed in the air. Chen Zhonging's eyes were calm and he stared at Yamamoto Palace meaningfully. What if it moves? You are looking for death. Yamamoto Palace's voice was extremely cold. Swish. Suddenly Chen Zhonging's figure burst into a flash. Bah! Numerous muffled noises echoed in the conference room. One after another, the silhouettes were blown upside down. Like of war, Chen Zong rushed across the group of Japanese warriors, and wherever he passed, a miserable howling, blood splashing, and figures flew out. 3 seconds later. Chen Zhongying slowly lit a cigarette and stood calmly in the middle of the field. On the ground all around, there was a terrible cry. Yamamoto Palace's face was extremely cold, his fists clenched, and there was a crackling sound. The ground on which his feet stepped on was also cracked. This member of the Yamamoto team, an official member of the Yamamoto family, must do it himself at this moment. Chen Zhongying stared at him indifferently. Yamamoto Palace, I advise you, this is China territory. If you dare to act recklessly in China territory, I don't guarantee you can get out alive. Suddenly, Chen Zhong's body turned into an afterimage, which flashed suddenly, directly in front of Yamamoto Palace. Yamamoto Palace's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body went back 3 steps directly. 3 steps. At this moment, his heart was completely suspended. His gaze was like a sharp sword, staring at Chen Zhongying. That was suspicion. Unwilling. And shock. Just now, Chen Zhong's lightning-fast posture made him unable to react at all. At that moment, he seemed to see a familiar breath from Chen Zhongying. That breath is almost exactly the same as the terrifying god of war in their Yamamoto team. Yamamoto Palace was shocked and stunned. At this moment, facing this Chinese man. He was completely lost. The air was silent, with a hint of blood floating. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes stared at this scene dully, and his mood was disturbed. Yamamoto Palace's face repeated sorrowful, and it took a long time before he uttered a word. Withdraw. The members of this group of Yamamoto, members of the Japanese Super Black Forces, today's negotiations with the Ku clan, completely defeated. Their Yamamoto group crossed the East Asian Black Forces, and now, they are so defeated in a small group company in China. This is simply the shame of the Yamamoto group. Looking at the figures of the Japanese who were helping each other and leaving in embarrassment, the whole meeting room was quiet. Thank you. Kuyaran blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Zhongying quietly. It was really not easy for these 2 words to come out of her mouth. Chen Zhongying took a breath of cigarette slowly, and slowly exhaled 2 words. Small things. About this Yamamoto team, can you tell me the truth? Kuyaran's pretty face suddenly became solemn, staring at Chen Zhongying and said seriously. Chen Zhongying hesitated for a while and said, I said, it's just a small Japanese gang. Little gang. Kuyaran stared at him suspiciously, as if wanting to see something in his eyes. Little gang. Is it really just a small gang? If it is a small gang, why is Yamamoto Palace's attitude so tough today? Is it really just the style of the little gang? Kuyaran was a little guilty and messed up, but Chen Zhongying refused to reveal any news at all. She was helpless in the end. Inside the Lexus car, Kuyajun clutched his red and swollen cheeks like a pig's head, and his whole body was reversed. Was bombarded by Chen Zhongying's slap. Just now, his internal organs were trembling. He suffered a very serious internal injury. At this moment, he is holding the handle of the knife tightly in his right hand. The bones are crunching. You can imagine his anger at this time. Master Gong, shall we just let them go? Kyu-Aikon's voice trembled, with extreme unwillingness. The complexion of Yamamoto Palace, who was sitting aside, was suddenly distorted, as terrifying as Rosen's hell. Of course it's impossible. The Yamamoto Palace's voice was fierce like a demon. My Yamamoto group crosses the East Asian underground world, and has never been bullied like this. The The Ku group. You must pay the price of blood for today's behavior. Inside the Lexus car, Akinokan said with a grim expression, Master Gong, then what do you plan to do with Yamamoto Palace's expression was as cold as frost. Tonight, a raid. Autumn Villa. The chapter is out of order, and one is missing in the middle. I have already made it up. Please go back and have a look. Chapter 891 Night. Inside the Lexus car, Akinokan's expression became even more distorted when he heard this, with a terrible smile. Okay. Tonight, let me wash the Ku family with blood. He tightly grasped the samurai sword in his hand, and his whole body trembled because of excessive excitement. Just now, he has suffered such a humiliating and great humiliation for the Ku clan. Tonight, he will retaliate completely. Kill the opponent completely. Just now, it's just that his sword is not out of the sheath. If his long sword is out of the sheath, this Huaxia, who can stop him? There are countless souls under his sword. Yamamoto Palace slowly said, "No. You don't need to do it tonight. You are already injured, and you will cultivate for the time being. Tonight, I will send a hidden killing team to take action. You Yiren. Destined to be my flesh." Fists clenched tightly, a grinning smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be thinking about how to abuse and humiliate Ku Yi when he caught Ku Yi. That scene, thinking about it makes him exciting. Akhenaten looked a little unwilling. "Master Gong, then you can recuperate for the time being. The situation in China is getting chaotic. It is the business that you can heal your injury as soon as possible." Yamamoto Palace said slowly. Then that woman. May I? Akhenaten's expression was a little sullen, with an evil scent. Yamamoto Palace grinned, and his smile trembled terribly. "Akhenaten, don't worry. After I have finished enjoying the taste of the woman of Ku Yiren, I will let the stinky lady take care of us." Hearing this, Akhenaten looked excited and licked his lips ferociously. "Thank you, Lord Gong." Huaxia women. "It's been a long time since I tasted that kind of taste." Yamamoto Palace's eyes were dark and evil, and he seemed to recall the stimulating scene when he raped a Chinese woman. Huaxia woman. Only forced to resist. It's more flavorful. In the evening, the Mercedes-Benz team, carrying Chen Zhonging and Ku Yiren, all the way back to the Kiss Villa. After returning home, Ku Yi ran upstairs after eating. After she came to the study, she locked the door first, and then she went directly to the computer, turned on the computer, and started searching for information on the internet. The keyword searched was only 3 words. Yamamoto Group. There is still no information on Huaxia's local internet. Baidu, Sogu, Google. None of them found any information. Ku Yiren started using IP to circumvent the wall, jumped to the website of the overseas domain name, and started searching on the overseas domain name. But there still seems to be no information. There is no information about the Yamamoto Group. The 3 words of the Yamamoto Group seem to have been intentionally blocked. It can't be searched at all. Ku Yiren's pretty face condensed slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt, and she secretly felt. This Yamamoto team didn't seem to be as young as Chen Zong's mouth. Because of that overbearing and aggressive tone. It was not like a small gang at all. Made it! In the Ku's villa, Ku Yiren is looking for information in the study. Parents are chatting in the tea room and watching TV series. Everything seems to be extremely quiet. Around the villa, Yang Feng led a team of bodyguards on patrol 24 hours a day, and the military defense system was turned on around the clock to monitor the situation around the villa. In the dark night. A group of people wearing black masks are racing through the night. Each of them holds a slender long handle with a long arc in their left hand. That samurai sword. This is a group of masked warriors. The moonlight is bright, and the silver moonlight is projecting down. But the black warriors are extremely capable, and almost every step of their steps is integrated into the phantom of the night. You can't even hear any sound in the night wind. Like a forest. A few kilometers away from Ku's villa, a black Lexus car was parked quietly. Yamamoto Gongyun sat in the car lightly. A wicked smile filled the corner of his mouth. "Hidden kill them. Where are they?" Yamamoto Palace asked indifferently. "In the front row of the Lexus." The driver took out the positioning device and confirmed it. Huey reported, "The hidden killer has rushed to the outer circle of the Kiss Villa. It is estimated that there are 500 meters away, and it will be able to break through the villa's defense and enter the raid." Yamamoto Palace nodded slowly. The evil smile at the corner of his mouth thickened. He picked up a Viagra and handed it to his mouth. At this moment, he felt his whole body's energy boiling and burning. Tonight, he wants to enjoy the deliciousness of Kuyiren. He has not tasted the taste of a Chinese woman for many years, and today, he can finally taste it again. In the dark night, the group of masked warriors are stepping on the shadow of the night and flying quickly in the direction of the QG Manor. The distance is getting closer. Hidden kill. In the Yamamoto group, the strongest ninja assassination team. A hidden kill. Blood splattered in the night. Q's villa, within the monitoring. Yang Feng was hurriedly called into the surveillance room by his subordinates. Boss. The surveillance alarm suddenly warned that an unknown person had invaded 500 meters away from the villa. A bodyguard said solemnly. Yang Feng's eyes condensed, and he stared closely at the monitor screen. On the monitor screen, a high-definition projection monitor screen was presented in front of him. The picture is very clear, so clear that you can almost see the discarded cigarette next to the street. It's just that there is nothing unusual in the high-definition picture. Everything is so quiet, falling into the infinite silence of the night. The whole street is silent. Where is the other party? Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't notice any abnormality based on this high-definition surveillance picture. Ordinary monitoring is invisible. It needs to be monitored by infrared magnetic scanning. The bodyguard said, operating the monitor and directly clicking to turn on the infrared magnetic. The entire monitoring screen instantly turned red, and under the infrared magnetic monitoring, the whole silent night street on the screen became like daylight. And those pictures hidden in black have also been exposed. I saw that in the corner of the street along the wall. A group of black-clothed and masked figures were rushing in the direction of the villa. Silent, silent, silent! Exclamation mark. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng looked dignified. This group of black-clothed masked men can actually blend into the night. Avoid most of the monitoring equipment. This is terrible. If it weren't for the special military defense equipment installed in the Kiss Villa, today. I am afraid they would not be found at all. Boss, what should I do now? The subordinate asked. Yang Feng stared solemnly. Turn on the fortress mode. Yes. Following Yang Feng's order, the entire villa went up and down, instantly starting a tight fortress mode. At the same time, Yang Feng called Chen Zonging the first time. Chen Zonging was now lying on the bed of Simmons, closing his eyes and thinking. One of Yang Feng's phone calls. He answered the phone as soon as possible. Mr. Chen. Tonight, someone is coming. During the call, Yang Feng said solemnly. Chen Zonging, who closed his eyes in contemplation, slowly opened his eyes. Are the visitors dressed up as a group of black warriors? On the other end of the phone, Yang Feng was taken aback for a moment. Yes, it seems to be dressed as a black warrior. Looks not like a Chinese costume. Oh, I see. You guys keep it safe. I'll go to bed first. Chen Zonging finished speaking, and hung up the phone faintly. In the villa monitoring room, Yang Feng looked at the phone dully. Mr. Chen, is he asleep? At this moment, Yang Feng couldn't react, with a dumbfounded look. Such a critical moment. Brother Chen actually fell asleep! Exclamation mark. A few dozen meters away from QG Villa. In that villa, after Chen Zonghan hung up the phone, he turned off the light and went to sleep under the covers. He really fell asleep. Kuyiren was assassinated. At this moment, he was extremely calm, because Chen Zong doesn't need to worry at all. At the moment, Q's villa is strictly guarded. The military defense system is like a terrible cover, and ordinary people can't pass through the terrible defense system. In the silent night, those black-clothed masked warriors are flying towards the Ku family villa. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Swish swish, countless black shadows rose into the air in no time, and directly attacked the Ku family villa. Fast as lightning, instant as a gust of wind. Everything. Silently. A ninja warrior rushed the fastest. His body is like a ghost of the night, rushing towards the Ku family villa. There was a cold smile from the corner of his mouth, and the katana in his hand was already hungry and thirsty, longing for the taste of drinking blood. Suddenly a current burst. A thick thunder and lightning flashed across the night, directly on the ninja warrior. This is a real lightning strike. Artificial lightning! Exclamation mark. The black-clothed warrior's pupils trembled fiercely, completely unable to react. Exclamation mark. This is this! Exclamation mark. How can it be? Exclamation mark. How can there be thunder and lightning in the dark night? Exclamation mark. How come? Exclamation mark. Then his body trembled fiercely, and he was directly hit by a huge thunder and lightning and fell to the ground outside the Kiss villa. At the moment he passed out, he still opened his eyes wide, with horror. Another black warrior's body skills suddenly flashed, almost trying to cut through the void, and shot straight toward the villa courtyard. Suddenly, a bullet came. The black warrior hurriedly pulled back to the file, but it can't resist the speed of the bullet at all. Puff! The bullet hit his leg directly, and he fell directly from midair, and landed on the ground outside the villa. A black-clothed warrior is amazingly vigorous. He stepped directly on the wall of the villa and jumped onto the top of the wall instantly, and he was about to turn into the villa. Suddenly a dazzling red laser beam shot out. The corner of the black warrior's clothes was swept away and burned directly. His body trembled, and his pupils shrank violently. Infrared laser! Exclamation mark. Fuck! How come there are laser weapons in this villa? Exclamation mark. Is this trademark a villa or a military base? Exclamation mark. But before he could react, another infrared ray came directly. His leg was shot instantly, and a large area of skin was instantly burnt and twisted. He let out a miserable cry, fell directly to the ground and fainted. In the endless night, surrounding the Ku's villa, the fortress mode is completely excited. Blazing red infrared rays bombarded and fired. A high voltage current of 1 million volts strikes. The missile interception system keeps aiming. This is a real fortress. The sophisticated and terrifying military defense system completely defensively wraps Kiss Villa into an iron fortress. In the dark, a mosquito flew silently towards the courtyard of the Kiss Villa. Suddenly, an infrared ray swept across in a flash. Puff! The mosquito was directly swept by infrared rays and turned into a cloud of scorching powder. This is the real strict guard. It's so tight that even a mosquito can't fly into the villa! Exclamation mark. Outside the villa. In the deep night, the group of Japanese hidden samurai were all shocked and horrified. All their surprise attacks were actually blocked outside. The special Dark Knight ninja ability of Hidden Kill seems to have become a useless burden in front of this villa. The hidden slaying warriors do not believe in evil, and their figures flash in the dark night. What they practice is the highest ninja art in Japan. Can hide oneself in the dark night, can quietly obliterate everything in the dark night. They are the kings of the night. This raid? How can it be defeated? Exclamation mark. Countless figures flashed, and ninja figures in the night sky continued to rush around the Ku's villa like ghosts and ghosts. Exclamation mark. But the defense system outside the Kiss Villa was terrifying to the extreme. Exclamation mark. Infrared lasers are intertwined into a terrible spider web. Countless currents and lightning are faintly flashing in the dark night. This is simply unearth! Exclamation mark. Countless hidden slaying warriors have not rushed into the villa. They are directly splashed by the blood that is bombarded by this terrible laser net. Some more serious. The hands and feet are all cut by the laser. A panic! Exclamation mark. Inside the villa, Kuyaran was working in the study. Suddenly heard the screaming voice outside. Her pretty face turned pale, and she opened the curtains of the study to take a look. The whole person was sluggish. The midair of the dark night. A circle around the Kiss Villa. Countless infrared lasers are intertwined, and the current is flickering. Intertwined into a beautiful spider web. Outside the spider's web, black-clothed figures were constantly shot down, and the screams and wailings continued. Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale, stepping on her slippers and hurried downstairs. Immediately afterwards, Ku Huihai and Liu Xiangnan also hurriedly ran downstairs. What's wrong outside? Did the attack happen early? Hurry up and call Xiao Chen. Ku Huihai looked panicked and nervous, and immediately took out his mobile phone to call Chen Zongying's number. Captain Yang, what's the matter? Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale, and asked in a panic. The head of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, reported, an enemy has invaded. I have notified Mr. Chen, and Chen Xian said, let us protect your safety. Kuya's face was dumbfounded, and he couldn't react to some. Chapter 892. Tonight, no one sleeps. Ku Huihai and his wife also looked shocked. But Yang Feng, the leader of the bodyguard, repeatedly told them, don't worry. In the end, Ku Huihai and his wife also went upstairs in fear. After all, it was this time a large group of assassins raided outside, and they are now but staying in the villa. This feeling is really terrifying! Outside the villa, that endless stretch. There was a miserable howling in the dark night. The group of hidden slaying warriors continued to raid the villa, but they were all blocked by the terrifying spider webs. The group of hidden slaying warriors trembled in shock. All the samurai's eyes widened, their eyes are blood red. They have never suffered such a big loss in their entire lives! On the ground lie the remains of countless brothers. A whole group of hidden killers. At this time, only a small and a half are left. Half of them are lying down. Was hit hard by the terrible defensive net. Barga bastard. What the is this? The group of hidden slaying warriors roared out of control and furious! They are completely horrified. They have lived for most of their lives and have never seen such a terrible defense. Where is this trademark villa? This trademark is basically a secret military base! 3 kilometers away from the Ku's villa, the Lexus car quietly stopped in the silent night. Yamamoto Palace was already hot and the effects of Viagra and aphrodisiac began to brew. His lips were dry, and he could even imagine the picture of Kuyaranji's naked body in his mind. Thinking of this, his heart beats fiercely! That exciting picture is too tempting. Chinese women. Especially Kuyaranji's stunning beauty. They are simply stunners in the world. Paired with the potent Viagra and aphrodisiac he took specially, tonight, is destined to be devastated and killed Kuyaranji completely. Let her know the fate of offending herself. Let her know the fate of offending Yamamoto team! Why is there no news about the hidden killing of them? Yamamoto Palace's body was hot and a little impatient. He couldn't wait. He desperately desires women at this time, and longs for the hidden killer Kuyaranji to be captured by the bastard. Then he will be in the car, directly and brutally ravaged. In the front row of the Lexus, the driver asked into the microphone, hidden killing team, how is the progress of the mission completed? Has the goal been successfully captured? Help. Help. Their villa has high-tech military equipment. We can't make a surprise attack. In the walkie-talkie, the horrified voice of the hidden killing group came out, and even the screaming and miserable howling at the scene was heard. Yamamoto Palace's face instantly wrinkled, and his pupils were shrinking violently. Hidden kill group? Mission failed? How is this possible? This is impossible. Hidden kill is the secret trade team of the Yamamoto team. They are invincible in the dark. How can they fail? At this moment, the representative of the Yamamoto group clenched his fists and made a squeaking joint, which shows the anger of Yamamoto Palace at this time. When he came to China, he was frustrated one after another, which made him unbearable. Second group of hidden killers. Dispatch me. Frontal attack, Bloodwash Kiss Villa. Yamamoto Palace's voice was extremely harsh, and wireless murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With this order issued, the killing intent is infinitely permeated in the dark night. In the dark night, 1 kilometer away from the Kiss Villa, another group of hidden ninjas acted suddenly. Hidden kill. The second group. The stealth killing group is divided into 2 groups. The first group, surprise assassination. The second group, tyrannical cut. If the first group is silent poison, then the second group is terrible explosives. The real horror of hidden killing lies in this. Today, the hidden killing group carried by Yamamoto Palace is only the tip of the iceberg, but it is enough to abuse the entire Shanghai Sea, and enough to wash the entire Ku Clan group in blood. Countless shadows rushed in the night, sprinting towards the Ku family villa. Suddenly the wind howled. The second group of hidden kills. There is no need to hide. They just need to kill. Endless killing. In the Ku's villa, the whole family has mixed feelings. Kuyaran sat in the study room. The curtains were already closed by her. She couldn't bear to see the scene outside. Although she knew the villa's defense system was very strong, she was still a little confused. Kuihai and his wife are fidgeting in the room. After all, the bombardment is constant outside. How can they be stable? The miserable howls in the dark outside are constantly intertwined. But she is like a gay person, the blonde draped diagonally, beautiful and sexy. At the same time, the monitoring room of the villa. Yang Fengxing stared at the monitor screen solemnly, and all the pictures around the villa were clearly presented on the screen. Boss. Another group of warriors have appeared. The subordinates said nervously. I saw on the screen, at the end of the quiet night street, a group of samurai ninjas in black appeared suddenly. Like a terrible ghost, it rushed toward the villa. Yang Feng's face was extremely solemn, staring at the group of ninja warriors in the surveillance picture. He found this group of samurai is different from the first wave before. The first wave is hidden in the dark night, quietly. But this group has no intention of hiding at all. Directly exposed under the surveillance probe, and rushed directly towards. The killing intent was terrifying and amazing. Start the infrared ray attack. Stop them outside. Yang Feng's face is extremely solemn. In the Ku's villa, several infrared ray weapons slowly started to warm up, and the blast holes of all weapons instantly aimed at the group of ninjas flying in the dark night. In the endless night, murder is brewing. However, at the same time, just tens of meters away, in another villa on the opposite side, Chen Zonging was lying on the bed, originally wanting to sleep, but was awakened by the horrible howling in the darkness outside the window. Even if I want to sleep, I can't sleep. Noisy Chen Zongwang's eyes were cold, and he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he got up abruptly, his body jumped over the balcony, and jumped directly to the bottom of the villa. He is very irritable. Those Japanese people. Already, it disturbed him to sleep. At this time, inside the Kiss villa, in the monitoring room, Yang Feng's face was solemn, and all the infrared laser beams have been warmed up and started. Tonight, it is destined to be a killing. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes condensed. I saw a figure in a black suit on the surveillance screen, slowly walking towards the Ku's villa. The security guards in the villa were all surprised, and everyone couldn't react to it. In the monitoring room, Yang Feng looked solemn and stared at this scene closely. That? Now that is Mr. Chen? At the same time, in the dark night ahead, a frantic howling sound suddenly sounded. At the end of the night, countless black-clothed ninja warriors rushed in like ghosts. Suddenly, on the screen, Chen Zong's figure was like a phantom, instantly turning into an afterimage, flashing towards the group of ninjas. Prepare for infrared rays. Fully protect Mr. Chen's safety. Yang Feng ordered immediately. Inside the villa, countless infrared rays are ready to go! In the dark night, the second group of hidden ninjas rushed quickly. Zheng Zhengzing. Numerous katana samurai swords were instantly unsheathed. A terrible murderous aura gleamed in the dark night! The air suddenly cooled down! All the ninja warriors looked cold, like killers. They are the second group of hidden killers. They are the bloodiest ninja killers. Suddenly, Chen Zong's figure suddenly appeared in the night sky ahead, blocking their way. The pupils of the ninja samurai shrank suddenly. Murderous intentions emerge. Cut! Zenzing. The samurai sword pierced through the void and snarled softly, as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Chen Zong's figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Completely disappeared in place. The speed is not fast enough. Above the dark night sky, suddenly a cold voice came. All the ninjas looked up in horror! Above the night sky, a figure in a black suit was slowly spinning, falling along the inertia of gravity. Cut! The ninja's face was furious, and Senran's samurai sword swung away directly above the night sky. Chen Zonging whirled lightly in the air. The corners of his mouth raised, and his right hand lightly lifted. Toothpicks in his hand suddenly emerged, slightly raised in the air. Swish swish. Numerous toothpicks projected out instantly. The toothpick was thrown with a huge force, piercing the void and night, and turned into an endless and terrifying weapon. The pupils of those ninjas suddenly shrank! Too late to react. Puff puff puff. Countless toothpicks pierced the wrists of the group of ninjas in an instant, like a broken bamboo. The group of ninjas was instantly cut into a sharp wound on their wrists, and blood was sprayed directly along the wound! All the samurai swords in his hand fell to the ground. In the surveillance room, Yang Feng's eyes widened, staring at this scene! All the bodyguards present were shocked and petrified! What's going on? Boss. Infrared ray attack. Can't you open it? A subordinate asked dully. He was completely frightened by this scene. He completely lost his own opinion. Is this an attack? Still not attacking? Yang Feng's eyes were solemn, with shock on his face. For now. Stop. Those infrared laser cannons just hang in half, not turned on. Inside the villa, a group of bodyguards looked at the extremely horrible picture outside in shock and amazement. Everyone's hearts are petrified. Is this man really human? Chen Zonging's figure is indifferent, slowly falling like a demon. The group of Japanese ninjas were fiercely angry, and the katana slashed fiercely, and the cold light flashed in the dark night. Chen Zong's pupils condensed. A toothpick in his hand suddenly flew out. Glang! The toothpick struck with a slashing samurai sword with equal strength. The Japanese samurai's wrist trembles violently, and the terrifying shimmering samurai sword instantly cracks. The crack that was bombarded by a toothpick. This is the horror, Baga bastard. What kind of hidden weapon does his work? A ninja said with a ferocious expression and furiously. It seems like a toothpick. Another black-clothed ninja trembled with horror. Toothpicks. Baga. Cut. These ninjas were completely furious. Chapter 893. But make Dragon City Fujiang. In countless black shadows flashed in the night sky, and the cold samurai sword stabbed towards Chen Zongping. This is a surefire game. The corner of Chen Zonggong's mouth is deeper, and there is a touch of ice on her face. She gently picked up a toothpick. A Japanese samurai. You guys bothered me to sleep. Chen Zonggong's pupils condensed slightly, cold as cold, and his palms sank. Hush hush. The countless tiny toothpicks pierced the night sky instantly. with a terrible trembling force. The faces of those ninjas changed suddenly! Baga! A ninja just yelled and shot a toothpick directly into his mouth. The ninja trembled directly, and a piece of blood spurted out of his mouth! Give me to die, Baga! A black-clothed ninja brandished a katana, and a toothpick fragment suddenly shot out of his nostril before his body was close. He staggered directly to the ground, nosebleeds surge in his mouth. Asshole, go to death! The ninjas were furious. Countless knives flashed, and they chopped and chopped messily in the night sky. The terrifying toothpicks were resisted by the horrible chain. In the monitoring room, a group of bodyguards have completely petrified on the spot! Just ... What hidden weapon did he use? A bodyguard asked dully. I don't know. I have never seen such a terrible hidden weapon. It can be transformed at will. Another bodyguard replied in shock. Outside the villa. A lot of blood. There is a faint smell of blood floating in the air. Hidden killed the second group of members, all defeated. The group of Japanese samurai was wounded all over, and the katana was broken several times. Simply miserable. This is the most humiliating battle they have ever suffered in the history of the second group of hidden kills. Baga wrote! The ninjas had a grim complexion, with extreme unwillingness and rage. They are the second group of hidden kills. They are the most tyrannical ninjas. How can they be defeated? Cut! Several ninjas wielded their swords again, rushing in the dark night. Asshole! There is a frontal battle. The ninjas roared furiously in Japanese! Chen Zhonging's eyes were cold, like a night demon. Okay, you will be fulfilled. The corner of his mouth raised an arc, like a demon killing. Suddenly, a silver dagger slowly appeared in his hand. Feel, die. Chen Zhonging's pupils suddenly condensed at this moment. The silver dagger in his hand danced lightly. The dagger was like a piece of white paper, reflecting the white moonlight in the night sky into a silver-gray arc of light. Just like art. The pupils of the group of ninja warriors shrank suddenly. Their faces were extremely hideous, and they slashed directly at Chen Zong. The shadow flies, kills and kills! Chen Zhonging's fingertips danced lightly in the night sky, and the silver dagger was glowing with moonlight, intertwined with beautiful colors in the night sky. Then, the dagger suddenly increased its killing intent! The moments of horror filled the air. Zheng! The silver dagger quickly pierced the night sky. Chen Zhonging's body flashed smoothly, almost turning into a terrifying shadow in the night sky. Puff puff! Countless bloodshot! The Devil May Cry dagger exudes the brightness of moonlight, and it flashes in the dark night, and the place it passes is filled with scarlet red! The ninjas in black are howling miserably. Wherever the dagger touches ... The scarlet wounds emerge instantly. It was painful like an ant biting, and then the pain intensified, deepening into the bone marrow. This is not just a simple trauma ... But even the bones have been cut! The horror is here. This group of excellent ninja warriors who fought against the Japanese Empire ... At this moment, they have become tragic targets ... In front of that sick adoring dagger, there is no room for resistance at all. A ninja held a katana in both hands, slashed down from midair in terror, trying to kill Chen Zong. But the Devil May Cry dagger was wiped lightly. The katana in the ninja's hand broke into two pieces instantly. Just like cutting like mud. In the villa monitoring room, Yang Feng's pupils widened, staring at this scene on the monitoring screen. He was shocked, staring closely at the video frame. That weapon with a faint silver glow. Then, what terrible weapon is it? A group of bodyguards were also petrified in place, and everyone's eyes were shocked. 3 kilometers away from Ku's villa, the Lexus car parked quietly in the dark. Yamamoto Palace's complexion has become extremely flushed. At this time the efficacy of Viagra's strong pure Y has completely volatilized. He desperately desires women. His whole body is hot, and his lower body swells violently. What's going on? Why hasn't the second group of the hidden killer completed the mission? Yamamoto Palace's voice was already impatient, and he couldn't help it. He desperately needs women at this moment! Exclamation mark. At this moment, a miserable wailing suddenly came out of the silent intercom. Master Gong. The opponent has a master. Brothers suffered heavy casualties. The mission ... failed. Inside the Lexus car, Yamamoto Palace was shocked violently when he heard this. What are you talking about? Exclamation mark. Yamamoto Palace's expression was grim and furious. His fists clenched together. The bones and joints are snapping violently. Exclamation mark. Mission ... failed. Exclamation mark. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Hidden killing. One group and two groups are all dispatched. The mission will fail. Exclamation mark. This is simply the most miserable and embarrassing moment in the history of the Yamamoto team. Yamamoto Palace was short of breath, the lower body was constantly filled with blood, and the potent aphrodisiac's efficacy surged. At this moment, he almost wants to lose control. He needs women. He needs women at this moment! Exclamation mark. The driver turned his head to look at him worriedly. Master Gong ... Are you okay? Yamamoto Palace's face was blood-red, his anger attacked his heart, and the aphrodisiac was violently stimulated, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Puff! Yamamoto Palace suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this time, he also continued to swell ... as if he was about to explode. He needs to vent. He needs to vent urgently. Drive fast. Drive me. Yamamoto Palace slammed his lower body with both hands, trying to control his own desires. Master Gong ... Where are you going? The driver asked unclearly. Asshole. Take me to the massage club. Yamamoto Palace was fiercely furious, and at the same time he pulled his lower body. To relieve the pain of the lower body, the Lexus car galloped and disappeared in the dark. At the entrance of Kiss Villa, the group of ninjas completely collapsed. The blood everywhere, the remnants everywhere. Countless wailing sounds echoed in the air. On the ground, a ninja was crawling, trying to pick up the samurai sword from the ground. Zheng. A silver light shot past. The Devil May Cry dagger stuck in front of him suddenly, exuding endless awe-inspiring cold light. Even though there are countless killings, the dagger is still as white as silver, without the slightest blood stain. The ninja's pupils shrank, and he was frightened and passed out. In less than a minute, there was blood everywhere. Dozens of terrible killing ninja warriors were all knocked to the ground. There was a faint smell of rust floating in the air. It was frightening. Shenzong retracted his dagger, glanced at the ground, and slowly spit out. It's boring. After speaking, he turned around calmly and walked towards the opposite villa. And went back to sleep. The group of bodyguards in the villa are all petrified, staring at Mr. Chen on the screen like a monster. The terribleness of this Mr. Chen, completely beyond their imagination. That it is more than a devil terrible killer. The face of the scholar, the devil's means! Exclamation mark. Too brutal and bloody. The sun rises quietly, washing away all the dark and killings of last night. Shanghai and the sea are back to light. The next day, Chen Zonging finished his morning exercises, washed up, lit a cigarette, and came to the Kiss Villa manor opposite. As soon as he walked into the villa, he keenly smelled the smell of rust in the air. Obviously, the scene from last night still remains in the air. After having breakfast in the Ku's villa, he and Ku Yiren took the Mercedes-Benz fleet and drove towards the Ku's mansion. Shanghai, inside Riley Hotel. Yamamoto Palace was lying on the bed softly, and beside him was an extremely fat and bloated black woman. Last night, he could not bear the violent effects of Viagra. He saw that his body was about to collapse and burst. He directly caught a fat black female from the side of the road. The black woman is strong! Exclamation mark. The result is out of control. The effect of Viagra was completely volatilized, and Yamamoto Palace used all his strength to hug the woman into the hotel abruptly. venting a frantic attack! In the end, both Yamamoto Palace and the fat black woman passed out. At this time, I woke up and looked at this fat giant beside me. I was covered with terrible fat meat. The black ball female Yamamoto Palace only felt sick. At this moment, the black woman also slowly woke up, and she beautifully passed a seductive electric eye to Yamamoto Palace, and said in a foreign language, "Man, you were so fierce yesterday, you served me so cool. Honey, let's do it again." The girl said she was going to jump on it again. Yamamoto Palace finally couldn't help it, and his stomach was turned upside down, and he took a big mouthful. Wow! He vomited out all the food he ate last night. He was heartbreaking when he vomited. Outside the door, suddenly, Akino-kun pushed in. When seeing this scene of such an ambiguous, Akino-kun's face changed slightly, and he said in embarrassment, "Master Gong. Sorry, I disturbed you." After talking, Akino-kun turned around and left. At the same time, Akino-kun was secretly ridiculous. Don't Gong's armor like Asian women? Why did his preferences suddenly change so much? Yiki-kun. You come back to me. Yamamoto Palace vomited wildly while calling out Kyuei-kun. Akino-kun turned around suddenly, his eyes afraid to look at the unsightly picture. He asked cautiously, "Master Gong, is there anything else? Throw this fat African woman out for me." Yamamoto Palace vomited and shuddered and roared. Akino-kun was dull and stunned, and it took him a long time to react. Rushed into the room, grabbed the naked fat black female, and threw it directly out of the room. Yamamoto Palace vomited for a long time, almost vomiting and bleeding, and then the weakness was relieved. His face was pale, and his body was extremely weak. "Master Gong, where's Kuya-ran? Why didn't you see her?" Kuya-jun asked with a full face. He originally thought Kuya-ran had been overturned by Master Gong, but he saw such fat meat when he entered the house. The black woman. He was suddenly unthinkable. Whenever Kiwi is mentioned, Yamamoto Palace gets angry! All the fantasies of last night, all vanished. Suddenly, he spouted another mouthful of old blood. After vomiting for a long time, Yamamoto Palace was relieved. Last night, the hidden kill failed. Yamamoto Palace's voice trembled with ferociousness. That was huge anger and unwillingness. What? Akino-kun's face suddenly changed in shock. Hidden kill ... failed? How could the hidden kill fail? Kuya-jun's expression was extremely shocked. And the hidden kill failed? This is their Yamamoto team's extremely powerful ninja killer team. An unprecedented defeat. But last night was defeated by China? Master Gong, don't worry, I will do it myself tonight. I will cut the Ku family and bring back Kuya-ran. Kuya-jun's face was as cold as a sword. Update 2, brothers, continue to ask for monthly tickets! Chapter 894. No one sleeps due to heavy rain. No. You don't take action for the time being, you have internal injuries. But for the time being ... I will call in the stealth team from the Empire headquarters ... Quietly wait for the team to come to China, then ... Kill it in one fell swoop. The Ku group ... Autumn Yiran. You can't escape. Yamamoto Palace looked fierce and angry. Hearing what Yamamoto Palace said, Akino-kun's face condensed. Master Gong, do you really want to mobilize a stealth attack? There are 3 super ninja groups under the name of Yamamoto Group. And this hidden ninja group is killing the sky. It is a super killer that is more terrifying and trembling than the hidden killing group! Yamamoto Palace's face was stubborn, extremely cold. The look in his eyes at this time had already explained his attitude. Hidden attack will surely step into China. A trembling storm is about to brew. On this day, the Shanghai and Shanghai markets were calm. There is no fluctuation. In the KUS Group building, Kuyi people look forward to being normal and finish their official duties. At this time, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. Outside the window, The setting sun was gradually obscured by clouds. In the evening at sunset, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, followed by a burst of deafening thunder. Outside the floor-tossling windows, showers began to pour down. Then, it turned into a torrential rain, and the entire sunset sky was instantly dyed into a dark black. Tonight, there will be heavy rain. In the office, Kuyiran hurriedly sorted out the official documents, and then took the elevator with Chen Zonging, and I went downstairs. These days, her mood has been faintly restless. These days, there are too many turmoil in Jiangnan. First, Yuan Xing Group and Go Xing alike confronted each other head-on. This has made Kuyi people tired to deal with. And at this moment, suddenly a mysterious force organization in Japan, the Yamamoto Group suddenly appeared again. This completely disrupted the original balance. The Ku clan is almost in a state of facing enemies from all sides. How should we face this? Kuyi's mood is very chaotic. The elevator stopped on the first floor. Kuyiran and Chen Zong walked out of the elevator together. At this time, a group of Kyo's bodyguards had been waiting at the gate of the building for a long time. Kuyiran and Chen Zong got into the Maybach car. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started slowly and drove into a rainy night with heavy rain. This rain was extremely violent, and the dark sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder continued, lightning and thunder pierced the night sky. The entire street was swept by the storm. This rain was extremely violent, and the dark sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder continued, lightning and thunder pierced the night sky. The entire street was swept by the storm. Dear viewers, there is a tropical air current from the coast of Southeast Asia today, which may form a strong typhoon air current. At present, the typhoon has been swept across the Shanghai and High City areas. Please also listeners and friends to pay attention to travel safety. Mercedes-Benz inside. The latest weather forecast progress is broadcast on the radio broadcast. It turned out to be a typhoon. The weather in this coastal area is bad. There are typhoons all year round. In the Maybach car, the driver looked complicated and said solemnly, He drove the Mercedes-Benz very carefully and slowly. At this moment, the street was already swept by heavy rain and wind, and the road ahead was almost invisible. The visibility was extremely low. The Mercedes-Benz was slowly driving in the stormy street, and the storm was raging outside the car window. The whole sky was black and heavy, and the heavy rain mixed with trash and dust on the ground danced like a demon wind. Chen Zongzong was sitting in the car with a cigarette in his mouth, filled with a faint smoky smell. In this stormy weather, it seemed very depressing and stuffy. Seeing the black pressure and heavy rain in the sky, Chen Zong's eyes gradually narrowed. Heavy rain squally wind It's really nice weather. Kuyiran seemed to be unable to bear the smell of smoke in the car. A little window was gently lowered. Don't open the window. Suddenly Chen Zong's expression changed suddenly, and he shouted sharply, but it's too late. Kuyiran has lowered a window of the car. A gap of about 1 centimeter has been lowered. Through the gap you can feel the torrential rain and wind swept outside. Kuyiran's pretty face is sluggish something can't react! Just in this any tenth of a second. Shoo! An invisible edge shot into the car window as fast as lightning. Chen Zong stretched out his hand to directly protect Kuyiran in his arms, and at the same time the Devil May Cry dagger in his right hand appeared instantly. Zheng! There was a soft whisper of metal. The invisible metal edge was ejected back by Devil May Cry. Shoo! In the next second, countless sharp shots came again. Chen Zonging's expression condensed. Dragon's teeth are flying like lightning. Zeng zing zing. Numerous metal edges were shot back by his instant missiles. Chen Zong broke off and closed the window abruptly. Dang dang dang. At the moment when the car window was closed, countless metal blades flew in from the heavy rain of the night. All bombarded on the glass windows. Kuyiran looked out the car window with her beautiful eyes. The metal that was blasting over. This time, She finally saw it clearly. It's a silver needle, a black silver needle. Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale. What are these? Poison needle. Chen Zhongying replied calmly. When hearing these two words, Kuyaran's heart suddenly beat. Poisonous needle! Exclamation mark. The Mercedes-Benz continued to drive in the stormy night, surrounded by squally winds, roaring with the sound of trembling wind! Exclamation mark. The sky was so dark that it was almost impossible to reach out. The outside scenery is completely blocked by heavy rain, and the visibility is extremely low. Chen Zong shook his head lightly, beckoning her not to act rashly. Heavy rains and violent winds swept and invaded. Under such severe weather, the opponent took advantage of the time and place. Nowadays, I don't even know who the other party is. It's more fortunate to get off the bus rashly. Outside the car window, violent storms swept through, mixed with the constant thunder of the sky above the black head. Suddenly, a lightning pierced the void. In the endless night. A figure is as fast as lightning, passing endlessly through the silence of the night, almost trying to catch up with the speed of thunder and lightning. Boom! A thunderous thunder. As lightning pierced the void, the entire sky suddenly lit up! Exclamation mark. I saw a terrifying black shadow suddenly swooping toward the roof of the Mercedes-Benz car like a terrifying demon! Exclamation mark. Zheng. A samurai with a long and cold light slashed down like lightning with a scimitar. In this dark night, it is lightning. Boo! There was a violent and terrifying metal collision! Exclamation mark. The katana instantly hit the roof of the Mercedes-Benz car! Exclamation mark. Sparks sputter, and violent metal elements are knocking! Exclamation mark. Inside the Maybach car, Chen Zhongying's pupils suddenly condensed, and he looked up and stared at the roof of the car. Through the bulletproof glass of the panoramic sunroof, you can clearly see the devilish black shadow on the roof. At this moment, Kuyaran's pretty face was completely pale. Terrorist attack. Another terrorist attack. The shadow of the black figure on the roof was as fast as lightning, and the samurai sword in his hand turned into a terrible killing, and it slashed on the roof. Violent sparks splashed everywhere! Exclamation mark. He tried to drive the top with terrifying brute force! Exclamation mark. What to do? Kuya's heart was completely suspended, panicking. Chen Zong's eyes condensed, staring closely at the dark shadow on the roof of the car. Don't worry, this is military-grade bulletproof glass. He can't destroy it, Chen Zhongying said calmly. Even though Chen Zhongying was so comforted, Kuyaran's heart still couldn't calm down. The heart was beating. Boom! The terrible black shadow above his head was just above, and he couldn't calm down as anyone. Sit down! Chen Zong rushed to the front of the Maybach car and pulled the driver away. He sat in the driver's seat. He suddenly put in gear, sports mode. Then, Maybach Benz. Suddenly, the engine roared. A violent pushback came. In this rainstorm invaded street, the Mercedes-Benz is speeding up violently! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying kept his body flicking its direction in the rainstorm street, violently drifting. I want to try to get rid of the dark shadow on the roof. However, the dark shadow on the roof is like a forest, firmly fixed on the roof, almost inseparable. Can't get rid of it at all. Above, a thunder and lightning is brewing in the rainstorm night sky thousands of meters high. Thunderclouds are all over. In the dark clouds, the lightning is constantly intertwined. Chen Zong's eyes condensed. He also felt a complex crisis. The dark shadow on the roof is inseparable, but his knife can't split the bulletproof glass. So, what is he doing? Exclamation mark. What is he waiting for? Exclamation mark. At the same time, thousands of feet high in the night sky, the lightning in the dark clouds is also brewing. There seems to be countless electric currents flickering. Suddenly, Chen Zhongying reacted. Not good! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's expression was completely solemn. He made a decisive decision and suddenly opened the electronic watch on his left wrist. On the electronic watch screen, countless buttons appear. Chen Zhongying directly turn on the current interference diffusion! Exclamation mark. boom. There was a violent thunder and lightning. The dark night sky was pierced by countless lightning, and the reflection was suddenly bright. The torrential rain and the wind roar. On the roof of the Mercedes-Benz, the Black Shadow suddenly raised the bright and Senran samurai sword in his hand, and shouted in Japanese, "Thunder!" Boom! The purple thunder and lightning in the night sky looked like a monster, toward the samurai in the hands of the Black Shadow. "The sword is coming!" Fast as lightning. Because they are lightning! At that moment, Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale. She had never seen such a terrifying and shocking picture in her life. Countless lightning intertwined, blasting towards the Mercedes-Benz. This is simply a demon in the world of science fiction. The samurai sword in the hands of the Black Shadow ninja on the roof instantly turned into a terrifying lightning rod, attracting countless thousands of volts of high-voltage lightning in the night sky. Terrible, like a devil coming out of the cage. Suddenly, Soy Cage slammed the katana across the roof of the Mercedes-Benz car. And then, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the night. Fled. The lightning target has been completed. Next, it is time to appreciate this shocking special effect! In the torrential rain, violent wind, and the dark night, countless Tao Senran eyes opened instantly. Staring at the Mercedes-Benz like a devil. They are all admiring this dramatic scene of art. Boom! Countless lightning slamming on the samurai sword on the roof of the Mercedes-Benz car. The ultra-high thunder and lightning pressure of tens of millions of volts struck the Mercedes-Benz in an instant. The engine of the Maybach burst instantly and stalled. The whole car suddenly stopped in the center of the storm's eye. At the moment when the terrifying thunder and lightning struck, inside the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, the two watches on Chen Zong's wrist suddenly emitted a burning red light. Current interference diffusion completely open. The micro-nano engine in the watch starts instantly. An invisible infrared interference stream shrouded directly. A natural protective barrier is formed, covering the entire space in the Mercedes-Benz car. The super high voltage current of tens of millions of volts in the car was instantly dissipated by infrared rays and spread to the surrounding ground. The ultra-high voltage of tens of millions of volts is enough to drive the operation of an entire skyscraper. This current can split a person into pieces, and even no bones are left. This is a law. However, countless supercurrents have been diffused away by the infrared interference barrier of the watch. The high voltage current of tens of millions of volts was diffused into the ground. The ground at the bottom of the Maybach car could not withstand such high voltage energy. The ground instantly cracked and a burst of blue smoke appeared. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, several lightning strikes came. Horrible. Like a terrifying demon flying and attacking! Zizzy! The terrible electric current suddenly struck the Mercedes-Benz, and the entire Mercedes-Benz was surrounded by tens of millions of volts of electric current. The entire car was circulated by a burst of violent purple electric lights, tightly wrapped! In the darkness of night, the dark Maybach-Benz car burst out with a flash of lightning of tens of millions of volts, which is terrifying. This is a surefire round! Kuyaran was sitting in the co-pilot, her whole person was sluggish, her pretty face was pale, her long hair was messy, a few strands of fragrant sweat had wetted her hair. Looking at this horrible scene, her breathing seemed to stop. And she could even faintly feel the tingling sensation coming from the seat of the vehicle. She knew that was the power of electricity. When the tens of thousands of volts of electricity flowed through, at that moment of the human body, there is only death. Chapter 895 Field. Suddenly, the Maybach car window was lowered. The Devil May Cry dagger in Chen Zong's hand flew out suddenly! Exclamation mark. The Devil May Cry dagger is metal, and with the flying of this metal dagger, the terrifying electric current wrapped around the Maybach car was instantly attracted to it. Numerous violent electric currents were suddenly attracted to the cicada wing dagger, and the Mercedes-Benz car returned to silence in an instant. Zheng. The Devil May Cry dagger cut through the night sky and wiped past a stone pier dozens of meters away. Boom! Countless tens of millions of volts of electric current bombarded the stone pier instantly, and the huge stone pier was instantly shattered. The dagger flew back in a light spin, as fast as lightning. Shoot directly at the crossed samurai sword on the roof of the car. Glang! The samurai sword was hit by a whirling cicada wing dagger, and it flew to the ground that was invaded by the heavy rain. The dagger whirled lightly and flew back to Chen Zonging's hands. The window closed instantly. At the same time, the katana that was shot down to the ground again attracted thunder and lightning in the dark night of torrential rain and wind. Fierce lightning struck the katana severely. The ground under the katana was cracked and collapsed. A huge pothole was directly cut out! Exclamation mark. It is enough to see the terrifying power of all these thunder and lightning! Exclamation mark. This is the power of nature. Manpower is simply irresistible! Exclamation mark. The thunder and lightning disappeared, but the entire Maybach car still stopped in the dark night of heavy rain. Chen Zong tried to ignite, but he couldn't light it. The car was chopped by the few lightnings just now. There seems to be something wrong. I can't ignite. Around the front and back, the remaining 9 Mercedes-Benz bodyguard cars gathered quickly, surrounded and protected the Maybach car! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, Chen Zonging's pupils condensed. His eyes glanced around instantly. Outside the Maybach car window, it was pitch black. Only the light of thunder and lightning intertwined. The rain is pouring and the wind is howling. Murderous eyes seemed to be opening. In the rainy night when the rolling shutters were covered by the torrential rain, only the whistling of the violent wind could be heard, and the sound of rain, cement and sand being swept over the ground. Suddenly, in the dark night of the torrential rain in the void, countless Tao Senran cold light flashed in an instant! Exclamation mark. Under the reflection of thunder and lightning in the night sky, Han Mang flashed a terrifying and killing! Exclamation mark. Samurai sword. Countless samurai swords flew like 10,000 swords, stabbing neatly towards the Mercedes-Benz in a flash. Dang dang dang. The violent metal explosion echoed in the rainstorm night. Sparks splashed everywhere! Exclamation mark. Horror tremor! Exclamation mark. The countless samurai swords attacked like terrifying sharp teeth, and then disappeared in a flash. Inside the Maybach car, there was silence. Only the torrential rain and wind outside the car window can be heard. Kuyiren's long hair was already wet with fragrant sweat, and she held Ye's hand tightly. At this moment, her heart was hanging. Because she felt the oppression of death. Chen Zonging sat in the car, slowly pinched out the cigarette butt, and then spit out a word. Wait for me. This short word seems to carry tremendous power. When he heard these 6 words, Kuyiren's messy mood suddenly calmed down. At this moment, in Kuyiren's eyes, it seemed the whole world was safe. Because of him. This one was called Chen Vertical and Horizontal Man. Suddenly, in the dark rainy night, countless sword lights flashed again. Clang ding ding. A fierce sword light blasted on the body of the Mercedes-Benz. The violent fireworks spattered away. Looks so terrified and trembling in the heavy rain and dark night. After the sword light bombarded, it disappeared into the night in an instant. Quietly, sit in the car and wait for me. Chen Zonging's voice was very solemn. After speaking, his figure rushed out of the car and rushed into the stormy night rain. The rainstorm struck, the wind howled and trembled. Exclamation mark. The violent typhoons are constantly roaring. Chen Zonging stood next to the Mercedes-Benz. His body was completely wet. His clothes were wet and pressed against him. lining out his hidden and strong muscular body. He just stood in the center of the rainstorm, his eyes were extremely dignified, and he scanned the surrounding night. Suddenly, his eyes condensed. The right hand suddenly raised. In the dark night, a Senran samurai sword flashed in an instant, stabbed towards his neck. Dang! A violent metal bombardment sound. Chen Zhongying's right hand, Devil May Cry, appeared and sealed the blow. And that samurai sword also quietly concealed into the Dark Knight train. This is a group of terrifying killers who know the night. Their control and familiarity with the Dark Knight has exceeded the realm of ordinary people. Dark night, heavy rain, squally thunder and lightning. All of this has been in their pre-planning plans for a long time. This is a long-planned killing. The right time and place. At this moment, even Chen Zhongying was a little dignified. This is a battle that does not belong to his advantage. All people who are right at the time and place and are inclined to each other. And he, at this time, can only be exposed to the center of the storm, quietly waiting for the arrival of the other party. At this moment, he is the target. During the rainstorm, Chen Zhongying stood alone in the dark night. His face was extremely dignified, and he listened to the sound of the rainy night with upright ears. Suddenly, Chen Zhong's eyes condensed suddenly. The right hand was raised again, and Devil May Cry slammed in front of you. Glang! There was a violent crash. I saw a horrible samurai sword quietly emerged in the night, slamming hard against the Devil May Cry dagger in front of Chen Zhong. Immediately afterwards, another katana suddenly stabbed. It pierced towards Chen Zhongying's neck. Chen Zhongying's body suddenly flashed, and it could not be avoided. But as soon as he avoided, a cold light flashed in front of Chen Zhongying. Another samurai sword came instantly. Chen Zhongying's body suddenly flashed, and his whole body turned into an afterimage. He suddenly flashed back several meters. Zheng! The samurai sword failed again. In a flash, the katana disappeared into the night again. Chen Zhongying's eyes were extremely solemn. The other party's control of the night has reached the extreme, being able to use the torrential rain and gusts to cover up. Quietly appearing, and then quietly disappearing. People can't detect it. Even the sound of the sword's light can't be heard. This is too murderous! Exclamation mark. The torrential rains continue to hit, and the typhoons are getting bigger and bigger. The violent wind draws constantly in the rainstorm. Boom! Suddenly, on a tall building not far away, a billboard that was several meters wide was swept down by the wind. Exclamation mark. The billboard was blown by the wind, with terrifying force in the night sky. In an instant, it slammed towards Chen Zhongying. Exclamation mark. At that moment, Chen Zhong's pupils suddenly condensed. His posture flashed. The Devil May Cry in his hand trembled in the dark night. Devil May Cry is extremely sharp. Split the void directly. Split the billboard that came from the bombardment all the way. Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed up from behind the billboard. Dao Mang is terrifying, fast as lightning! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong hurriedly drew a knife and turned around. Glang! A violent metal crash, splashing fireworks. Chen Zhongying was knocked back several steps. But he hasn't stabilized his figure. Chen Zhong's pupils suddenly shrank. In the endless dark night in front of me, numerous cold glows stabbed in a flash like 10,000 swords, killing and shaking the sky, like terrifying fangs and sharp teeth. To swallow this torrential rain void? Exclamation mark. Devil May Cry suddenly raised in Chen Zhong's hands, transformed into a tight defensive barrier in the rainstorm and night! Exclamation mark. Dang dang dang! Violent sparks splashed all over! Exclamation mark. Countless samurai swords violently attacked! Exclamation mark. They were all blocked by the Devil May Cry dagger in Chen Zhongying's hands. But Chen Zhong couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. The whole person was directly blown upside down! Exclamation mark. Boom! Chen Zhongying's body fell to the ground fiercely. The ground was cracked. Lightning struck through the endless dark night sky. Light up the night sky. A black shadow suddenly appeared from above. The speed of that dark shadow is comparable to lightning. Zheng! A metal whispered. A rugged samurai sword was instantly unsheathed. Like a terrifying killing, it was chopped down instantly! Chen Zong's pupils locked, and instantly locked on the black shadow that rushed and slashed down. He suddenly raised Devil May Cry to a gear. Boom! A violent clash! The ground under Chen Zhongying was directly blasted and collapsed! That shadow figure is as fast as lightning. The katana is like a terrible killing, dancing with lightning in the rainstorm and dark night. Every move turned into a terrifying phantom, piercing Chen Zhongying to the key. Fatal tricks. Horror killing. Chen Zhongying retreated violently, and kept evading. The opponent's attack is endless, chain by chain. After extremely meticulous design, Chen Zhongying's characteristics were locked tightly, leaving him no room to fight back. In May Buck, Kyui's pretty face turned pale. Beautiful eyes stared at the endless night out of the car window. During the rainstorm, she could only see a vague figure. There were countless sparkling fireworks. Chen Zong seems to be at a disadvantage. Outside the car window, heavy rain intertwined. The wind howls and trembles. Countless samurai swords flashed and killed in the dark night! Chen Zong couldn't help but pull his sword back to the file. His body is as fast as lightning, but he can only be able to avoid this group of assassins, because in this heavy rain and dark night, it has completely evolved into their battlefield. This is a battlefield with the right time and place, and Chen Zhongying is a naked target at the center of the killing. In front of him, the Black Shadow Warrior's sword technique was faster, and the sword attacked, reaching the dead spot of Chen Zong's neck. To kill him completely, Chen Zhongying kept retreating and dodge. Through the dark night of heavy rain, he seemed to vaguely see the other person's eyes. With a horrible feeling, but a touch of familiarity, the other party was covering his face. Unable to see his face clearly, only his eyes. But this eye was enough for Chen Zong to catch something. Chen Zhongying's body skills suddenly flashed. Devil May Cry transmutes a mang. His body is approaching, and the Devil May Cry dagger is like lightning. It wiped the cheek of that dark ninja in a flash. That piece of black masked cloth was chopped down. A stern and hideous face appeared in the dark night of the torrential rain. Sure enough, it's you. Chen Zhongying's eyes were very deep. And from the moment he had just made it, he had already expected the identity of the other party. Yamamoto Group Yi-Kun. When he first came to the Ku group and wanted to draw his sword, the Japanese samurai who was blasted back by Chen Zong's punch. The long knife in Akinokun's hand is horizontal, shining with awe-inspiring killing light. Huexu ants. I belong to the Autumn Wild clan, and I have never killed ants. Today, it is your glory for your ants to die under my knife. Kyuei-jun said coldly in Japanese, as if talking to himself. It's like sarcasm. Chen Zong's mouth was squeezed, and he replied in Japanese, you guys in the Yamamoto team really can't change eating shit. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you today. Hearing Chen Zhongying's arrogant remarks, Akinokun's face suddenly became cold. A terrible murderous intent blooms. Dead. The samurai scimitar in his hand slashed instantly. Akinokun's sword is out. His knife is so sharp. It means the fastest way to fight the Japanese imperial martial arts! Woo! At this moment, the Devil May Cry in Chen Zhongying's hand flashed out, and when Devil May Cry came out, blood slaughtered everywhere. Dang dang dang. A violent metal crash. Countless fireworks spattered violently. Akinokun's body is as fast as a ghost, flashing in the dark night train. The dark night is his battlefield. Ninja. This night is their greatest battlefield. In the night, the ninja no one can beat. Chen Zhongying and Akinokun fought with terrible tremors. The corner of Akinokun's mouth raised a sullen smile. Tonight, his long sword is destined to kill. At the same time, in the silent rainstorm night, countless samurai sword lights appeared again. As fast as lightning strikes! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying hastily turned back in Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. Dang dang dang. The fierce blade light hit the Devil May Cry dagger. It can withstand countless terrorist bombardments. Chen Zhongying's face was solemn, and Devil May Cry shot out suddenly. But at this moment, the group of dark shadows disappeared in an instant. Then disappeared into the endless deep rainstorm. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. Ninja. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Kuya's face turned pale. A battle against the sky, beset on all sides. How to break the game? Suddenly, the silent void? Another long knife flashed close to Chen Zhongying's neck, fast as lightning. Chen Zhongying didn't even have time to react, because the opponent's knife was silent. It merged with the sound of the rainstorm, and he couldn't notice it. Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's body flashed backwards, but the long knife still cut his skirt. Chen Zhongying had a sharp cut in the front of his clothes. Only a millimeter away, that long knife could pierce his chest. Huaxiuan. You can't escape tonight. Kuya Jun's long sword pointed at Chen Zhong with a hint of ironic killing intent. The long sword of his Akino clan was unsheathed, and he was destined to drink blood. Chen Zhongying's eyes were solemn, and Devil May Cry suddenly flew out. But the next second, Akino-kun's figure disappeared. Hidden into the night. It is impossible to capture. The rainstorm, the gust of wind, all of these continue to hinder Chen Zhong's vision, his combat power. In this scenario, he could not volatilize. And at this time, what he is facing is a group of ninja warriors who are well versed in the dark night. This is simply trying to defeat them in the field they are best at. This is as difficult as heaven. In the sky, thunder continued, and heavy rain poured down. Chen Zhongying was standing at the center of the killing. All his flaws were exposed to the night. Suddenly, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a curve. It was a deep smile. He tore open his clothes and tore a piece of cloth. Slowly closed his eyes, and then covered his eyes with the cloth strip. Chapter 896. Kill the game. Break. Chen Zhongying blinded his eyes with cloth strips. At this moment, he was plunged into endless darkness in front of him. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Kuya's face was dull and panic, and he looked nervously at Chen Zhongying outside the window. Chen Zhong. What is he doing? Why should I blindfold myself? Kuya-ren looked a little anxious and panicked. She didn't understand. At this moment of crisis, why Chen Zhong had to blindfold. Blindfolded. How could he fight those terrifying killers when he lost his vision? Outside the car window, torrential storms continue. The typhoon has swept to the point of horror. Countless mud and water splashes accompany all the debris on the ground. Instantly swept up by the strong wind. Even the thick trees beside the street were uprooted from the ground. It can be seen that the madness is so great. But the masked Chen Zhongying stood in the rainstorm and night, but he looked very quiet. He was blindfolded. He lost the ability to see, but he gained a stronger hearing because of this. People have 5 senses. Chen Zhongying is sacrificing one of them in exchange for the full release of another sense. When God closes a window for you, he will also open another window for you. Chen Zhong sacrificed his vision, but at this moment, he gained a more precise and sharp sense of hearing. Chen Zhongying's eyes were closed tightly, although it was pitch black in front of him. His mind had fallen into a state of extraordinary tranquility. He said in a statement. That feeling is as if the whole world has settled down. The howling gust of wind, the downpour, all the sweeping noise, seemed to be weakening, subside. Then, his world quieted down. He could hear his heartbeat clearly. In the dark night of the continuous rainstorm, suddenly, a sharp and cold light pierced from a weird angle. The samurai sword is as fast as lightning, and the blade's light is intertwined with the rainstorm, almost merged into one. This moment, Chen Zong's ears flicked sharply. The body flashes based on intuition. Zheng. The samurai sword stabbed a centimeter in front of him, stabbing. Immediately afterwards, a few cold lights flashed behind him. Countless samurai swords seemed to penetrate the night, flashing a terrifying murderous intent, and stabbed them straight! In the dark night train, Chen Zong's ears flashed sharply. The body suddenly jumped up. Numerous cold glows crisscross their body at the moment they leap their body. Countless samurai swords failed in a bombardment. Chen Zonging's body seemed to have fallen into an ethereal state. Although his vision was lost, his body acuity was unprecedentedly alert. All the sensations, perceptions, and hearings around him were spread by him. He can see through the noise of countless torrential rains and winds. Clearly and sharply feel the sound of footsteps on the ground. And can even feel the movement of the sharp samurai sword cutting through the rain curtain. Every bit, he can feel it thoroughly clear. In the Mercedes-Benz, Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were nervous and dull, and she looked at the shocking scene outside the car window stupidly. Chen Zong, who was covering his eyes, suddenly seemed to be a different person. His figure, constantly in the night flickering. That kind of feeling, so strange. At this time, he seems to be no longer Chen Zong. The violent storm and rain invaded even more irritable. The typhoon continued to roar and roar like a howling demon in the rainy night. Thunder and thunder in the dark night, roar and tremor. Zeng zing zing. Countless samurai swords rushed forward, locking on Chen Zonging, to completely crush him in the night. Chen Zonging was blindfolded and just stood there calmly, without avoiding it in the slightest. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised an arc. Devil May Cry, strike. Zheng. The Devil May Cry dagger shot out in the rainy night, cut through the air, almost turned into a black electric light. The pupils of those ninja warriors suddenly changed. Suddenly close the knife and retreat. Want to retreat into the night. Puff puff. But they still had time to evade and retreat. There was a sound of slicing blood vessels and arteries from their necks. And then, there was blood on the ground. A strong smell of blood diffuse. But soon it was washed away by heavy rain. Devil May Cry whirled softly in the rainy night and retracted Chen Zong's hand. There was no trace of blood on the dagger, and it was dark and dark, revealing an endless stretch of depth. Suddenly, in the surrounding rainstorm night, numerous cold lights spread and condensed. In a flash, a circle around Chen Zonging. Numerous samurai swords flashed through the bones, piercing the stormy wind. Like a terrifying demon with sharp teeth, all the movements of the ninjas are hidden under the violent storm. Every step of their movements. Every arc of a trajectory. Are merged with the trajectory of the downpour. Like resonating with nature. It makes people totally different. What you feel. Chen Zonging stood in the dark, his ears trembling suddenly. He clearly captured the sound of footprints on the ground, although their steps were integrated into the rhythm of the rainstorm. But they still couldn't escape his sense of hearing. In a flash, Reaper strikes. Chen Zonging's body flickered, and his hands were sobbing like a black glow. In the dark night, the instant killing brought a splash of blood. Puff puff puff. A stream of blood spattered in the rainstorm night. The group of ninjas were like targets. their heads flying down. The blood rushed. A samurai sword fell to the ground on the rainstorm night. Accompanied by with blood all over the ground. This night, a slaughter. Baga. In the storm, the ninjas were completely fierce and angry. Countless samurai swords cut through the void and blasted towards Chen Zhongying in all directions. The killing stretches monstrously. Zheng Zheng Zing. The Devil May Cry dagger flickered and flickered, intertwined and bombarded with countless samurai swords. Kang dang kang dang. The cracking sound of metal weapons sounded in the heavy rain. How can a mere samurai sword be against Devil May Cry? Exclamation mark. The group of ninjas were shocked. All their physical abilities flashed and retreated, faded into the surrounding rainstorm and dark night. Chen Zhongying's body flashed, chasing and attacking directly. The real dragon roars. A ninja retreats into the dark night under the curtain of rain. Suddenly, his cardiac arrest. Because a pitch-black dagger was like a bullet. It penetrated his heart instantly. He lowered his head dull and confused, and reached out to touch the pierced hole in his heart. The whole person fell down instantly. A group of ninjas shuddered and escaped into the corner of the dark night. But the next second. The pupils of all of them suddenly shrank. A black shadow flashed past them. Immediately afterwards, they only felt a heat in the throat. A scorching blood pouring out of the large arteries in the neck. They couldn't stop it anymore. Question mark. The black shadow slowly stopped, and the Devil May Cry in Chen Zong's hand was still shiny and black under the invasion of the heavy rain, dripping without water. And the group of ninjas have all lay down on the ground. Turned into a corpse. Chinese ants. Cut. During the rainstorm, Qiu Jun's body was as fast as lightning, and he suddenly merged with the lightning and thunder. And the terrifying samurai sword came instantly. Chen Zhongying's mouth was slightly pursed, with a trace of deep blood. His body suddenly came up. Dang dang dang. In the dark night, a violent metal collision sounded loudly, and the terrifying fireworks of metal fighting splashed. A horrible scene, killing and cutting stretches. Chen Zhongying was blindfolded, but now he was more sensitive than when he opened his eyes. Every move and every step of the opponent can be clearly felt by him. The Devil May Cry dagger whispered in the dark night, piercing the void, transformed into an endless stretch of terrifying killing. Dang 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 dang. A fierce killing and bombardment. Akhenaten could no longer resist. His body retreated suddenly. In the torrential rain, deep footprints were stamped on the ground, cracked and collapsed. The samurai sword in his hand slammed in front of him, when Akhenaten's eyes condensed in front of his samurai sword. His pupils shrank. Akhenaten stared at the katana in front of him, on the samurai sword handed down from the family's ancestors. There are a series of terrifying and hideous scalps. Exclamation mark. This. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. My own is a samurai sword handed down from the family's ancestors. It is made of the hardest 100 steel making of the year. It is extremely hard and indestructible. But today? Exclamation mark. Looking at this samurai sword full of gaps, Akhenaten's pupils were shrinking violently. Exclamation mark. Baga. Chinese ants. Clan of wild animals. Die to me. Qiu Jun's face was fierce and furious, and his whole person was like a sharp sword. The samurai sword in his hand suddenly whirled and fluttered, and countless blades flashed. Cut out with a knife, shaking the void. All the air in the rainstorm was chopped apart, and the rain curtain was all split apart. Exclamation mark. The corner of Chen Zhongying's mouth condensed, and a sudden cold flashed. The dignified country of China. How can you allow you to wait for the devil to insult the country? Suddenly, Chen Zhong's body skills flashed. The whole person almost turned into a flash of lightning. In the rainy night, the two afterimages collided with terror like a meteor falling into the moon. Exclamation mark. In the dark night, violent fireworks flashed. Exclamation mark. The katana in Akhenaten's hand fought fiercely with the Devil May Cry dagger. Swish swish. In the rainstorm and dark night, Countless samurai swords emerged from all around, violently attacking Chen Zhonging. Aid Akinokan and kill Chen Zhonging! Devil May Cry struck violently, as fast as lightning! Dang dang dang. Violent sparks continued to flash in the night sky, like a terrible explosion. Although Chen Zhonging lost his vision, he seemed to be stronger at this time. In the main battlefield of this ninja warrior ... in their field, you must break the game forcibly! The samurai sword in Akinokan's hand is already riddled with holes. The whole blade is violently hot and trembling. The metal is deforming ... twisting. Kang dang. A crisp sound was permeated in the dark night train. Akinokan. The sword is broken! Swish swish. Numerous sword lights flashed around, a dreadful samurai sword slashed, and a terrible killing light suddenly appeared in the violent storm to besiege and kill Chen Zhonging! Akinokan coughed out a mouthful of blood, got up from the ground abruptly, picked up the broken knife, and cleaved from the dark night again. The air twisted and trembled, and the rain curtain split into two with the terrifying blade light. Murderous! The corners of Chen Zong's mouth were sharp, and he slowly raised a wicked smile. His body is changing and flickering in the curtain of heavy rain. Countless attacks and bombardments have all been avoided by him. His body perception ability has reached a terrifying point! Puff puff puff. Where Devil May Cry passed, a piece of blood spattered. The corpses of the ninja fell in the rainstorm. Red blood overflowed. Soon it was washed away by the rainstorm. Akinokan is holding a broken knife. His face is completely sordid, crazy, slashing towards Chen Zong. Vow to kill him on the spot. Baga, die. Kuya-jun's broken knife seemed to shook with even more terrifying speed and strength, blending with the violent wind, as fast as a gust of wind. The corner of Chen Zong's mouth condenses. Devil May Cry once again burst out along the flash. Kang dang. Akinokan's originally broken samurai sword was cut in the middle again. Akinokan trembled violently. Kang dang. There was another trembling sound. The samurai sword in Akinokan's hand was completely destroyed. Only a lonely hilt remained. Puff. Kuya-jun couldn't bear it either, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. All his Bushido dignity has been destroyed. The bloodliness of the empire has been crumbled steadily! Chen Zong kicked out. Kuya-jun was kicked and flew more than 10 meters away. The broken handle of the knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Chen Zonging's body skills flashed, and he stomped on Kuya-jun's chest fiercely. Japanese pirates, I defeated you in the name of China. Can you accept it? Although Chen Zong was blindfolded, his voice trembled extremely sharply. Akinokan was lying horizontally on the collapsed ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. His body was constantly trembling. He was not reconciled. He is the top warrior in Japan. The people who were on the scene today are all the terrifying ninja kill team of the Yamamoto team, the stealth team. But such a terrible and trembling killing game. The right time and place and the killing game with everything counted. Was it so broken? He can't accept it. He simply cannot accept this fact. How can that be? 3 more here. Thanks to the support of Monthly Pass, thank you. Chapter 897 Shura roared. The torrential rain continued to invade, and in the rainy night, the wind howled and trembled. The group of black-clothed ninjas holding katana, firmly locked in the vicinity of Chen Zong. The tips of all the samurai swords pointed to Chen Zong. Tonight, it is destined to be a slaughter. But at this moment, all ninjas dare not approach. Their hearts are beating suddenly, and everyone is staring at Chen Zong. This man is like a demon. Inside the Maybach car, Kuya's pretty face was dull, and he looked at the scene outside the window stupidly. That man, at this moment, is like a different person. Has become extremely strange. The strangeness is terrifying. At this time, in those Mercedes-Benz bodyguards, all the bodyguards were also shocked and amazed, looking at the scene of the battle outside the car window in disbelief! Exclamation mark. Really, is it really a human battle? Exclamation mark. Outside the car window, heavy rain and strong wind. Akinokan was lying on the ground, covered by rain, and blood was constantly overflowing. His face was unpredictable, with a huge unwillingness. Tell me ... who are you? Akinokan's voice trembled and ferocious. My Yamamoto team will definitely not let you go. My Akino clan will definitely not let you go. Even though he was defeated, he's still unwilling. He is a peerless powerhouse in the Japanese Yamamoto team. He is the arrogant of the Akino clan of the Japanese martial arts family. He has rivaled in this life, in Japan. His Akinokan's name represents a kind of testimony of strength. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Zong's mouth slowly raised. It was a touch of disdain and ridicule. The Yamamoto team won't let me go. The Akino clan. Chen Zong's mouth was even more sarcasm, and said sarcastically, after all ... who does not let go? Akinokan looked terrifying and roared sharply, who are you? On earth? Exclamation mark. Who am I? Do you really want to know? The arc of Chen Zong's mouth slowly raised. Tell me your name. Akinokan trembled and furious. He was not reconciled. He was the most loyal and powerful warrior in the empire. He would never be reconciled to be defeated by a Chinese ant. Chen Zong suddenly stretched out his hand slowly and took off the cloth strips from his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, Kuya-jun's body trembled suddenly, because he seemed to see an unprecedented blood in Chen Zong's eyes. Those eyes are almost exactly the same as the young master of their Yamamoto team! Exclamation mark. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Chen Zong's mouth raised a deep arc. His face was extremely calm, but the only thing before him was cold and cold. At the same time, the ninjas around are approaching quietly. Just now, Akinokan's method is just procrastinating, delaying time for the group of ninja assassins behind. At this time, Chen Zong has already fallen into the terrible killing of the ninja. All his retreats, all escape points were blocked to death. Those ninjas vowed to completely kill Chen Zong. Seeing the invincible killing of the group of ninjas around, Akinokan smiled, grinningly! Exclamation mark. Now, who are you? It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter anymore. Ha 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 ... ha 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 ... Chinese ant ... you are destined to die under the samurai sword of my great Japanese empire. Become my Yamamoto team to conquer China, a trampling dead soul. Kuya-kun's voice was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Really? Chen Zong's face was extremely calm, and the corners of his mouth raised. Suddenly, Devil May Cry strikes. The silver Devil May Cry dagger suddenly cut through the void, as fast as lightning. The fierce air rubbed against the barbs of the fangs on the dagger blade, creating a strong air current. Numerous air currents intertwined and emerged. A low and harsh whisper appeared faintly. A soft whistle echoed in the stormy night. It seems so clear, so terribly trembling! Exclamation mark. That ... it seems like a 10,000 ghosts cry! Exclamation mark. Shura roars! Exclamation mark. In the dark night, Devil May Cry is intertwined like lightning. It was wiped away in front of the group of ninjas. The whispering roar was like thunder, shaking in everyone's mind! Exclamation mark. Reverberating for a long time, endlessly! Exclamation mark. In the dark night of torrential rain and wind, suddenly there was a roar like Shura's roar. Along with Shura's roar and lightly roar, the black Devil May Cry dagger flickered, flickering in the air, and finally returned to Chen Zong's hands. At the scene, torrential rains and winds continue to hit. But at this moment, everyone present is silent. Those wind sounds seem to have stopped. Those torrential rains seem to freeze. In everyone's mind. Only the shrill and low Shura roar echoed. The Shura roar that trembled everyone's mind! Exclamation mark. Akhenaten lay horizontally on the ground, and when he heard this Shura roar, his pupils suddenly shrank! Exclamation mark. That, as if it was a huge tremor. Panic. Then, his body was shaking violently. His face changed from hideous to pale. Horrified and trembling, the group of ninja assassins present all trembled. Their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Even a few ninjas couldn't bear the terrifying power of killing at all, so their legs trembled and they knelt down on the ground. That Shura roar. It seemed to have a terrible murderous intent, completely shaking all the minds of the ninja assassin! Exclamation mark. You are dead. Dead. Akhenaten's pupils were blood-red in horror, and the whole pupil was overflowing with blood because of the severe contraction. A hugely frightened identity emerged from his mind! Exclamation mark. That identity made him tremble. He was surrounded by the fear of death. Chen Zonging looked at him calmly. I will kill you as a child of Huaxia. Do you accept it? At that moment, Akhenaten's body was trembling violently. It seemed like a panic from hell. At this moment, he didn't even dare to have any room for resistance! Exclamation mark. Because this one in front of you is the of death, a Chinese character level agent who can swallow everything, the of death! Exclamation mark. At the same time, the bodies of the surrounding group of ninjas trembled violently. Then, around their necks, there was a splash of blood. Several heads sliding down their necks slowly. Outside the car window, the blood was full of blood. A headless corpse slowly fell in a pool of blood. The rainstorm washed away the blood on the ground. The wind roared like a demon's call. The scene was like a frozen hell. I will behead you as a child of Huaxia. Can you accept it? Chen Zong's voice echoed in the rainstorm, coldly killing, with a continual power of terror. China, a great lion. At this moment, the might of China emerged like a punishment. Akhenaten's pupils were horrified, and a trace of blood and tears overflowed. I serve. His voice trembled violently, as if it was a screaming cry before death. Death, Lord Grim. Please, let me go alive. Akhenaten is begging for mercy. A dignified Japanese Empire warrior, the strongest Bushido spirit in the empire, collapsed completely at this moment. He was begging Chen Zonging for mercy. Pray for forgiveness. Hearing Kuei-kun's begging for mercy, a hint of mockery flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. Is this the Imperial Bushido spirit you keep talking about? Chen Zong stared at him mockingly, with disdain in his eyes. Akhenaten's face was as grey as death. His body trembled violently. Reaper Sama, villain Kuyi is a dog. I beg you, your lord, have a lot. Let me die. Chen Zonging narrowed his eyes calmly. Well, it's just a dog in the Yamamoto team. Killing you, I'm afraid I will dirty my weapon. Chen Zong said, his foot slammed hard. Crack. There was a crisp sound of bones. Akhenaten's arm suffered an instant comminuted fracture. Exclamation mark. Today, take your arms off for the time being, and immediately get out of China. If you commit another crime, you will definitely be cut to the top. Chen Zonging's voice was inexhaustible, with terrible tremors and murderous intent. The torrential rain invaded and the squally wind roared in the dark night. The blood was constantly washed away, But the murderous intent at this time was suddenly majestic. The wrath of death is enough to shake the sky. Devil May Cry was retracted in an instant, and Chen Zong stepped on the corpses everywhere, slowly walking to the front of the Mercedes-Benz. Escort Miss Ku to go back first, Chen Zonging said indifferently to the Ku family bodyguards. What about you? Where are you going? Ku Yiren asked subconsciously. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly said, I still have something to deal with. After speaking, he slowly turned and left. Mr. Chen Kuya's pretty face was panicked and dull. It seemed that there was something to say, but she got stuck in her throat. Understood. Mr. Chen. The bodyguards, Mian Sen, looked solemn and nodded. The bodyguards drove the Mercedes-Benz and drove away directly. Ku Yiren sat in the co-pilot, her beautiful eyes staring into the rear-view mirror. The figure that stood in the rainy night gradually faded away. The inexplicable complexity in her heart. On a rainy night, the wind still roared. Chen Zenging glanced lightly at the ground. The blood had already been washed away by the rain. Only a cold corpse was left. Akinokan had already escaped without a trace. Chen Zonging raised his head and glanced at the sky. He ran into the streets of Shanghai and Shanghai City. Finally, he stepped onto the ground with his body skills. The ground was cracked. He disappeared at the end of the silent and long night building. Shanghai and the sea. In the penthouse suite of Riley Hotel, Yamamoto Palace was sitting calmly in front of the sofa, quietly enjoying the massage service of two women. With a cigar in his mouth, his face was deep and calm. After tonight, his Yamamoto team will complete an epic move. Take control of the Ku Group and control Project X. At that time, the entire Yamamoto Group will become the world's first superpower with biological and chemical weapons. All the underworld, all the white ways, and all governments must obey them. Enjoying the cozy smirk on Yamamoto Palace's service from the two women, the salty pig's hand also stretched out in front of the waitress and began to play wanton. At this moment, Yamamoto Palace suddenly felt something wrong. His pupils slowly stared at the floor-hustling windows. He always felt that a crisis was approaching. Outside in the dark night, the rainstorm stretches. The wind howls. Suddenly, Yamamoto Palace's pupils constricted suddenly. What did he see? Exclamation mark. A black shadow. A black shadow violently dived and jumped from the tall building opposite, and dived violently towards the French windows of his room. Exclamation mark. Yamamoto Palace stood up suddenly. Make a decisive decision. Draw the samurai sword hanging by the side directly out of its sheath. Question mark. Hey! The black shadow slammed into the floor-hustling windows as fast as lightning. Countless glasses are all torn apart. Exclamation mark. Was completely frightened by this scene. Yamamoto Palace was extremely hideous, and the samurai sword in his hand slashed directly towards a black shadow. Kang dang! There was a crisp metal sound. The samurai sword in Yamamoto Palace's hand instantly broke into two pieces. Question mark. Yamamoto Palace's pupils condensed, staring at the samurai sword in his hand in a staggered manner. He hurled the samurai sword at the shadow. Then Shinfa suddenly turned around and made a decisive decision. Escape! Exclamation mark. But when he got the black shadow, he was as fast as lightning, and rushed forward. Boom! Yamamoto Palace was pressed against the wall by the shadow. That thick wall instantly cracked! Exclamation mark. The neck of Yamamoto Palace was firmly pinched by the black shadow, and his whole body was shaking. His face was already pale. At this moment, he finally saw the black shadow's face! His pupils shrank violently! Add more. Crazy asking for monthly ticket support! I need you guys! Chapter 898 Rainy night you ... how ... you are ... not dead? Yamamoto Palace's voice trembled abruptly, with violent disbelief! Tonight, he ordered Akinokan to take the stealth team to kill this man, Kuyiran's driver. He should be dead! How could he appear here? How come? Is it? A horrified thought came to the mind of Yamamoto Palace! Sorry, Yamamoto Palace, you're ninjas. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back again. Chen Zhonging's voice was extremely calm, but it trembled like hell. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Palace's complexion changed drastically! Impossible! How is this possible? What he sent tonight is the hidden assault ninja team! That was one of the most terrifying ninja killings in the Yamamoto group. And Akinokan is going to shoot. How can this be defeated? You ... who are you? Yamamoto Palace's complexion changed suddenly. His eyes trembled, and he stared at Chen Zong with unprecedented horror. At this moment, he seemed to feel death. Yamamoto Palace trembled all over, because he suddenly felt the horror of the man in front of him. This man. Who is it? Even the stealth team. Akinokan can't take it down! Chen Zhonging's expression was extremely calm, and he pinched the neck of Yamamoto Palace with one hand. Suddenly, a black and dark dagger was thrust into the wall an inch beside the head of Yamamoto Palace. Yamamoto Palace shuddered and turned to look. When he saw this rugged dagger stuck on the wall, Yamamoto Palace's eyes were a little confused. But the next second, his whole body trembled violently. Boom! A shocking thought emerged from his mind. This dagger is as black as ink. The barbed dagger. He has ... heard of it! In the world, this is the only dagger. Its name is Devil May Cry. You are. Yamamoto Palace trembled violently, and his pupils suddenly shrank. That was a terrifying tremor from the depths of the soul! Death ... Reaper! When Yamamoto Palace tremblingly yelled out these two words, his whole body was shaking violently. His pupils were replaced by a panic of horror! Chen Zhonging stared at him calmly, with a mark rising from the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, right? Boom! Yamamoto Palace felt as if his brain had exploded. His face was as pale as a dead man. The body is trembling. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul, and the whole person was completely horrified by the identity of those two characters. Grim Reaper! That terrifying Chinese character-level agent who trembles the overseas world! Yamamoto Palace has never thought about. One day, he will face the of death. This. How terrifying is it? He never thought. One day, he would be an idiot to send someone to attack and kill the god. This is like digging a grave for yourself! Reaper ... the Great Reaper ... I didn't mean to offend you ... I'm just under the order of the organization. The Yamamoto team was shaking violently! That is the terrible trembling deep in the soul! I don't know if you are the of death. The great of death. Can you kill me? Please, I'm just a small person in the Yamamoto team. It's all organizational decisions. Nothing to do with me. Yamamoto Palace trembled, and at this moment, The leader of the Yamamoto group could not care about dignity or dignity at all, directly trembling, begging for mercy, in front of the of death. He felt the breath of death. When a person is about to die, he will struggle violently. He wants to save his life. Hearing Yamamoto Palace's begging for mercy, Chen Zhong's mouth was even more mocking. He has faced countless blood enemies in his life, and the most powerful ones are often the most fearless of life and death. Those who are greedy for life and fear of death are not worthy of being an enemy. Even less worthy of his death. He was afraid of dirtying his hands. Get out of Huaxia, tell you the boss of the Yamamoto team. Huaxia territory is your Japanese forbidden territory. If you repeat the crime, you will be punishable even if it is far away. Chen Zhong's voice sounded like hell, with a terrible tremor. Kill Yamamoto Palace? He was afraid of dirtying his hands. At this moment, Yamamoto Palace's body trembled once again. A warm urine smell slowly overflowed from his crotch. This high-level Yamamoto team was scared to pee at this moment. With a violent flick, Chen Zhong slammed the Yamamoto Palace away and hit the wall hard. The wall instantly cracked and collapsed. Chen Zhong was too lazy to pay attention to these cowards, and his figure flashed directly ... suddenly rushed out of the French windows ... disappeared in the endless rainy night ... The torrential rain and violent wind lasted all night ... until early in the morning. The torrential rain gradually ceased ... after the violent gust ... the whole city streets were in a mess. Countless trees were blown down. Billboards were blown down to the ground. The whole street was left in the chaos of the wind. An early morning car drove slowly across the street. When it reached the middle of the street, the car braked suddenly. Stopped. The driver trembled and put his head out of the car window. He saw it. What kind of scene? The corpses all over the ground. Heads were cut to the ground. The ground was still stained with a trace of blood. There was a strong smell of blood floating in the air. It was terrifying. Immediately afterwards, a terrified scream echoed in the quiet early morning street. 10 minutes later, dozens of police cars with sirens roared in and stopped suddenly on the street at the scene of the crime. The cordon was pulled up 1 kilometer around the scene, completely isolated and blocked by the police. Chi Guocheng led a group of criminal policemen and slowly stepped into the center of the crime scene. Looking at the horrifying scene at the scene, Chi Guocheng's complexion was completely defeated. This is another case of huge murder! Chi Guocheng's face was extremely solemn. He scanned the scene closely, the corpses everywhere. The head of every corpse was chopped off by sharp weapons. Team Chi, these people, all dressed so weird. Black night clothes. The decapitated heads are also covered. On the ground, there are countless samurai swords that were severed. The detective's subordinates solemnly went to the front to report. Chi Guocheng's pupils are already wrinkled tightly, and these people's outfits seem to be like those in a TV series. Those Japanese ninja assassins. But that are all scenes in TV dramas. In this real society. Will there be ninjas? Chi Guocheng's head was completely chaotic and trembling. He faintly felt that he was touching an unprecedented world. That world is completely different from the world they live in. That seems to be a terrible existence in another dimension. Team Chi checked all the wounds. I have never seen such a neat cut. That kind of weapon, sharper than a scalpel. The forensic doctor stepped forward and said solemnly. Hearing this, Chi Guocheng's face became even more solemn and pale. This kind of case. He is simply unable to start. This is not a case that he can solve at all! These. Are they really Japanese ninja samurai? When Chi Guocheng looked at the corpses all over the place, a frightened and inexplicable thought appeared in his heart. This, after all, what terrorist forces did it? Crazy asking for monthly ticket support! Chapter 899 Extinct. At this time, The whole area of Jiangnan and Shanghai, all members of the patrol room, are shrouded in the shadow of a major homicide on the street. However, Chen Zonging, who was the subject of this case, had his eyes calm at this time, sitting in the kiss manner, enjoying this hearty breakfast lightly. He is still as usual. The suit is neat and light. Sip the milk lightly and enjoyed the steak. Between the hands and feet, a gentleman with elegant demeanor. It was not like the murderer who killed dozens of Japanese invaders overnight. Kuya-ran sat aside with a complex and solemn mood. Last night, I personally experienced that rainy night killing. At this time, her mood was still a little restless. The sudden appearance of Japanese invaders made her faintly feel that things are getting more and more difficult. The X project in hand is becoming an absolutely hot potato. It's not just the local forces in Jiangnan, even the encirclement and suppression of overseas forces that have attracted. This makes Kuya's mood more complex and solemn than ever. However, she still did not tell her father about these things. She didn't want to worry about her parents. After the meal, she and Chen Zong got up together and left the villa. And under Gushwang, my sister, these days ... because of Y's love, she has been resting at home and school has not yet started. Along the way, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly on the streets of Jiangnan. Kuya-ran was sitting in the middle car, in the Maybach car, looking at the Jiangnan news on the phone. Her mood was extremely messy and complicated. The two Maybach cars were still intact after the terrifying attack last night. It can be seen that the defensive capabilities of these two cars are strong. But at this time, sitting in the car, her emotions are complicated and inexplicable. Absent-mindedly flipping through the news on the phone, she was still worried about the group of Japanese invaders last night. The sudden appearance of the Yamamoto group made her a little worried. However, at this moment, suddenly, in her mobile news app, she got a special blockbuster news. Good news. At 7 o'clock last night, Jiangnan TV station learned that Goxing, chairman of Yuanxing Group, has gradually recovered and is able to get out of bed and walk around. According to reports, he also accepted an interview with reporters, saying ... soon, he will be able to return, so that the majority of business investors do not have to worry. When I read this news update, Kuya-ran's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. Goxing woke up? A week ago, Goxing suddenly suffered a mysterious car accident and was sent to the intensive care unit. The whole thing happened very strangely. Kuya-ran even wondered if Mr. Chen did it. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. However, this matter is an opportunity for her. After Goxing's accident, the share price of the entire Farstar Group plummeted. The Ku Group can finally take a breath. However, today, the sudden appearance of this piece of news has made Kuya-ran's mood slightly condensed again. Goxing, has he recovered? This is bad news. Go Shows was killed by Mr. Chen. Today, Goxing is back. Then, her Ku Group, maybe ... will encounter ... a catastrophe. However, at the same time, Jiangnan, Huashan Hospital, Goxing leaned on a cane and finally, tremblingly got out of the hospital bed and got up. After a whole week of recuperation, his body finally recovered. Huashan Hospital used the most advanced medical institutions, the most expensive drugs and nutrient solutions, to instill him. It costs tens of millions a day. This led to Goxing's body being able to recover so quickly. In order to restore his body, he almost spent hundreds of millions of dollars. He wants to keep himself alive, because he wants revenge, because he still has that trillion yuan star group that needs him to lead. Moreover, it is not only Goxing who does not want to die. City Vice President, Yu Quanping. It is also impossible to let Goxing die. Even if he becomes a vegetable, he must be saved. He needs the bargaining chip in Goxing's body. Even if he is just a vegetable, he can't die. And Goxing, after a week of emergency rescue, mobilized all the top resources, spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and finally rescued him. Goxing tremblingly got out of bed with his crutches. At this time, he was almost recovered. The wound has also recovered and healed. All the stab wounds on his body were cured by special medical treatment and began to heal. But, only the lower part of his legs, the most critical part, is already empty. That day, he was hit by a piece of glass shards by Yuan Li, his third brother, due to excessive blood loss, plus wound infection. In order to save the patient's life, the medical staff had to remove his lower body. The 2 egg yolks were also removed. So at this time, Goksinga Yi's lower body, empty, was completely extinct. He has become a complete eunuch. This is like a ridiculous retribution. Goksinga Yi originally wanted Yuan Li to conceive his new species and breed for himself. But as a result, I didn't expect it to end up so narrow and long. Today is the day he was discharged from the hospital. Stayed in the hospital for a whole week. Daily medical expenses of hundreds of millions. And now, he is finally able to be discharged from the hospital. Jiangnan Huashan Hospital. At the door, countless reporters gathered here. Flashing crazy. Under Quan Ping's arrangement, Goksinga Yi's discharge from the hospital became a sensational piece of news. Go away, get away. How could Goksinga Yi be in the mood to deal with reporters? Yelled a few furiously, got into the car and drove away. Inside the car, it is luxurious. Leaning in the back seat, Goksinga Yi looked tired and vaguely hideous. Underneath, it's empty. The light of Yuan Li's knife still lingered in his mind and turned into a nightmare. Not long ago, Goksinga Yi watched his son and was thrown down from a high altitude, crushing his head with one foot. And now, he was completely castrated by Yuan Li's bitch. The Go family is about to end. Humiliation, resentment. Boom. Goksinga Yi looked furious, and slammed his hand on the car glass. In his eyes, a touch of blood rose gradually. Yuan Li, Chen Zongying. If this hatred is not reported, I am not a man. Heaven and Earth KTV, in the most luxurious box. Under the dim and ambiguous light, the twin sisters Huaqiao smiled, fascinated by the rich second generation in the center, and they were impatient to give them up. But at this moment, the door was suddenly broken open. The rich second generation suddenly furious. Who the let you in? Young Master Liang, take care of it. The boss of Heaven and Earth, with an ugly face, barely squeezed out a smile. Before he finished speaking, he was pushed away. Goksinga Yi breathed heavily, without even looking at the rich second generation, staring at the twin sisters. You too. Have you given birth to any children? Although hope is slim. But Goksinga Yi still refused to give up a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, among the women who have played in the past, there are accidental pregnancies. Maybe can find the last seed of the Go family. Under questioning, the two sisters shrank and shook their heads. Grass. Are you incomprehensible? The rich second generation, who was completely ignored, scolded. But what greeted him was the muzzle of a black hole. With the muzzle down, one shot exploded his egg yolk. Ignoring the howls and curses that sounded behind him, Goksinga Yi walked out of the box and breathed out slowly. Since losing the egg yolk, facing any normal man, he couldn't control this violent mood. Bars, nightclubs, dozens of houses have come down in a row. Without exception, none of those women had ever conceived Goksinga Yi's son. The last bar. Although I have been mentally prepared for a long time. But when he really got a negative answer, Goksinga Yi kicked over the table full of wine glasses. Wow! The glass shattered to the ground. Goksinga Yi's body trembled slightly, and the muscles on his face twitched, even hideous. This is an expression of extreme anger. In front of him, the bar owner, as well as the girl who accompanies the wine, are all in fear. Chairman. At this moment, his secretary cautiously said, I heard that the artificial insemination technology is very advanced now. Why don't you try it? Goksinga Yi took a deep breath. Go to the hospital. At this moment, he would not let go of any hope. When the group of people left, the bar exploded. Artificial insemination. Could it be that Goksinga Yi lost her fertility? The rumors spread quickly. 3 cars whizzed past and stopped in front of Huashan Hospital. From the dean down, the chief physicians of each department arrived one after another. Artificial insemination? Dozens of chief physicians looked at each other. The operation Goksingalai performed was the entire removal of the egg yolk. They all knew the news. But now, how to say? If you tell it bluntly, wouldn't Goksingalai blow up on the spot? In the weird silence, the grey-haired dean coughed and slowly said, "Chairman, go. Otherwise, you should go for an inspection first. See if it meets the conditions for artificial insemination." Goksingalai stood up immediately. Up to now, he still holds the last glimmer of hope. After half an hour, face the inspection report. Goksingalai fell completely into silence. It can be said, the Go family is completely irresistible. In his eyes, a blood-red color gradually rushed into his eyes. Through encirclement and suppression. Chen Zhonging and Yuan Li, no matter what the price is, I will let these two dog men and women die. Boom. In the cloudless sky, thunder suddenly exploded on the ground. Thompson First Product, 33rd floor. After these days of recuperation, Yuan Li also recovered quickly under his amazing physique. At least, you can get out of bed and walk wearing a pajamas. Yuan Li leaned on the edge of the balcony, looking out at the beautiful river bank. Behind him, a clicking sound rang. The door opened. A figure in a black suit slowly walked in. The suit was stiff and ironed until there were no wrinkles. No matter where he goes, Chen Zhonging is like a tiger standing in a flock of sheep, making people see at a glance. "Mr. Chen." A look of surprise appeared on Yuan Li's pretty face. "Why are you here?" Since she regained her autonomy, Chen Zhonging has not come to deliver food again. Unexpectedly, it appeared today. Uncontrollable surprises spread little by little in Yuan Li's heart. By a car. Chen Zhonging looked indifferent, with unquestionable determination. Hearing this, Yuan Li was slightly startled, and immediately reacted. Last time, Chen Zhonging promised to buy a new car for her, but after so many days, Yuan Li even thought. Chen Zhonging had forgotten about it. "What I said was never a joke." As if seeing through her heart, a faint voice sounded in front of her. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan suddenly stopped at the door of the store. Still, it is a heavy-duty locomotive shop. In the glass showcase, dozens of heavy-duty locomotives in the shape of the wind, just parked there. After the last time, Yuan Li is no stranger to this kind of car. After scanning around, her gaze suddenly froze on a car behind. The muscles are fierce, the lines are smooth, and the body is faintly black, as if coming from hell. Yuan Li couldn't help but stepped forward, stroked the body with his fingertips, and raised his head, or just this one. Next to him, he had been waiting for sales for a long time, and hurriedly said, "This lady, this Kawasaki H2R is a track version, and its performance is more powerful than the regular version. The speed can reach 450 km per second. It is for professionals." Chen Zong raised his eyebrows, too lazy to listen to her nonsense. "I bought it." "Huh?" The sales was stunned. This professional track version of the Kawasaki H2R, the price is about 2 million. I said, "I bought it." Chen Zhonging's eyes were calm, but the intense pressure caused a cold sweat on the forehead of the salesman. His heart jumped, and he rushed out to go through the formalities. 2 million, without frowning. She has seen such a character for the first time since she was a salesperson in this store. Yuanxing Group, a high-rise building. Inside the office, there are traces of beatings and smashes everywhere. A mess. Goksingalai panted heavily, stepped on the precious calligraphy and painting on the ground, trembling hands, and lit a cigarette. His eyes were full of determination. The only son is dead. The last hope. Broken. Today's Goksingalai is the only thought left in his mind. Only revenge! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhonging, after you are mine, I, Goksingalai, will kill your family. Goksingalai's eyes were blood red. The worries and considerations of the past are all forgotten. At this moment, the door knocked and the secretary walked in. "Chairman, all the people have been gathered, just waiting for your order. Goksingalai didn't speak, he didn't stand up until the ashes burned out. Waiting for tomorrow, Chen Zonging will send Ku Yi people to work and stop them halfway. The Go family, all the power came out of the nest, pay all the price, and also to encircle Chen Zonging. With a woman, Chen Zong will definitely be distracted and unable to fight with all his strength. Brothers, I said ... I've updated to this, and you don't give me monthly tickets anymore ... I really feel sorry for me. It's really not easy for me. I became more violent, writing from morning to night, really tired. Chapter 900 Fight to the Death. The night is deep. Yuanxing Group, a high-rise building. At this time, the lights are still brightly lit. Goksingalai had his hands on his back and his eyes were cold, standing in front of the floor-tossling windows, looking at the gradually dimming city. Behind him, dozens of men in suits stood there, not even daring to show up. A storm is about to swept! At this moment, the crisp ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the deathly silence. Dozens of subordinates couldn't help but shook their heads, and hurriedly looked at their mobile phones. However, this call rang from Goksinglai's personal cell phone. Are you going to a fight to the death? A hoarse, cold voice rang from the phone. Goksinglai's breathing was a bit quick, and he gritted his teeth and said, yes. He Chen Zong, killed my son, cut off my Go family bloodline. This hatred will not be reported. I am not a man. In this battle, we need to borrow troops. After several rounds of battle, Goksinglai's men suffered serious losses. All gathered together, but only more than 2,000 people. Not enough, not enough. On the phone, he sighed slightly. Then, Kamaz agreed. As soon as he said this, Goksinglai's face showed a hint of joy. This force should not be underestimated. A total of more than 100 people, all of them well trained, armed with sophisticated thermal weapons. This is a firepower net that is terrifying to the extreme. A rain of bullets, instantly, form a hellish ... death line of fire. No matter who it is, no matter how many bulletproof vests are worn, it is impossible to be safe. The phone is still ringing constantly. In this battle, Goksingalai took out all his strength at the bottom of the box. Following the weekdays, the forces planted everywhere in the south of the Yangtze River have been transferred back. More and more cars are parked in the square. The dazzling car lights illuminate the night. As a result, the dim square becomes like daylight. These are not comparable to the previous ones. All of them are elites and backbones. Thousands of people, each well-trained and powerful. Without even making arrangements, he consciously stood in his place. As more and more people concentrated in Yuanxing building, a faint, murderous aura gradually drifted away. As the Go family drew the power from all parts of the south of the Yangtze River, more and more families were completely alarmed. In the past, these forces lurking beneath the surface of the water were not even in sight. No one thought that the Go family's foundation was so strong. Suburban, luxury villa. Wearing a pajamas, Zhang Ruochu was lying halfway on the sofa, looking at the intelligence with interest. This old man, what's going crazy? He turned the old man out. A lazy smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. But things are more interesting, isn't it? This time, Chen Zonging. How should he face this calamity? In secret, countless pairs of eyes quietly stared at him. Yuanxing building, on the square. Thousands of people, forming a wave of black pressure, stood there silently, waiting to give orders. Goksingalai stood at the front, with an indifferent expression, scanning the thousands of his men. Don't worry. Soon, I will be able to avenge you. In front of his eyes, scenes flashed by. The painful face of my son. On the hospital bed, lying there quietly, completely unconscious son. The escape by helicopter was the most humiliating experience in Goksinglai's life. Countless subordinates could not stop Chen Zonging, and in the end, he was forced to abandon his son. Like a bereaved dog with a broken tail, ran away in a hurry. Even Goksingalai saw with his own eyes, his own son, like mud, was thrown down from the height of dozens of floors that even smashed his head with 1 foot. The screen flashed in Goksingli's mind. A scene resurfaced. The Yuan Li broke his lower body with a wine bottle. Let Goksingli completely loose. The dignity of being a man, even ... killed him. The most cherished brother, Feng Yaodao. When they were in despair, the two worked hard together to break into a huge foundation. Nowadays, things are wrong. Goksinglei's eyes were cold and brutal, and he kept condensing in his heart. Looking in front of him, the black crushed the crowd and suddenly shouted, "The goal of this trip, who to kill?" There is no hesitation. Thousands of elites all shouted out loud. Chen Zonging. Very good. Goksingli waved a big hand. No matter how hard he could control his anger, prepare, let's go. This time, the destination is the route of Kuyi people to work on weekdays. Sunshine Avenue is the only way to go. Thousands of people are lurking in the dark. When the target passes by, it will burst into flames instantly. Set up roadblocks, and at the same time, the terrifying firepower network covers, forcing Chen Zong to get out of the car to deal with it. This is both a conspiracy and a conspiracy. Thousands of elites, neatly and uniformly, set off toward the destination. In a warehouse near Sunshine Avenue, thousands of outfits are already planned. These are all ordinary clothes, and these capable killers have to put on these clothes and pretend to be ordinary people. It can make Chen Zonging relax his vigilance and let him be restrained in battle. The Kui people are equally important. Do you think that you can escape a catastrophe in a bulletproof car? At that time, when Chen Zonging is in a melee, there will be people immediately to turn Kuyiren's car upside down. At the same time, it has to come out with poisonous smoke. As long as you control Kuyiren, Chen Zonging must be. By then, during the battle, a small group of capable men in black suits would surround Chen Zonging and engulf him in constant fighting, expanding the combat area. This time, Goksingli calculated the level of humanity. Even people who are bloodthirsty and willing to kill will inevitably have a trace of compassion when facing ordinary people who are innocent. It is enough to make Chen Zonging a little hesitation. At that time, who would have expected these seemingly ordinary people would suddenly pull out a machete, or a sophisticated firearm ... to shoot at Chen Zong. Again, 36 snipers were in place at the same time. Even if Chen Zonging could personally kill thousands of elites. When he left, when he was worried about Kuyiren, when his mind was relaxed, when he was tired, the sniper bullet will span thousands of meters and smash through Chen Zong's head. With this arrangement, Goksingli is already cold-blooded to the extreme. Do not hesitate to use thousands of elites as bait. In exchange ... Chen Zonging relaxed for a moment. Ultimate moves often come unexpectedly. Inside the warehouse, thousands of people are sitting on the ground. Goksingli carried his hands on his back and looked far away, looking towards ... Chen Zonging's residence. Boom! Thunder exploded. A flash of lightning tore the firmament of night. The wind stopped, and after a while, the spring rain fell. A killing and robbery is about to come.